Buddy. It feels good to be live. I'm actually feeling a little bit better. Not so, but I don't want to get my hopes up because I've thought that before, like for a day, and then the next day I felt horrible again. So, well, maybe I should get my hopes up. That's probably what we should do, huh? Think positive. No, I'm done with Watts. Like, as far as doing it myself, I still have one more NK video I want to do because it was just something I wanted to clear up, which I haven't even got around to because I haven't been feeling good. But we did a throwback video. Was it a few days ago? And everybody had so much fun playing some of our old discussions, like me and Randy's. And then I don't have enough of me and Randy's, even though we did a live every week, but I wasn't going to play a live for everybody because that would be kind of boring. Because me and Randy, when we did lives, we just interacted with everybody. So I just wanted to kind of just pick the ones where it was a discussion with me and Randy. So there's not a ton of them. So I was intermixing them with some of my old ones, and it was kind of fun. So I said I would do another one. I did find a couple more discussions with Randy, so we could do those and then mix them with some of mine. We had fun. So I was like, let's do that again. It was just kind of, it was fun. So hopefully you enjoy it. This week though, I want to get a Menendez brothers video out. I've been watching the trial every day though. It's so long, and there's no way I should wait till I'm done watching that trial, because I mean, I might as well kind of talk about it as I'm watching it. So I just wasn't feeling that good last week. So hopefully this week we'll get some chat of that case. And I know it's an old case, but it's actually something that a lot of people are talking about. And I really am hoping that if we get enough people talking, that maybe they could get a retrial, or there's some kind of loophole that they could get, like the freaking Alford plea for some people, whatever that may pertain. I mean, they already spent like, 93, 94. They already spent like almost 30 years in jail. And I think there's no doubt they were abused. I know other people debate that and don't think that. I think they definitely were. So I think it's important right now because there's a lot of like young people looking at it again, and maybe we could get enough people to get them at least something, a new trial or some kind of something, in my opinion. So yeah. But yeah, we had fun doing it last time. So I don't know. I thought it'd be fun. Randy's supposed to hop on here. I'm waiting, so he could kind of chat in between with me. He might, oh no, he said 9, so he might not be available for like a half hour or so. So what's up, everybody? Gary or Jerry, probably. What, do you say that, Jerry or Gary? I think Jerry, right? Red Like Wine, what's up? Soul for Music in the house. Ursula. Oh, is it buffering? Hold on, let me check my YouTube side. I didn't know it was buffering. Let me see. It might be because I have all these pages up. I was wondering if that was going to do that. I have like 12 pages of the videos I want to play, and if it's affecting it, I'm gonna have to just do it. Hold on, let me see if it is. Hold on, I'm just checking to see if it's buffering on the YouTube side. No, it actually doesn't look bad. Is it buffering for you guys? Oh, it's froze. Oh no, that must have just been me staring off. Yeah, it does. It looks all right. Okay. So maybe it was just a glitch or something. All right. Anyway, hey, Amanda Locklear, Unboxing Beauty, Awesome Mesra. All right. It's goof, Monica. What do you get? It's fine for me. Okay. Awesome. All right. Well, so I might play the first one. I might do one just with me because I have like I have 2 more Chris Watts ones with me and Randy, and then I have one with me and Randy where we talk about the Darley case, the Carly Goose case, and then the West Memphis 3. It's just like we just like real quick go over 3 different cases. I don't even remember what we say, but I know we talk about those because it's in the title. So, oh, Jessica, what's up? Did you guys like the Snapchat? Oh my God. That took me forever to do because with Snapchat, you can't just put videos or in photos in anywhere and edit them. You have to literally hold your phone up like, you're doing it to yourself. So you just hold it up against the screen. Like, so you have to do it that way. And then that makes you have to edit it. You have to crop it because their dimensions are so much different than, YouTube is like 16 by 9. They're just like this, so you hold it and like, I try to like turn my phone to do a widescreen and it won't pick up the face because it's sideways. So you have to hold it this way and it's just, you have to crop it. And then, sometimes it bends the actual video. You guys probably notice it will bend the whole screen because it's supposed to just bend your face. It'll bend the screen. So it was kind of tricky, but, what do you mean this is bad, Ursula? Huh? Oh, it's buffering really bad? That's weird because when I put on my YouTube, it's not. Let me try it one more time. Maybe I'll keep it on just to check. Maybe, are you sure it's not on your end? Yeah, it actually is pretty clear. I'm kind of impressed on how good it does. It's clearer than sometimes it normally is. Huh. Try to go back in and go back out. Ursula, maybe try that. Maybe. I don't know. Because I think you're the only one that's having an issue. Yeah, try to do that real quick and see what it does. Maybe like exit out and then go back in maybe. Oh no, Susan's buffering too. Well, badly buffering, no problem here. I think it's your guys' computer, and I don't mean to, I know some people are going to get mad. They're going to like, you're putting it off as their problem, but I am on the YouTube side and there's no issue on my YouTube. So, and there's a lot of people saying there's no issue. So I think it really is probably maybe you're having some internet issues, which is fine. I have them too. You see, I do buffer sometimes and I'll go over and I'll see that I'm buffering and I'll exit back out and come back in, but I'm over there and I'm not buffering at all on YouTube. So it has to be your internet connection, I'm guessing, this time. But not to say sometimes it is mine. I mean, I know it is sometimes, but this time I don't believe it is because I'm here and it's not. I'm going to check one more time. Yeah, it's fine. Huh. I don't know. Try to go back in and come back. Yeah, I know. Actually, it is. It's looking pretty clear. It's actually coming in pretty good. Oh yeah, bad storms. You're probably right. You guys have storm. Ursula, do you have some storms there? I need to cut off a couple inches. You talking about your hair? Now I'm buffering. Oh God, you guys are killing me here. Well, I don't know what to do. Let me see. I just think some people it's going to be buffering. I mean, there's people live in different areas and it's the storm, but I don't think it's on my side on this time. Like I said, I have problems too, but I don't think this time it is actually on my side, to be honest, guys. So hopefully, yeah. Do you guys have a storm there? Anyway, this is coffee. Coffee. I don't drink hot cocoa. Well, I have cocoa. I used to drink when I was younger, but I got this because I got an espresso. I got they have like different flavors, and they had this coffee flavor, but it actually doesn't taste like coffee. That's not what I'm drinking now. That flavor, but it's pretty good, but it doesn't taste like coffee. It's the flavor is chocolate. No, it doesn't taste like chocolate. I said coffee. The flavor is chocolate fudge, and it doesn't really taste like coffee or chocolate. Oh my God, I can't talk. Yeah, I have the Nespresso machine, so I froth my cream and it froths like the coffee. So that's what it looks like. Okay, guys. So I don't know. I have a lot up here. It depends what topic you want to talk about. Like I said, I only have 3 of them with me and Randy, so I'm going to intermix them. So I'm going to start off with one with just me, so we could, intermix Randy's every other one. So let me read you the titles, guys, and tell me which one sparks your interest the most on what we should watch first. So we have, now these are the ones with just me now. No, I'm not going to do that one right now. Not that one. We have the Discovery, and this is a different one. I know I did read another one where I talked about Amanda Thayer's interview. I think it was Nick Thayer's interview, but this is actually a different one. It says The Discovery, what did Amanda Thayer say? Chris Watson, Shanahan's friend. I have that one. Summary of Ronnie Watts' interviews. Chris Watts going through the Discovery. What does Sandy Rusek say about Chris? Was someone with Chris Watts at Survey 319? 8 prints found on trash bags. Sandy Rusek called the kids' school 3 times that day. Chris Watts has a lot of activity before and after the 111-minute conversation with NK. Chris Watts' Discovery read-through and thoughts. Some interesting things Shanahan said to Cassie. These are all the ones. I don't know. What do you guys think? Which one? I better put a pin up to say what we're doing because people are going to be confused again probably. And then the other one is, did Chris get rid of any evidence on the way to the airport to pick his dad up? Read through discussion. Chris Watts confesses to his dad after the failed polygraph. Oh, that's the one with me and Randy, so we're going to wait on that one. Chris Watts' activity is his first month in jail. Why was NK dazed and confused when she came down the stairs? Chapter 6, letters from Christopher. Why did Chris Watts say some of the things he said? More reasons why I believe he's a narcissist. And I play like certain clips of certain things he says in that one. A letter to the police about Chris Watts' case from an old friend of Shanahan's. What were the canine dogs alerting to in the basement? NK has nothing good to say about Shanahan. Chris Watts is still in love with NK. And remember, these are from like 2 years old, so it's not going to be like, so remember that. And this one's interesting. Does Chris's ancestral history have anything to do with what happened that day? So there's like a somebody that does like ancestry or whatever. She did a lot of research on some of his ancestors, and there's some interesting stuff in that. For those, I mean, I know some of you guys probably already saw that, but he has a history on his dad's side of some stuff that was kind of interesting. So what do you guys want? Which one? I did all kinds. I read all kinds. We could end up watching all of them because some of them are only like 20 minutes. I mean, not all of them are really long. Well, we'll probably end up watching most of them, so I just don't know which one to play first. So let me do hold on one second. Let's do this one first. We're going to do, why did Chris say some of the things he said? More reasons why I believe he's a narcissist. Because I play some, I kind of wanted to hear that because I was kind of skimming through it. And I'm like, oh, I want to hear some of the stuff that I've picked out. I think it'd be kind of interesting. But like I said, we might be able to get through all of these really because they're not, some of them are short. Not all of them are real long or anything. So we'll do this one first. And then, yeah, and this one's kind of good because I have a lot of pictures in here. It's like not me, but it's pictures, but it has some like I was skimming through it. And I'm like, wow, I haven't seen some of these pictures in a while of like, you know, Chris and Shanahan and stuff. So, all right. So let me first actually put up Spanner real quick so people don't get confused here. All right. Scroll across the bottom. What should I say on the banner? I don't even know what to say sometimes. It's like, because what I said last time obviously people weren't reading it because they weren't aware. So maybe I wasn't wording it right. Watching, I just want to put like watching old videos from watching old videos. Okay. Hopefully that'll be good enough. Watching my old Chris Watts YouTube videos from 2 years ago. That should be okay, right? I think people should understand that. Oh, thanks. Who just donated? Holly, thank you. Oh, Tiff and Zeke. I was going to bring him up before, and I don't know. I just was like, man, I was hot, and I'm like, man, do I want to be all out of breath and be hot? But my real plan was I was just going to start it and maybe go down there when one of them videos playing and grab them, actually. Okay, so let me start this, guys, and I'll be in chat. And this is one of my favorite things because I like being able to be in chat. I don't know. It's just once in a while, it's nice to be able to be in chat. Okay, so let me share my screen. Oh, whoa. Hold on a second. Wow. Which one is it? Oh, there we go. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th one in. Why did Chris Watts say some of the things he said? Okay, let's try. Let's see if this is all right. Okay. All right, let's do it. Oh, thanks, Basic Becky. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I appreciate that. Aw. Oh, wait, what's going on? Okay, I'll just wait to read this stuff when I go in. I just thought I'm missing an issue. Okay, here we go. I was listening to his second confession again, and now after knowing what we know now, sometimes when you look back and listen to some of the old evidence and the old video, watch the old videos and listen to the old interviews, you pick up on things because now we know more than, the first time I listened to this or the first few times I listened to it. So I went back and listened to that second confession again and I found a couple things I wanted to point out. First of all, I want to point out a few things that he says that I think just confirms him being a narcissist. It just kind of confirms some of the traits and some of the things we know about how a narcissist is and how they feel and how they don't feel, I should say. So the first one I want to point out is they ask if he loved NK. They said it would. Graham goes, let me ask you, did you really love her? And his answer is kind of strange. He says, well, I felt like it was true. Who answers that? I don't know. That just seems kind of odd. Who would say that when somebody's asking you if you love somebody and you answer, oh, well, I felt like it was true. I mean, why that? It just seems like a kind of a weird answer to me. I mean, if you think about it, narcissists, they kind of mimic. They don't know how to feel. I mean, they don't know what they're supposed to feel, and they just don't have those natural feelings and natural emotions that a normal person would have. So they actually have to go by what they see and what they observe and try to figure out what it means to love and what it means to be this or what it means to be that. So for him to say, well, I felt like it was true, it kind of, I feel like, sounds like it's something where he thought that was the way love is supposed to feel. And instead of, saying, oh, I loved her, like it's almost like he felt like it was true. He felt like, oh yeah, I guess this is true. This is probably what love is, instead of just knowing that, those feelings that you have that, yes, oh yes, I love them. I feel it. Like you feel, when you love somebody, you just feel it. Like you wouldn't have to be like, well, I thought it was true or felt like it was true or, like, what do you mean true? Like, I mean, if it's you should know if your feelings are true. I could see if you were talking about like her feelings, like if they asked, did she love you? And then you could say, well, I thought it felt like it was true. I thought it was true. Like I think her feelings are true because you don't know what she's feeling. So I could see that for answer for asking about her, but they're asking about if you loved her. So wouldn't you know if they were true or not? Why would you have to? Well, I thought they were true. Wouldn't you just know if they were? Yes, you should know that they are, unless if you're a narcissist, and then you don't know. Yeah, you only know by comparing maybe what you think it means to be in love, and what you read and what you see and what you think, rather than what you feel when you know. So for you to answer like that, I mean, it just feels like that would be just how a narcissist would answer, because how would they know for sure? Because they don't feel it. They wouldn't just know because they feel it. They have to compare it to just what they know about love, and so they're not sure. Well, like just how you looked up how do you feel when someone tells you they love you the first time and stuff like that. You should know that. You don't need to look that up or read about it. It's just something that you feel. Love isn't something that you learn how to do, like as far as, oh, let me read what it feels like to be in love. You just feel it. It's a feeling, it's not something that you learn. So, okay, so I'm going to play you that clip. Here it is.
Can I ask kind of a tough question? Did you love it?
I felt like it was true.
Yeah. I think so too. I think it was the same for her.
Okay, so the next one I want to play you is when they're talking about Ronnie's addiction. So yeah, Tammy asks him, she's asking about his childhood, and because they're trying to figure out, why he did this, and if there's any hints like in his childhood, if anything happened, any trauma or anything. And then they bring up Ronnie's addiction, his drug addiction. And then Chris goes on to say, well, he acts like he doesn't even know what cocaine is. He's, oh, this white powdery or whatever, but it was cocaine, they say. And he says that deep down, it really didn't hurt as much as he thought it would. Like, it's almost like he was saying, yeah, he thought it, it should have hurt me. Should have, probably from seeing other people go through, family members with addiction, or, seeing movies and just seeing that it's supposed to hurt. That should be painful, watching somebody you love go through an addiction. So he's seeing that, knowing that it should hurt, but because he's a narcissist, it doesn't really hurt. So he was expecting it to hurt, and then when it happened, it didn't hurt. So he was like, yeah, deep down, it really didn't hurt as much as I thought it would. Because he doesn't care. He doesn't have that ability to really care, to actually feel that compassion or that empathy, or to feel any hurt for somebody you love going through a painful experience. His dad is supposed to be his hero, and he's saying his dad's coke addiction, his drug addiction, didn't really hurt him deep down like he thought it would. I feel like that's pretty telling. I mean, think about it. One of the narcissist traits of not being able to feel those emotions and not really care, not feel that compassion for the one person that he calls his hero is addicted to cocaine, and knowing that you should be hurting when somebody you love is suffering with an addiction, but him saying, well, wow, it didn't even hurt me really deep like I thought it would. So that's just another thing that kind of caught my attention when I was re-listening to it. So here, I'm going to play that part right here.
I know you talked about your dad having an addiction when I was talking to you.
That was after I left. I left home.
Was it cocaine or something? Or
it was some type of powder. I'm not sure. I guess it was cocaine.
How do you think that affected you?
I don't think it affected me. Well, it did affect me, but it didn't take deep down. It didn't really hurt as much as I thought it would. It was kind of weird because I think it was my mom and my sister told me, when they talked to him about it, it didn't seem to register. Like I said, he would just change subject, and when I talked about it, he immediately changed subject. I was because they found cuts on his CDs and stuff where he would separated and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He's at a car dealership. I mean, find guys that do that kind of stuff all the time, I guess. But he was just coping with I never came back home, and because before I met Shanann, and it was just.
Did you feel guilty that he's now using drugs because he never came back home, he lost his kid?
I never really knew why he was doing it. After the fact, I knew it was because he was coping with that, but I never knew why he really actually turned to drugs. My mom thought he was having an affair because all this money was going somewhere else just for drugs. But myself, I never used drugs, so I always tried to tell him hey, what's going on? Why do you need to use this? And just you could use this for a whole lot better better things, just don't throw your life away. I mean, like, because you can see in his face, like, it's like eyes, like, everything was getting, like, like the drugs through your face, and like your skin was getting all loose, and like he was losing a lot of weight.
Mm-hmm.
His nose was bleeding all the time, and all kinds of stuff like that. And I was just like, hey, you smoked like every day of your life since you were like 15 or 16. You're like, I can't get you to stop that, but I get you to stop this.
Right.
And he put it away, I guess, pretty quick after I talked to him about it.
Okay, so the next thing I wanted to point out is the part where he talks about how he read a book that says no dad should hurt their children. Why would you even have to read a book to know that? I mean, that should just be something because you feel and you're their dad and you love them and you would never hurt your children. Why would you need to read a book to know that fathers shouldn't hurt their children? So that's just another thing that kind of confirms him being a narcissist. In my opinion, I mean, let me know what you guys think, but here, I'm going to play that part for you.
I'm just hoping that, like no father would ever want to do anything to hurt his blood and flesh, but I did that, and I just don't understand how it happened. So, I mean, I even read books that say, like no dad would ever do anything to hurt his children. This happened. So I always think to myself, like, was I even a dad at one point? I don't know.
Okay, so I'm going to read a part of this article that I think it fits what we're talking about here in these examples I gave you in that confession. Okay, so it's about narcissists, obviously. Okay, so deep inside, the narcissist knows that something is amiss. He does not empathize with other people's feelings. Actually, he holds them in contempt and ridicule. He cannot understand how people are so sentimental, so irrational. He identifies being rational with being cool-headed and cold-blooded. That part just reminds me, remember that interview, Ronnie, that I just did the subtitles for, where he is all proud of being cold-blooded? And even Chris in the interviews, you hear him talk a few times about, how he doesn't let things get too escalated. He's very cool. He's very calm. He knows how to, calm things down, or whatever words he uses. But basically, he's kind of proud of that trait about him.
Hey, what are you doing?
I'm editing my video with thru 9.
What kind of YouTube videos do you make?
Makeup videos.
Which one's better?
Why should I believe you? Because I'm a very trustworthy person, and the people that do know me, they know how I'm a calm person. I am not an argumentative person. I am a person who is never going to be abusive or physical in any kind of relationship. I would never harm my kids. I would never harm my wife. I mean, you can talk to any of my friends, any of her friends. They know me. They know I'm a low-key guy that's quiet. So I'm not about confrontation. I'm not about anything that elevates to that level. I mean, like, if someone yells at me, screams at me, I just take it, and I just try to get it by the wayside and get it back to where it's just a cool conversation, to where like none of that gets to that height. Because I am not that person. I've never been that person.
Okay, so I'm going to continue here. He substitutes remembering for sensing. He relegates his bodily sensations, feelings, and emotions to kind of a memory vault. The short and medium-term memory is exclusively used to store his reactions to his narcissistic supply sources, actual and potential. Many narcissists have emotional resonance tables. They use words as others use algebraic signs. With meticulousness, with caution, with the precision of the artisan, they sculpt in words the fine-tuned echoes of pain and love and fear. It is the mathematics of emotional grammar, the geometry of the syntax of passions. Devoid of all emotions, Narcissists closely monitor people's reactions and adjust their verbal choices accordingly until their vocabulary resembles that of their listeners. This is as close as narcissists get to empathy. Many narcissists can intelligently discuss those emotions never experienced by them, like empathy or love, because they make it a point to read a lot and to communicate with people who claim to be experiencing them. Thus, they gradually construct working hypotheses as to what people feel. As far as the narcissist is concerned, it is pointless to try to really understand emotions. But at least these models he does form allow him to better predict people's behaviors and adjust to them. Okay, so I thought that part of the article actually highlighted what I was just talking about in those examples from Chris's second confession. I think it highlights it pretty well and explains it and kind of, gives you explains it better than I could. Okay, so the next part I want to play for you, it sounds like Chris is saying they woke back up. And a few people have pointed it out in the comments, so I went back and listened to it, and it does sound like that. I think one of the channels that pointed it out was Why Do You Care? So thank you guys for, there's a few people that pointed that out. Like, we look into this, and it does sound like that. It sounds like he says they woke back up. It's almost like he's thinking, he must forget, and he's thinking that Graham and Tammy and Dave, that they like know already, because they're asking about the kids, like, oh, well, okay, so, he's asking the details, and he's saying, oh yeah, they woke back up. It's almost like he's talking to him like they already know what happened. I mean, I know they didn't, but it's like he forgets, and he's just like, oh yeah, they woke back up, like an accident is what I'm kind of implying. Like he accidentally, like he's talking to them, forgetting that they don't know the details, and saying, oh yeah, they woke back up. In reality, they have no idea the extent or what the heck that even means. Now, after the fact, we know, like, so I'm not sure, I'm almost positive that's what he says. Let me know if that's what you guys hear. Sounds like he says they woke back up, and it makes sense because they're talking about the kids, and Graham is asking about the details of, how it went down. And it would make sense that that's what he would be saying in that context. So I'm going to play that for you. Here it is.
Did you take her back to her room?
I put Shannon in that sheet that we found in sight.
Okay. Good luck.
Carried her downstairs. Back my truck up.
At that point, were the girls still there? No. So then Shanann's in the truck. Then went back to the house.
Got everybody back in the truck.
Was Bella first or was Cece first?
And the truck.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So Shanann was first, and then Bella was next. Was Bella alive when you guys got on the truck? Oh, okay. What happened?
Hold back up. Hold back up. Hold back up. Hold back up.
Okay, so the next clip I'm going to play is the part where he lies again, but he even points this out in the book, actually, about him lying and telling them that he was thinking about killing himself. And he goes on to say, I didn't even deserve to live, and why he brought that gas can. He just thought, he doesn't even deserve to live. He should just kill himself. But then, the new book comes out, and he even says that he didn't even feel any remorse after he did that. When it was all finished, the only thing he was worried about is if he remembered to put the dog in the cage. Like he said, that's what he thought about. Like how evil is that? Like how emotionless is that, should I say? But anyway, I just wanted to point it out because he says, when he says it in the interview, how he says, yeah, I didn't even deserve to live, and I felt so horrible, like, about what I did, and I felt like I didn't deserve to live. And Well, we know afterwards by what he says that he didn't really feel that way. So he was basically just feeding Graham and Tammy a line of bull, like he didn't mean that, obviously. So, I mean, I know we all know he's a liar, but I like to just point out like all his lies and just, I don't know, just to confirm, and hopefully maybe if we could figure out all his lies, somehow we could figure out what's true and what's not, at least what's not true. But anyway, so I'm going to play the part in the interview where he's talking about, oh, he felt like he didn't deserve to live and blah, 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 which is a bunch of crap because obviously he didn't feel that way. And this is another thing that he supposedly told Cadel, that Kissinger was his soulmate and he felt no remorse after killing his family. All I could feel was now I was free to be with Nikki, he wrote after the slaughter. Feelings of my love for her was overcoming me. I felt no remorse. So I'm going to play that part where he basically lies and tells them what he thinks he should have been feeling and what he thinks they want to hear and he should say, which goes along with him possibly being a narcissist too, Okay, so here it is.
So I think I saw on the video that you put a gas can or something in the back of your truck. Is that right? Did you have different plans when you put that in there?
I don't know what was going through my head. I feel like maybe I could just get rid of myself at the same time if I was doing all this, honestly.
Yeah.
Did you think about that?
What'd you think about that?
I didn't feel like I deserved to live after what had happened.
Was there any thought to the whole family going away that day, to include you?
After everything happened, I just definitely thought.
Yeah. See, it's interesting to me. We had all kind of wondered if there was a point when you were all together, and if you were all going to pass together. That to me makes sense, because that's, even though it sounds crazy, that's what a family man does, right?
Family man doesn't do what he did.
No, I know. I guess what I mean is, it seems like you guys were going to be together forever in that way. Is that maybe what going through your head?
Honestly, I just felt like I didn't deserve to live. Yeah. And it was like, whatever judgment I was going to come upon myself, I just didn't deserve to be on this earth anymore. What happened?
So what made you not do that?
I don't know if it was just more of like because with the site, maybe it was just more of like I would have hurt more people than just me and everybody else. Like I know there's other people out there, not like at the site, but other people like maybe out in the area. Like I didn't want something like on the site to catch fire and blow up, and then other people around would get hurt in the same.
So you were thinking initially about starting a fire out there or an explosion or something, or?
Just, no, not for that. Just like maybe I could just take care of myself and not admit that. I mean, more gasoline. That's the only thing you do. I mean, I don't have a gun. I don't have anything like that. It's not like you can just commit suicide that way. But
So
it's
just
like,
to blow yourself up?
I mean, it was just I wasn't thinking.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, I don't have weapons. I've never hunted before in my life. I don't know what. I mean, nothing was right that morning.
Yeah. I remember you kept telling me that. You kept saying, I didn't know what I was doing, Tammy. I didn't know. Like,
Yeah, when you asked
I
me about
remember.
the sheet, like, what were you doing? Like, I don't know what I was doing.
Yeah. I think you were just like in automatic mode, or it seemed like. So did you drive straight out there? So what were you thinking on the way out there?
It's kind of like what I'm doing right now. I'm just like, nervous, shaking, not knowing like, what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Like I know like my life has completely changed. I don't know like what's happening. Like honestly, like I try to picture that whole ride, like it's like 45 minutes to an hour ride out there, and it's just like, couldn't I have like saved my girl's life? Couldn't I have done something? Why did I do it? I don't know.
All right.
Okay, so the next part I want to play for you is a part where he talks about how he had basically no control over it right before he was about to do that shit to Shanann. He felt like he had no control and, you know, he was gonna do it no matter what or whatever. And then they ask him, Graham asks him, well, so that you never thought about that before? And he just kind of avoids the question and just goes on talking about something else. He never answers, like, basically what we know now, that he was planning it for a couple weeks. You know, he never really answers or tells them that he was planning it. So once again, lies. But we know that because he even admitted to Cato afterwards how he didn't tell the FBI everything and how he held back things. But I don't know. As I was listening to it, I was just, there's, you know, things that stood out. Like even with NK, I did a video where, you know, when I re-listened to it, anything where she was lying or whatever, even though we know they're both liars, but just to kind of like point them out and do little clips so you guys could hear them all together or whatever. I know this is stuff you guys already know, but you know, things that knowing now what we know, and then to be able to hear the little clips again, all where he lied or where, you know, knowing what we know now, where he said something different. So sometimes it's good to rehear it, you know, in a different context, because if you guys haven't re-listened to the second interview after his third interview, I guess you could say the book, that letters from Christopher, could be like his third confession, right? So if you haven't listened to the second confession after you heard the third, then when you listen to the second, it's like you listen to it in a whole different context. But now you have this whole different story, I'm going to call it, of, you know, how he says it went down and all the new details. So when you listen to it again, it's like there's certain things that's kind of different hearing it in a different context because you know different things now. So that's why I kind of wanted to listen to it again and try to, you know, point out things that are different when you listen to them after the third confession, how they're different now, because it's like kind of different meaning because you just know more. So that part, you know, where he asks, oh, you never thought about it before, you didn't know you were going to do it. We know now that he's lying because he says he did plan it for a couple weeks. So he obviously knew he was going to do it. Okay, so here it is. I'm going to play it.
That was before that, because like when I was straddling her, it was kind of like around her waist type deal.
Why did you get on her like that?
I just, when we got on the bed, that's just where I got on.
Is that so she would listen to you?
I felt like she could probably listen to me just laying beside her, but I got on top of her. And every time I think about it, I'm just like, did I know I was going to do that before I got on top of her? I don't know.
Really? That's an interesting thought, Chris. Mm-hmm. You don't know if you knew.
Just like, you know, everything that happened that morning, I don't know, like I try to go back in my head. I'm just like, I didn't want to do this, but I did it. Everything just kind of like.
Felt like you had to?
It just felt like it was, I don't even want to say it felt like I had to. It just felt like there was already something in my mind that was implanted that I was going to do it. And I woke up that morning, it was going to happen, and I had no control of it.
You never thought about it before?
It was just like, I don't want, like you said, like in the sentencing hearing, that prosecutor said it takes 2 to 4 minutes for something like that to happen. Like, why couldn't I just let go? I didn't.
Well, that's interesting.
I just let
Was
go.
it feeling like it was in motion and you just couldn't stop it?
Yeah, it was just like, I don't even want to know what she saw when she looked back at me. Honestly.
Did you look at her? What was she doing?
She wasn't fighting.
Why do you think she wasn't fighting?
I don't know, maybe she was praying. Maybe she was just. I read the Bible. It said, where the scripture says, don't forgive these people, for they do not know what they do. Mm-hmm. Maybe she was saying that. I don't know what she was saying in her head. But she, like when you guys told me, like, take off your shirt and check for defensive wounds, and there wasn't going to be any. She didn't fight. I don't know why.
If she didn't grab, could she grab your arms, or were her arms pinned down, or?
Not that I remember. I don't think so. I mean, I don't think like I moved to where my knees were around her arms or anything. But it was just kind of like when I got on top of her, we started talking. That was it. it's kind of like in my head, or like in the back of my head, that was going to happen. And just like at the end of the conversation, it was just like, that's what happened. I just wish I could have let go.
Did it seem like it was that long, 2 to 4 minutes? How long did it seem for you?
Almost kind of felt like it was longer almost, because it felt like time was standing still. It's kind of like I just saw my life just disappearing before my eyes, but I couldn't let go. It was like somebody else, like if you picture somebody else around you, holding your hands, holding you, keep you from not letting go.
At some point there was a statement about rage. Do you feel like you're in a rage at that point?
That's the only way I can describe it, honestly. Like a snap. Something, I know. I guess my attorney had said like some, strangulation is more of like a, I don't know, passionate type thing. I'm just like, I don't know how that could be passionate.
It's just intimate because you're right in there,
Yeah.
using your own hands. It's a lot different than someone standing across the room and you shooting them or something like that. So,
Okay, so the last clip I want to play for you is the part where they're trying to ask Chris, why he was so mad at Shanann. And he even says that there would be no reason to be mad at her because they took care of each other and she was basically good to him. And he probably would never have thought anything was bad with their relationship if it wasn't for NK. He's basically saying they had a good relationship and they took care of each other. I just wanted to point this one out because a lot of people say, oh, poor Chris, she treated him so bad and he was so unhappy. But he says it multiple times, actually. He says it in this interview. He even mentions it in the book at one point. They had a good relationship, and if it wasn't for NK, he wouldn't even ever have known that there was anything wrong with the relationship, because there wasn't anything wrong. It wasn't that the relationship was bad. It was that he wanted to be with NK. So, I don't know. I just wanted to point that out for all those people who think poor Chris, he had it so bad with Shanann. In reality, I think he was happy. Like, I think, of course, all marriages have their ups and downs and they have their issues, but generally speaking, well, I guess I should be more clear. I believe he's a narcissist, so I guess I should say I think he was happy as far as how happy a narcissist could really be, because we know their limitations. So, and happiness is definitely one of their limitations, because in reality, it comes across like they love themselves and think highly of themselves, but in reality, they actually feel the opposite about themselves. So, but I guess my point is, I'm just trying to explain how he probably would have just kept going on with that relationship and he would have been satisfied with it if it wasn't for NK. Like, he didn't even realize that something needed to change if NK would never came into his life. Now, I'm not saying that somebody else couldn't have came into his life in the future and he would have done the same thing. He would have discarded his family just like he did here. Whether he would have done it to that extreme, I don't know. But I'm just saying, of course, it could have happened down the road. But my point is that it wasn't necessarily that he felt that Shanann was so bad to him and that relationship was so bad. At that moment, if NK didn't come into his life, he would still be with Shanann until maybe somebody else came into his life that offered him something that would give him more supply than what Shanann was giving him. But it wasn't that he went out searching for it because Shanann wasn't giving it to him. It was more that it came into his life and it was giving him more supply than Shanann, so he wanted to discard his family. But I don't believe it has anything to do with Shanann treating him bad. I don't believe that at all. I think it all has to do with him and NK and what NK was offering him, the supply he was getting from her. And of course, this is only my opinion. I mean, none of us know really for sure. It's, by everything that I know from the case and all the interviews and all the details I know, it's just my best educated opinion on what I believe their relationship was like. And I'm just trying to understand it like everybody else, we're all just trying to put the pieces together and try to better understand it. So, you know, I throw out my opinion and then I look forward to hearing your guys's. And then a lot of the times your guys's opinion will add to mine or even change my opinion sometimes, you know. Sometimes you guys will point out something that I miss. Okay, so here is that clip of him talking about his relationship with Shanann.
And so then when Tammy was asking, why were you so mad at Shanann? It was part of it, just this whole family strife.
That's the only thing I can think of right now, because I mean, there's no other reason really to be mad at her. We took care of each other our whole 8 years. It was like a good relationship. I mean, it's just like, if I never met Nikki, would I ever have, you know, thought our relationship was bad? Probably not. That's one thing I always thought about. Like, even Nikki asked me, like, if, you know, I don't want you. She said, I don't want you to leave your wife just because of me. I'm just like, what do you mean? She said, well, just if you met me, like, would you have known? I'm like, no. I never thought I would have strayed away from her at all. Like, I've never followed, like, tried to follow anybody, you know?
Okay, guys. Okay, guys, so one video down. Let me exit out of that. How's everybody doing? Let me see. I'm probably going to play one more of me because I want to wait till Randy gets in here to play his. He was so disappointed that he missed that last one. It's like, I didn't do it on purpose. I had my phone muted and I didn't even know. I'm like, oh no. All right, hold on. Let me try to I'll do like the not too long one for next. I kind of wanted to play this one where is it? Next, because I think it's not too long and hold on. This one, no. Yeah, this one maybe. Actually, hold on. All right, guys, give me 1 minute. Sorry, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to find this one I was looking for. This is only 12 minutes. So I'm going to do this one. So we could, if Randy shows up, I could do a Randy one. But I am going to wait till he comes to play the discussion ones so he could be in chatting with you. All right, 1 second. Let me get this one ready. So this is called Was Someone. So this one's titled Was Someone with Chris Watts at Survey 319. So it's only 12 minutes long. So I figure that should be a good one. All right. 1 second. All right, let's do it. Here we go. Hey guys, welcome to my channel. Okay, so I was going through the discovery still, like I've been doing, and so I came across the GPS of Chris's truck, which is kind of interesting. Okay, so Luke Epple, Chris's supervisor, explains the GPS is activated as soon as anyone starts the ignition of the work truck. Okay, so the GPS also records any starts, stops, and the duration of any trip. Okay, we're going to go through his GPS records now here. Okay, so as you can see, he starts his car at 5:18 in the morning. You know how, remember, it's parked, you know, on the street. Okay, so that's why it says, I'm pretty sure that's why it says 20 2905 Saratoga, because he's like out on the street. So anyway, he starts his car at 5:18 a.m. He pulls it in the drive. Okay. So he shuts it off, and so it's parked. So the truck is sitting in the drive for 27 minutes before he starts it up again. So at 5:46 a.m., he starts the truck up again. And that's when he is on his way to Survey 319. Okay. So it takes him an hour and 7 minutes to get there. It's 47 miles away. Okay. So he gets to Survey 319 at 6:53 a.m. Okay. And then as you can see, he stays at Survey 319 in that same spot for 2 hours and 36 minutes. Okay. And you can see that he does not move. He does not move at all. Like, and it picks up even the smallest movements. Because as you can see down here, when he's at Survey 1029, I mean, it picks up when he just moves somewhere, not even a mile, and only for like 20, 22 seconds, one of them, and one of them's like 30 some seconds. He moves a couple times. I think maybe when he backs his truck up to go to the bathroom when he's on Survey 1029, and it picks those up, so it does pick them up even if he just moves it a little bit. Every time you start the car, it picks up the new GPS. You know what I'm saying? So even if it's just seconds, it'll pick it up. Okay. So you see he's at Survey 319 for 2 hours and 36 minutes and does not move. Okay. Now let's go back to see what Troy McCoy says when he gets to work where Chris is. Okay. He even draws a little picture here it's in the Discovery here. I'll show you. Okay. So this right here, this is from Troy you can see he marked by Troy McCoy 817. And this is where he marked where Chris's truck was when he got there, right there. So, and then let's read what he says about that. Okay. McCoy said when he arrived at Survey 319, there were several Anadarko employees already there. McCoy said he saw Watts, Chad McNeil, and Melissa Parrish. McCoy said Watts' vehicle was parked by the wellhead, which McCoy thought was strange. McCoy said where Watts' vehicle was parked, it was not a normal place for someone to park their vehicle. Furthermore, McCoy said if Watts was going to fix the bypass line, why did he park his vehicle so far from the area that needed to be fixed, which was near the tanks, not near the wellhead? McCoy drew a box on the aerial photo of the Survey 319 where Watts parked his vehicle. And see attached aerial photos. And here's the photo. See, there's the wellhead. And then there's the picture of where he said Chris's car was when he pulled up. And if you go back to the GPS, you see that he never moved. He never moved that whole time he was there. Okay. So that makes you wonder if he was carrying, if he's the one that did do that with his kids and he carried them, there's no way he would have carried them one by one from that spot, up to the tanks one by one. I mean, it makes sense where he's parked for where he, buried Shanann. That makes sense because Shanann, was right there. So, and then here's another graph of all. It has a pretty good graph here. Look at this one. You see, it shows you where everything is, where they found everything. The plastic bag. There's the wellhead. See, the wellhead's there. His car was right here. The plastic bag number 2, the bed sheet. This is where Shanann was. There's rake head pieces. So you see all that, okay? So, and it's 100 feet. You see, look, 100 feet from, basically they're pointing from the tank to where he buried Shanann. So, I don't know. I don't see him doing that, like walking 100 feet, taking the one kid up, going back, walking 100 more feet, taking the other kid, going back. Oh, it does make you wonder, was there somebody else there helping them? Because if his intention was, I mean, we don't know what his intention was, but if it was to put the kids in the tank, why would he park so far away from the tanks? I know because he was burying Shanahan right there, but I don't know. Something just doesn't make sense with that because I just don't see him parked there. He never moves and just, walking one by one that far, especially when he was, on a race with time. He was trying to get this all done before his coworkers arrived. He didn't have a ton of time. So for him to take that time, to walk each kid 100 feet away, so that's 100 feet there, 100 feet back, 2 different times, and then, to dig the grave. I mean, it just doesn't seem like it makes much sense. So I'm not sure. Let me know what you guys all think about that. Because I was thinking, he moved, like he drove up to the tanks, and then he drove his car to the wellhead, which you see the wellhead's right there, and then that's where he was parked. But then after looking at the GPS, you see that he never moved that whole time. And then we could finish going through the GPS. So after he's there at Survey 319 for 2 hours and 36 minutes, he leaves Survey 319. It's about 9:30 a.m. It takes him about 8 or 9 minutes to go from Survey 319 to 1029. So to the next site. So to his second stop, it takes him about 8 or 9 minutes. Okay. So, and it's about 2 miles. So he gets there at 9:39. Okay. He stays at that spot for 3 hours and 13 minutes. Okay. And then, so that brings you to 12:52 p.m. So at 12:52, he starts his car and he moves just a short distance. It only takes him So it only takes him 36 seconds to move wherever he moves his car. So he moves his car 36 seconds away. I don't know if that's where, he moved it to when he went to the bathroom. I'm not sure. And then, so it takes him 36 seconds to move him that time. So you see how it picks up just those little, 30 seconds of movement, not even a mile. I mean, just a small spot. The GPS picked it up. Okay. And then he stays there for 4 minutes. And then, so I'm thinking maybe that is when he went to the bathroom, 4 minutes. I'm not sure. And then at 12:57, he moves his car somewhere close again. And it takes him 22 seconds to wherever he moved his car. So, and then he's there for 3 minutes. So I don't know, maybe that was the time he backed. Maybe he pulled up, then is at the time he backed up and then to go to the bathroom. I'm not sure, but it was just all in the same area when he was at 10:29. And then at 1:01 p.m. is when he drives for 1 hour. Okay. It's 44 miles to Black Mesa Road, that's where he stops off at the dumpster to drop his clothes off, and to get rid of his clothes and whatever else he got rid of. So he's there for 4 minutes. And then, so that takes you to 2:06. Because remember, at 1:01 is when he heads from Survey to, he's going home, but he stops off at Black Mesa. So now after he, dumps his clothes, he's, stopped for 4 minutes, dumps his clothes. So at 2:06, he drives 1 minute. So he's real close to his house where he stops off. So he drives 1 minute and arrives at his house at 2:07. And he is there for 20 hours and a half. So 20 hours and 30 minutes. And then on August 14th, after 20 hours and 30 minutes, it's 10:45 a.m. He drives less than a minute up the road and is there for 6 minutes. So, and then they don't have the rest of the GPS. I wish they would have the rest just to see. At least I haven't been able to find it, but I don't know where he goes up the road. Maybe that's when he goes to look at that one house. I'm not sure. But so I don't know. What do you guys think? That's kind of interesting that he never moved his car once at Survey 319. So do you guys think that he walked each child up 100 feet away and did that twice? Possibly, but likely, I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. And then in broad daylight, to carry each kid. I mean, I know it's kind of secluded, there, but I mean, it would have been in the morning, it would have been light out. So, and to carry each kid that far just in the daylight, just risking maybe somebody seeing them. I mean, I know there probably wasn't supposed to be anybody out there at the time, but he's still risking it. And so, possibly, yeah, he could have done that. He could have carried each one's, 100 feet away. But is it likely? Not so much. But I'd like to hear what you guys think on this subject. So comment down below what you guys think of this. Okay, I look forward to reading what you all have to say. Okay, everybody have a good day, and I will see you next time. Bye. Okay, another one down. So my theories kind of changed about this one because afterwards, after I had made that video, I had read comments and people were like, it's really not that far. Then I'm like, you know what? That's true. I mean, maybe obviously he wanted to park closer to where he was burying Shanann because it would have been harder to carry Shanann that far than the girls. But what I didn't understand is why not just do what you got to do, whatever order you do it in, and then drive over there and take the girls. That's what I kind of didn't understand, like, because he said at the Dodge confession, he said he got to Survey first and then he laid Shanann on the ground before he did that to the girls. He laid her out on the ground. That's what it sounded like the order was when he was trying to explain it. So maybe, I don't know. He could have laid her and then drove up and then took the girls. Who knows why he did what why did he do what he did anyway? So nothing makes sense, but it does just, it's kind of weird, but maybe not so much weird because he, wasn't thinking rationally at the time, obviously. So, well, I don't know, Mo Beans. He said at the Dodge confession, at least he said that he took them up one by one. Well, he was kind of vague, though. They actually asked him, and the way he answered actually could be taken. If you really looked into it, it could possibly be taken that maybe he did do it in one time. You got to listen to that part over. They asked him, they said, well, we just heard that, didn't we? I think that was one of the parts on the other one. Coder says, so one by one, you took the girls up the same stairs. And his answer was something like, no, they were different, or no, different stairs, one by one, or you took them up different stairs, one up one stair and one up the other. And how he answered it is he said, no, they're both the same staircase, or I forget what he called it, but basically, no, it was both the same stairs. So he never really answered the question. But we all just pictured that he was saying he took them up two separate times. So I don't know, because I know there was new things coming out where people are saying that I don't even know if it was supposed to come from his mouth that he possibly made Bella walk up there. I don't know if that's true or not. There was some controversy around that with the dream and all kinds of stuff. So I don't even know, you guys. That's why I'm kind of taking a step back from this case a little bit. But this I'm liking going over some of these videos and chatting with you guys about it. But yeah, thanks, Tina. Yeah, well, Kato did say it one time. You remember she said it in another creator's channel one time, but then that was all. That was she. It was almost like that creator said it, and then it was something that she had told him, but it never. I don't know if it ever really came out of her mouth, but it was supposed to have came from her. Yeah, but then there's that big controversy about a dream and stuff. So I don't know. I don't want to say anything as a fact because I don't know. What I do know is what he said at the Dodge confession, and what he said there is it almost, I feel like we all thought he was saying that he took them two separate times, but if you re-listen to it, it's not as clear as we thought. But I don't know why we all just kind of didn't catch that. So it just seems like it could be taken either way. that he took them up together or he took them up one by one. He wasn't very clear how he answered. So who knows? That would kind of make more sense parking there and, in one shot. It just seems like for him, and that's another reason I thought that was weird, because if he was parked there and let's say he did no, he did, never mind. No, he did say one by one, because remember, well, I don't know, because he said, Bella said, no, you're not going to do that to me. And he made it seem like she watched him. I gotta go back and hear exactly what he says, but I feel like he did make it seem like he went and did that, and then he went back to the truck. Isn't that what he said? He went back to the truck. At least that's what we all thought he was saying, that he went back to the truck, and in the truck, she was saying, Daddy, is the same thing that happened to me. I swear the way he worded it, he made us all think that he was saying that she was waiting in the truck while he took Celeste up, then he went back and then he did that to her in the truck and then brought her up. I mean, I feel like that's what he was trying to get us to think. I feel like, right? But I want to go back and listen to his wordage and see if he's really clear on that, or we just somehow, as we're listening, that's what we were picturing. Maybe, have you ever done that? Like there's some, what do you call them? Like little test, not a test, but like experiments or little things you could do where my dad was doing one where he says something and then he'll ask you, okay, what did I say? And you'll say it, and most people say the same thing, but it's really not what the person said. It's the way somebody says something is you fill in like some of the stuff yourself, and a lot of times people will fill in the same stuff. I don't know, I'm probably not making much sense, guys. I'll try to give you a better example. I'll ask my dad for that little test thing that he had done. It's interesting. And I just wonder if this is one of the times that happened where Chris didn't necessarily say that exactly, but we kind of filled it in if that's what he was saying. I don't know. But my point is, it does seem kind of odd that, let's say he was saying that he went and did it two different times, that he would risk leaving Bella back there 100 yards away. I mean, she could have got out. Her mom's laying, because he said he took Shanann out and laid her on the dirt. So her mom's laying out in the dirt. Okay. She's watching him take Cece up to the tank and dump her in. You think he'd be a little bit of afraid that she would get out and freaking run away or something, That's why another reason why it's like, gosh, being parked that far away, but who knows? Who knows? Yeah, it fills stuff in. And so if you go back and hear it, it's like, nope, my dad was like, nope, that's not what I said. But there's certain things that we do that our brains do that. It's like, whoa, it isn't what you said. He does it to his students because he teaches, he's into stocks and stuff, and he teaches classes or teaches his team and stuff, and he does some of these things with them. And yeah, it's interesting. It really is. So 100 feet. Sorry, Chrono. I'm picturing 100 feet. I'm just saying it wrong. I know. You're probably really getting mad, huh? Hold on. Let me see. Was it 100 feet? Now that I'm thinking, wait. Yeah, 100 yards would be way too far. My point's not to get all nitpicky on the feet or whatever. The point is he was kind of far compared to the whole site for where he could have been parked, is basically my point. Why not just drive up there and do it? Why go all the way back and have to walk across the whole site with your daughter still in the truck? Chances are she could just get out. I mean, you don't know what she's going to do. She could be scared to death seeing what's going on, so it just seems odd. But if you were asked me, do I think somebody was there at Survey now? I would say no, but I'm just saying there is weird things. If I would have to answer, I'd rather not answer because I don't know. But if somebody said no, just if you have to answer yes or no, I would probably say no. But I mean, I would say no if I had to answer that. No, I don't think it. But this was 2 years ago. My thoughts have changed a little bit. I do still think it's odd though that he parked there. If he made 2 trips, it is kind of weird. But he did a lot of weird things that morning. So, it doesn't mean that somebody was there for sure. I just point things out and let you guys think what you guys think about it. That's all. Okay, so at this point, he could tell it just exactly how it went. I know, Gigi. I know. It's so crazy. Oh yeah, I've had those exercises like where you could put in wrong letters or you could skip letters and stuff, and you could still fill in stuff like visual stuff. Yeah, definitely. But this one that I'm talking about is even a little bit deeper, where it's like you're filling in what happened by certain things that he says, and it's like it's still along the lines of the same thing, yeah. But it's more like I feel like it's even on a little bit of a deeper level because it's like. It's not well, I guess it is. I mean, it's not like a visual thing necessarily. It's like I don't even know what you call it, but yeah, I mean, yeah, it's along the same lines. It's very interesting. Okay, so let's see, I'm saying right. Well, that was a bit older. You could have kicked her dad. Yeah, that's true. Audra. Yeah, Sandy Beach, yep. You could leave out letters, leave out words. Yeah, you could leave out all word. You could do, yeah. There's a lot of them online that they'll have like things that can you read this and stuff like that. But these examples that I'm talking about is a little bit different than the visual ones that my dad was doing. It's auditory. Yeah, it probably would be auditory, but it's not necessarily like where that you could do it like leaving out things and you could do it. It's like you're filling in certain things, but it might not be true though. That's the thing. You're filling in things that you're just, oh, God. We'll cover this in another video so I could get some examples. And then you know what I'm going to do? Actually, I want to re-listen to that and see exactly what he says. We'll do that one time and see if we actually filled in things. Hold on one second. Okay. All right, guys. I want to do I'm going to wait, and it's about the middle of this video, the genetic one, the ancestry one, but I'm going to wait a little bit to do that. But the only thing with that is I don't have a lot of visuals, and hopefully you guys now, what I've learned after 2 years of having my channel, the more visual stuff you add in, the better. And, I'm learning more how to edit, you just learn as you go. So now, like I watch some of my old videos and I'm like, gosh, why didn't I add like this in? Why didn't I add that in? And so like the genetic ones, I add a few little visuals, but I wish, it was old. It was like 2 years old. So I learned a little bit on what I do. So now like I do add a lot of visuals in my recorded videos, but so hopefully you guys will be able to pay attention to it. Cause I think it's really interesting when we watch that video about his dad's side and some of the history. But I'm not going to play that one quite yet. To pinch Chris Ross's note as hard as possible. Gigi. You're funny. Okay. So let me see which one I want to play next. Randy's still not here. I'm going to text him while we're playing the next one. Okay. So which one? Either Chris Watts is still in love with NK. What were the canine's dogs alerting to in the basement? NK has nothing good to say about Shanann. So those two are together in a title. A letter to the police about the Chris Watts case from an old friend of Shanann's. Which one should I play, guys? And then I'm going to text Randy and see if get his butt in down here. So for the next one, we could have him so he could be here. You know what? I think I'm going to do I'm just going to do Chris Watts Still in Love with NK. I don't even know what it's about. Oh, I mean, I don't remember exactly what I talk about, but maybe I'll skip through. We'll have to see. And then I'm going to text Randy, and then we can play one of his after. Okay. So let me share my screen real quick. So it's called Chris Watts is Still in Love with NK. Now remember though, this is from like 2 years ago. I think this is from right after. This is from 2019. So I think this is right after. Not right after, but I'm pretty sure from the title, I'm thinking it was after the Cato book, right? When did the Cato's book come out? Or maybe it wasn't. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Because sometimes it's like to put it in perspective of what has already came out. So remember, some of these could be before certain things that came out. So it might not make sense. I mean, I don't know. You just have to remember that they are old. So this is actually from October 2019. So not quite 2 years ago. All right. Chris Watts is Still in Love with NK. Let's see. I might have to skip through it if I get annoyed with it. Some of my repeating. Is that one what you guys know? Is that okay? Or was there another one you guys wanted to? Well, we'll just do it for right now. Hopefully it'll be all right. All right. Let's do it. Bella, maybe, hey, you know what? When we do that, let's plan a video next week, because I know you're going to be away next week. When you get back or whatever, let's plan a video where we could talk about that what you were talking about, the our brain like filling in things. You should come up because it sounds like you know a lot about it, and we could have a discussion. That would be interesting, I feel like, and we could relate it to true crime too, you know, in a way. You could relate everything to true crime. All right. Yeah, I guess. Well, that does not let me skip. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. I'm gonna. Hey guys, welcome to my channel. Okay, so today, I'm gonna just kind of summarize what the second article that the Daily Mail put out. Okay, because you know they put out the first article, and now another article came out. And I'm sure you guys have all read it by now. I know there's other channels that already read it and talked about it on their channel. So I'm not going to read the whole article. I'm just going to kind of pick out some points I find interesting and just comment on them as I go and see what you guys think. So the one part he's talking about NK a lot in this article, okay? So he's talking about NK here. He says he was mesmerized by her. She showed him respect that he didn't feel like he'd ever been shown before. Watts also still claims to love Nikki. And that's another thing. He still loves her. Like, man, so it's been over a year and he still loves her. So I wonder if he's just like obsessing over her and thinking about her every day. And, you know, that kind of tells me that if he's still in love with her right now, that he probably doesn't feel bad for what he did because he did it all for her. He even says, you know, he did it. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have done that. And if he's claiming that he still loves her, then I have a hard time believing that he actually is feeling bad and regretting this. I feel like the only thing he's feeling bad and regretting is that he can't be with Nikki right now. I mean, if you ask me, that's what it sounds like to me. You know, if he could be out, you know, free and still have done the same thing, but be out and free and be with Nikki, he would choose that than be out and free without Nikki and not have done this. You know what I'm saying? If he had a choice, the only thing, you know, if he had a choice to be with Nikki or to get his kids back, I think he would pick Nikki. I think the only reason he feels bad is because now he can't be with her. Gosh, you know, once again, it's like, could I hate him anymore? And now after this second article, I feel like I hate him even more because he's claiming, you know, he's still in love with Nikki and how he never apologized. He never said he was sorry. We'll get to that here in a minute. Okay. So he says he was enamored with Nikki. He even tried to cause Shanann to miscarry, giving her oxycodone after Nikki told Watts she wanted to give him his first son. So, you know, he's like, oh, you want to give me my first son? Let me just go ahead and call my beautiful wife to miscarry our first son. Oh, Chris said he loved her like he has never loved anyone else before. And I'm sorry, the feelings he was having for her, I don't believe were probably love as a healthy person in love would feel. It was probably like this, well, obviously this obsession, like this unhealthy obsession with her. Okay, so he says he still loves Shanann, although he knows she was not his soulmate. Okay, so you're not my soulmate, so let's get rid of you. Oh my God. And not the person he was supposed to be with. Man. Watts wonders where Nikki is and told Cato that he has received some letters and postcards signed with different names and wonders if they might be from Nikki. Wow. And my opinion is I don't think she's actually writing to him in there. Like, I feel like, I mean, I know I could never know this for sure, but I feel like that she doesn't want anything to do with him. I feel like that she's probably is not feeling the same way like he's feeling about her, how he's still in love with her, and he probably thinks about her every day, I'm sure, if he's still in love with her. But I have a feeling that Nikki doesn't even probably think about him at all, like as far as like those kind of feelings. I don't know. That's just how I'm feeling. I feel like that she's just disgusted by him, and I know I might, take some heat for saying that. I'm not saying that I like her and I think she's a good person, but what I'm saying is I just don't think that she's still in love with Chris, like currently. I don't think, and I don't think so. I don't think she's the one writing him these postcards. Wishful thinking. He's probably just like fantasizing that these are from her and that she still loves them. So that just tells me if he's sitting there, reading these postcards, fantasizing and pretending they're her, hoping they're her, how can he sit there and think of his daughters and Shanann in that same mind, in those same thoughts, in the same brain that he has, and act like he feels remorse or that he feels sorry for what he did? I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. After the murders, Watts told Cato, all I could feel now is that I was free to be with Nikki. Feelings of my love for her was overcoming me. I felt no remorse. And see, think about it. He's saying he still loves her. And because his feelings, now back then when he did it, he's saying he still currently loves her. But now he's saying back then, that his feelings of his love were so overcoming him that he didn't even feel remorse for doing what he did to his family. He didn't even feel that because all he wanted to do was be with Nikki, and that's the only thing that mattered. And it was just like overcame him. The obsession just like overpowered everything. And if he's saying he still does love her, and he loved her back then and felt no remorse, don't you think if he still loves her now, he's probably still not feeling remorse? You know what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying here? Because he's probably sounds like he's still overpowered with this love for her. So I don't think he feels no remorse now either. I really don't. Can you believe that? He gets rid of him, and all I feel now is that I was free to be with Nikki. What? Wow. Okay, so the darkness inside of me had won. It was still in me, though. I thought maybe permanently. I felt evil, swallowed up by this thing inside of me. I felt like I could kill anything and be justified for doing it. What? Wow. So when I'm confused, when he's saying the darkness inside of me had won, it was still in me. Is he talking about currently? It's still in them? Or is he just talking about afterwards, after he killed them, like for that period after it was still in him and now it's not anymore? I don't know. But then, he says, I thought maybe permanently I felt evil. So when did this evil start inside of him? Just when he met Nikki, it started or did he always have this evil side? You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily like that he was thinking about killing people all the time, or that, he was thinking about necessarily hurting people, but was he always that evil where he could care less about people? Like he cared less about their feelings. He could care less about, how other people feel. It was only about how he felt, and like his morally, it seems like he's way off. So it just makes me wonder, yeah, I mean, he's saying that he never would have killed his family if it wasn't for Nikki. But I feel like evil doesn't just, if I feel like you're not going to be like a good person with a good heart one day and then the next day you're just evil. Like, I feel like that's not really how it works. So I feel like he was always a bad person, unless if it was just, she brought this evilness into him so strongly, but I feel like that he still had, his heart still couldn't have been good, like going into it. Even before he met Nikki, I feel like he had to have a bad heart. Like he had to be not so much of a good person. He had to be just not, yeah, a bad person. And then, maybe it never got to that level where he, killed anybody or thought about it, but because of, his love for her, he did that. But the fact that he was able to do something like that and feel no remorse, it makes me think that he, even before Nikki, was not good. I do really feel that way. And I always, kind of was thinking that, but it wasn't like so sure. You always have a little bit of doubt, like, well, when did this start? Or what, was he ever a good person? And I feel like the more I learned, the more, I would see the fakeness in him when you watch the videos with his kids, how it was like all just like more like robotic, and there was like no emotion. He just did what he was supposed to do. There was no feeling. There was no like real connection and bonding with his kids. So I mean, the farther I got into studying him and studying the case, you see it more and more. But this just like solidifies my belief on his evilness and how he is just not a good person. He does not have a good heart. He's not, I feel like he doesn't have any empathy. He doesn't care about anybody but himself. After Chris killed his family and drove away, Nikki texted him to look up the song by Metallica called Battery. I challenge you to look up the full lyrics of this song.
Well, life on the farm is kind of laid back, ain't much an old.
Either. Okay, so is he saying that after he killed his family, that's actually when Nikki texted him, like, look up this song, this song by Metallica, Battery. I challenge you to look up the full lyrics. That's when she texted him, or is he saying she had texted him previously and he just chose to look it up when after he killed his family? You know what I'm saying? What do you guys think? Because if that's the case, that it was after he killed his family, I want to see those messages, because what led up to that? Like, did he text her first after that saying something, or she just out of the blue, it just happened to be after he killed his family that day, she texts him that? Or was there like some messages leading up to that? Where is that conversation? So if they were texting like right after he did that, I would love to see that conversation. I mean, wouldn't you guys? Well, I mean, what was he saying to her? What were they saying to each other? And why did she want him to look up those lyrics so bad? Because we all know what those lyrics are. So it's like she's like, well, we all call this anyway, but I challenge you to look up the full lyrics. So I feel like it just like planted that in his head, like these thoughts. So yeah, maybe she didn't literally go say, kill your family, get rid of your family. Or maybe she didn't even have anything to do with it. But the fact that she's telling him to look up these lyrics that are talking about killing your family and saying, I challenge you to look up the full lyrics. It's almost like she's planting this in his head. So when he looks it up, he's like, kill your family. Maybe it kind of like, that wasn't really an option he was thinking of in the moment. Well, we know this was after is when he looked it up, but let's say she didn't know he was going to do it. And she, yeah, let's say she didn't know he was going to do it. She didn't know he did it. And she, whether she told him the week before or that day, she told him to do it. Let's say she told him to do it, not knowing what had happened. It still seems like she was trying to plant these thoughts into his head, regardless, Okay, so because why would she want him to look up something like that? Now, if we could go think that let's say she did know that he did it, and then she told him, "Oh, look these up." Can you let me think about how that conversation could have happened? Maybe he calls her saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe I did this. I made a mistake or whatever." And then she said, "Look up those lyrics," because it was almost was giving some kind of reassurance, his favorite band is saying, kill your family. So, maybe it was used to be like, yeah, okay, yep, this was the right thing. And then, to kind of add to whatever he was feeling, was he, the adrenaline or whatever he was feeling after doing that. But for some reason, I'm thinking, like he said in the second interview, and I know he's a freaking liar, but for some reason, I don't know if I think that she actually texted him that day that. I feel like maybe she texted him, the week prior or before, and then he just happened to remember that, and then he, happened to look it up that day, And maybe she even when she asked him, let's say she asked him a week prior, "Hey, look up this song. It talks about killing your family," and, maybe she didn't elaborate, so that I did. I don't know. She texted him that day. It's worded. It says, after Chris killed his family and drove away, Nikki texted him to look up the song by Metallica. And then remember when Chris said that he didn't delete any of his texts, which we all know he did, but I mean, case in point, where is this text in there? Okay, so let's continue here. So Cato spent 15 hours meeting face-to-face with Watts in prison, had 3 calls a week, and exchanged dozens of letters. Cato said that Watts was unable to make eye contact as they spoke. I finally said, "Why can't you look at me when you talk to me?" And he replied, "I've always been that way. It's not because of you." So he's basically, I've never been able to, make eye contact with people. And I believe that. I buy that. It seems like, his type. And then when he did, remember on some of those police body cams, when he did make eye contact with the cops, because I'm sure he felt like, oh gosh, I have to do that or it's going to look bad. It was so it was just it just didn't feel natural. It was so odd. It was uneasy. It was just he didn't know how to make eye contact without it being weird, Watts gained certain privileges. He can go to a day room for a few hours, maybe watch TV. He picked up playing chess. His parents have bought him a small prison regulation TV, and a friend has sent a radio. He doesn't get many stations, but he gets a religious station that he likes to listen to. So I wonder how many stations, for his TV. Wonder what stations he gets. Do you think they get any news stations, or probably not news? Because I don't know. I'm not sure. Does anybody know? As far as the TV, what stations he would get? And I remember in Colorado, actually, at our first apartment, what was his name, Ricky or whatever? He had a small TV. I think one time, was our TV broke or something? We borrowed his TV, and he ended up giving us this. He said it was his TV he had in prison or jail or whatever, and it was just a small little TV, and you could see inside of it. So I guess I don't know if all prison TVs are like that, or that's how they were. I'm not sure if they are still. Let me know if any of you guys have experience, but it's it was clear. This TV, you could see all the parts inside of it. So I don't know. It's kind of cool. Okay, so, because I've never actually seen a TV like that. It's yeah, that's prison TV. They make you have those kinds of, you can't hide anything inside of them, I guess. Okay, so he is unusually calm, and we all know about his calmness. Freaking calm after he murdered his whole freaking family, and not even. Well, I guess he had those moments of, when he was watching that, Nate's TV, the neighbor's camera or whatever. But besides that, he was unusually calm for freaking what he did. Okay, so Cato was unable to reach Kessinger, who is reportedly living under protective custody in a different state. And even on the article, the first article, they said that she was in the witness protection program in a different state. So I don't know. Remember how we discussed this and everybody said there's no way. I always thought that, there was a good possibility that she is in the witness protection program because, first of all, why hasn't anybody been able to find her? Somebody would have been able to find her. You have thousands of people that nobody could find anything about her or find any information on her. Okay. Another thing is her life is in danger. I feel like a lot of people hate her. A lot of people would probably want to hurt her. Okay. So I feel like that's what the witness protection program is for. Like situations like that where your life is in danger, I don't know. I really think she is because, nobody could find her. Her life is in danger, I feel like. And, we know she was asking the cops about it. So I think it's a good possibility that she is. And then Cato writes, the only part that Cato believes that Nikki played in this is wanting him to leave Shanann and the girls. So, and remember how she told Chris, go get back with Shanann, try to work it out. That's not true. We all knew that. Okay, so Cato observed a level of detachment over what he has done. He doesn't talk a lot about the girls. He talks more about Shanann. Sometimes he talks about them in the present tense, saying he loves them rather than he loved them. Cato asked Chris to write her a letter about their life together, about him and Shanann's life together. Well, him and Shanann and, his Bella and Celeste's life together. And in one letter, Watts writes to Shanann and his daughters directly. Cato recalled that she had to point out to him that he never once apologized for taking their lives. Selfish, like we use the term narcissist or whatever you want to use, but bottom line is this guy is freaking evil and selfish, and and that he doesn't feel bad for what he did. I really don't think he feels bad for what he did. I really don't. The letter is more about what it was doing to him that they were gone. It was almost like they had died in an accident instead of the fact that he murdered them. Later on the phone, I asked why he did not say he was sorry, and Chris said, "Oh, I didn't say I was sorry?" And Cato responded, "You've never said you're sorry in any of these letters. I think the public is going to notice that." And I asked him, "Are you sorry that you killed them?" And he said, "Well, I'm sorry. I can put it in a letter and you can insert it into the other letters." He didn't realize. Wow. That is just, well, I'm sorry. Oh, that's really convincing. The fact that you didn't think of it yourself and that you just talk about how it's affecting you rather than what it did not only to Nico, Bella, Celeste, and Shanann, but what it's done to the Ruseks, the whole family, both families, friends. Like, I just feel like this is just proving that he is a bigger monster than we all thought. And not only the acts that he said he did, that he, that he had just confessed to, but the fact that, how he's feeling now. I mean, like I said, never saying he was sorry, still being in love with Nikki, saying, "Oh, well, I did," and you can insert it in the letters. Like, whatever, man. I have no use for him. Okay. Chris told her that he's an introvert and it's hard for him to say things out loud, but he could write them in letters to me. Watts revealed that the murders were not committed in an outburst of rage, but he had been plotting them for weeks, which we knew that. The Watts family helped her in the beginning by sharing stories and photos, but she began to question their motives. It turned into more of a Shanann bashing because Cindy does not believe that Chris killed his daughters, Cato said. She believes that Cece and Bella were killed by Shanann. Their entire motive has been to clear their son's name. They were trying to push the narrative of the book. When I wouldn't write what they wanted me to write, his mother became very angry with me. Oh my God, I don't even know. So what? she was trying to push her narrative and Shanann bash in this book, and then when Cato said nope, 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 didn't go along with it, then is that when like her and Kathleen decided to write this book, or were they already in the process of writing it when this was going on? Probably the first thing I said, that she probably was trying with it, with Cato, and then when realized she couldn't push her narrative with Cato, then she probably somehow got Kathleen to help her write it. I don't know. I just have no use. I have no use. Another thing is, I guess Cindy also felt like he loved his father more than he loved her, and that bothered. Oh my gosh. And I guess included in the book is a letter that Watts wrote to the Ruseks asking for their forgiveness. I guess they don't have any idea about the letter, Cato said. Oh, so I guess Chris has not read an advanced copy, but she intends to send him a book once it's published. Cato said he was still very much in support of the book when he called from prison on Sunday evening. I guess he knows that there's some things in the book that he's not going to agree with. And I guess he said he has told his family that he wishes they would back out of the criticism and social media hate that has gone on and realize that he is very much for the book. And then he says, I believe a part of that is because he wants his family to understand. I think he's tired of pretending. He just wants the story out for everyone to know, and maybe it will calm down. See, I don't believe that. I don't believe he wants it to calm down. I believe he likes this attention and this power that he has. He likes this. I don't buy that. I don't believe that he wants people to stop talking about it and he wants it to calm down. No. I don't. I believe that he likes that. He likes the attention. He likes that power he has. And another thing, from the first article that they put out, do you remember it says the report, they're talking about Bella and Celeste here. It says the report also noted that Bella and Celeste had crude oil in their throats, stomach, and lungs after spending days in the bottom of the tanks. But when I looked at the autopsy that's in the discovery it says that there's no oil in the lungs. So I'm confused. Did you guys see another autopsy report that showed that they had oil in their lungs? Because the one I read, it didn't say that. So I'm a little confused on that. I don't know. What do you guys think? I just think that, well, I mean, a lot of you guys probably ordered the book. I ordered it. So just kind of summarize it and go through Patreon, because I'm trying what you could do. Focus on the book now. Let me know. And also, like I said, I can't even imagine what the Ruseks are feeling right now. I can't even imagine. But they seem like very forgiving people. So, and good people. Good heart. So I feel like, that they already forgave him, but now they're going to have to kind of forgive him all over. Like after the second confession, it's almost like they probably get like this hatred all over and this anger, and they have to redo the process all over, and then who knows? And then after the book comes out, is there going to be anything else new that's going to have to do it again? And then who knows if this narcissist man loves the attention, he's not going to quit. He's not going to quit, I have a feeling. So, next year he's going to let somebody else interview him with new details. Like I think he's purposely leaving out details so he always has something, some kind of power, something that he could save for next time. So it's just I don't like this man. I don't. And I thought, maybe there's a possibility at least he's trying to find God and there's a little bit of good in his heart. But any of the doubt that I had is just gone. I don't feel like there is any good. I don't feel like there is any good in him at all. I really don't. And it's just, gosh darn it, this man. So I just want to read you a couple texts. This is when Shanann was in North Carolina, and well, when Shanann and Chris were both in North Carolina, and supposedly Chris gave her that oxycodone in North Carolina. So some of the texts that she had with her friends, that could be some of the effects from the oxycodone. Okay, so one of them was, she writes to one of her friends. She says she is dizzy, lightheaded, and nauseous. She then says she's not pooped in weeks due to constipation. And opiates cause constipation big time. Like, that's one of the symptoms that opiates can do, constipate you. And, if she's not used to, oxycodone, maybe she's only taken it a few times after surgeries or whatever. And some people just have different symptoms. Some people could get dizzy. Some people wouldn't get dizzy, but dizzy, that could be one of them. Lightheaded and nauseous, that could be, she could get that way from oxycodone if, it's definitely could be a symptom from that. And then the constipation is definitely one too. So I found that kind of interesting. And then another one where she says, I don't know why I feel really weak standing. I'm drinking a Gatorade and had a biscuit. That definitely could be a symptom too. And then another one, she said, I'm having a bad experience these last few days with my pregnancy, and I'm spotting. So, that could be one. And then also she said, he hasn't asked me once about how I'm feeling or the baby. I was vomiting the other day so bad, and he just existed. So, that could definitely be some of the symptoms she was having from the oxycodone. And, if he was putting it, in her shakes or whatever without her knowing, she wouldn't have no idea why she was feeling that way. So that, I feel like it definitely could have been, symptoms from him doing that. So I just wanted to read those to you. And then also my awesome mod maybe pointed out that he actually was looking up a pharmacy in Westminster for some reason. This is July 20th. It says that Watts search Google for a CVS pharmacy in Westminster, which I don't know why he would be going to a pharmacy in Westminster when he lives in Frederick. I mean, it's not like it's super far, but it's far enough that, that's, why would you go to a pharmacy in another city? Frederick to Westminster was like a half hour. Average, depending on, of course it could vary depending on where the pharmacy it was exactly, but it's about a half hour from Frederick to Westminster. So why would he be looking up pharmacies in Westminster? So I don't know. I don't know what that means, if it even is relevant in this murder at all. I don't know if it has anything to do with the oxycodone. I have no idea, but she just pointed it out and showed me that. So, okay, so that's that. All right, well, I guess I better end this here. I hope you guys all have an awesome night. And I guess I will talk to you next time. Bye. Oh, Randy, no. Oh, yes, you are still here. Okay. Rand, are you ready to talk or not yet, Rand?
Oh, I'm on. Okay. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, now
Give
I
me
can play one of ours. I have two Watts discussions I found, recorded ones. Like I said, we have tons of lives, but I'm not going to replay our lives because you remember how our lives are. We just interact with the guests, so that would be kind of boring to replay those. But I do have two discussions I found. Actually, three. Two of them are Watts, and one is when we covered a couple other cases. So
nice.
Oh,
How
actually,
do I
you know what?
sound?
Yeah, you sound good. There's actually more. I forgot about the one where we're at the pizza shop and the recorded ones where we covered Mullis. wait, Todd
Yes,
Mullis,
yeah.
right? Is that his name? And then that other girl and that other case we covered. I forgot about those. We might have to do that another day where there's other cases. And then I have the
Yeah.
one up today that we covered up. We kind of just went over real quick the West Memphis 3, the Darley, and then that Carly Goose. We just kind of like just went over really basic stuff about that.
Right.
So
Right. Yeah.
so
Yeah,
yeah, I
sounds
guess we
good.
could have some throwbacks, even other cases.
Oh yeah, it's a little scary. I don't want to watch myself, but no, dude, I caught part of it the other time, the other day you did it, and yeah, it was funny as crap. I loved it, man.
It was
Those
go ahead. What?
those were the days, weren't they?
Everybody was loving it, man, because there were so many new people that weren't watching back then, and they're like, "Who is this guy? He's so cool. You should have him on again." We are planning on doing it, but see, I went back and watched our camping one, or not our camping one. We did that fireside one, which was a lot of fun when we did it. But to go back and rewatch it, it's so
Oh.
choppy because
Yeah, no, so many glitches. Yes.
yeah.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry I can't read the chat on my phone that I'm using right now, but I am seeing the comments. So, you know, Tiff's playing something. I can't respond back, but yeah, I'll try to figure out a way to type that in because on StreamYard, it doesn't let you communicate with the live stream, right, Tiff?
Well, are you on if you're on a phone? No. Are you on a phone?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're
Yes,
at a
I
laptop,
am.
you would be able to look at the comments, but
I'm setting up a
no.
laptop as we speak. That's why I'm not showing my face right now. But hello, everybody. Man, this is awesome. Yeah, it was so much fun watching that. And
I know
and,
everybody that was fun, right? Oh my god!
and we sort of stood fast on everything that we had thought, really. You know, with all the
Well, I
new.
was more convinced. I feel like I felt a little bit more stronger when I first started. The NK was involved, not involved as far more involved than I might think now, and not. I don't know what I think now, but I feel like I was so hopeful back then that they were looking into her, and that if we're seeing all this stuff and she really was involved, that they would find it probably, and that they were looking into her. And the fact that nothing came of it, I feel like it makes it seem like maybe I don't know if maybe they just
know.
There isn't much, or they just I don't know what that means. I really don't.
Well, like my title says up underneath my the world image, it is what it is. But what is it? Let's find that answer. We'll be happy with that. But hey, Tiff, just give me a second. I wanted to say hi to a few people that were on there, and now I can't see them. Shoot. But yeah, there was a lot of people saying hi. I'm sorry, guys. As soon as I get my other device set up, I can reply. Okay.
Oh, you're gonna wait. So Rand, when okay, so I'll keep you up here when I play the video, but if you're not talking, mute it so
I'm
it
muting.
doesn't
Oh,
interact.
you got that right.
Okay. So should I play
got
one
that
of our
right.
discussions, or should I wait till you get your laptop? Or
No,
I'm
go
confused
for
what
it,
you're saying.
girl.
So I'm
No.
gonna do one of me and you. So because you're here now, I was waiting to play that one. But you guys, I'm alternating, and I'm doing like, well, how long are you gonna be here?
For me?
Yeah.
Until the battery dies. No. Whoa.
Because
AC/DC.
the last time I was alternating, like one of mine with one of yours, I tried to, because I don't have like too many of our discussions. So what I'm saying is, since you're here, are you only going to be here for a little bit of time? Should I play all the ones I have of you first?
No. Do it man. If I gotta go, I'll just mute and I'll come back.
I really want to do the ancestor one. I think it's so interesting, but I'm mad at that. I feel like I wish I would have put more visuals in there. I just hope it will hold your attention, because it's very interesting, I think, about Chris's dad's, the ancestors of the history he has.
This is what drew me to this, really, Yeah, definitely.
So, okay,
sure.
Here's the plan. We're going to do one of me and you, and then the one after we'll do the genetic one. Okay, so let me find which one, man. So the ones I have of us are Chris Watts interview discussion.
God, I love these guys. So many people here. God, you got good people here. What's up? Let's see who we got. Britton Lawless. Now I'm starting to see some comments, but I just can't respond yet. Go ahead, Tiff. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just, whenever you want me to play it. No, I'm fine if you don't want to respond. Are you
No,
sure?
go ahead and play. Yeah, because
Talk.
I'm looking. No, I can't. Well, I can talk, but I can't talk and look at a different device at the same time because it's just gonna screw shit up.
Oh, bye, Mesra. You leaving? Why you leaving, Mesra? Bye.
Mesra, you don't like me? Oh no.
No, she's
Oh,
doing. The
oh,
dynamic
Georgie
duo.
Jordan, Mesra, Dark Sea, Soul for Music 79, Lisa CIA. Hello, everybody. Tennessee, what's up? I love it. Tammy Wells, Delana or Delana? Tiff?
I don't know. I call her Delana. You'd have to ask her. I just say Delana. I hope I'm saying it right. I don't know though. That's why
Well,
when it
Sampa.
comes to Lena, when we talk about her, I'm like, is it Lena or Lana? I don't know. I just say Delana.
Hey, Delana. But anyway, Sherry York, yeah. Yeah, so I've been working on a few things to get my stuff up and running. So Tip, go ahead and get it running. And
No, okay, one second. Hey, Nuck and
hopefully
Putz,
I'll be able
no.
to.
I think that they could be guilty too. I do. And I think it's because they had all those. I'm talking about the West Memphis Three. Either I go back and forth between that they are guilty or Terry Hobbs. It's either or, I feel like. But I think there's a chance that they could be. And the fact that they had all those celebrities and people with a lot of money behind them, like it makes me think that it helped pull those strings to get out. So there's a part that, yeah, like I think there's a good chance they are too. I agree. Not, okay, go ahead, Rand. Sorry, what were you saying?
No. What was the question? I didn't see it. I'm trying to set this up
No,
over here.
somebody just said that. I don't know. They're
Oh,
bringing up
was
the
that
West
Nuck and
Memphis story.
Futz or something like that?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that they've been with you for a while, huh?
I
Well,
don't
everybody's
know.
been
No.
with you for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of new people as far as like when we were watching them last time where they're like, who is this guy? We had to explain it like who you were to a lot of people, which is fine. But I'm just saying, no, I feel like there's a lot of new people. But there's some old school people. I feel like some of the ones that have been around for a really long time, they usually come in when I'm not covering the Watts because they're so burnt out from the Watts because they've been covering it they've been into it like over 2 years now. So they're kind of burnt out. So I happen to catch more of the old school people in here when I'm covering other cases besides the Watts, I feel like.
And rightly so, because it'll burn you out too. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I
yeah.
get it. I get it.
All right. So I'm
Excuse
going to
me.
take a restroom break as this next one's playing.
What? Okay,
Well, do
I'm
you
gonna
want to
mute.
talk for a minute? Why don't you talk while I'm
N-
going to the bathroom? Yeah, just talk to
wha-
everybody, okay?
Okay, I'll try to answer some responses here. I might be able to. Okay,
All right, I'll be
give me a
back.
shot. Don't be long. I'm scared. I've never been
Don't
here
be
by myself.
scared. No, don't be scared.
Hey, Jessica, how are you? Lisa, CIO, everybody. Okay, now I can see. I'm getting everything. I'm sorry, guys, that I'm not completely set up. I wasn't going to come on, but yeah, she asked. I was like, okay, yeah, this could be fun. Man, how is everybody? God, no, Rachel Piazza. No, nope, I'm not muted. Can you hear me? Oh no, daggone it, no sound. Why not? Urgh. Well, it was just working a minute ago. Let's see. So much for technical difficulties. Unbelievable. You guys can't hear me? Oh, how am I muted? I'm unmuted.
What? You were
Oh, they
muted?
can hear me now. Oh, I don't know, Nooch. I'm a crazy.
I
All of a
don't think you're
sudden,
muted.
they said they couldn't hear me, but then as soon as you come
Oh.
back, they can hear me. What'd you do? Mute me, huh?
No, it
Tiffany,
wasn't muted. I just
Mrs.
looked because
Avgirl.
I heard you say you're muted. You were not
I
muted.
don't.
No, I
I
swear.
know. I know. I
They
know. I
couldn't hear
looked
you
at
the
it.
whole time, you mean?
No, they heard me for a while, right, guys?
No, it looks like everybody heard. I'm going back to the. I think it looks like you might have been muted right at the beginning, but it looks like you figured it out shortly. I don't know. Anyway, did you get your hellos in? Okay, now I can't hear him. You're right. Rand. Randy? I see. He's not muted. I don't know why. Well, Rand, and when you said you were muted. I know, I can't hear him either now. Well, I might start the video. Rand, actually mute it though now. I would mute it because I don't know how long we should wait here. Just mute it now. If you could hear me, mute it because I'm going to start the video and then we'll try to. Hopefully, it'll work when we come back. All right, guys, let's do this. Share. Alrighty. Oh, let's do this. Let's do it. You ready, guys? All right, I'm pressing play. Got Randy here again.
Glad to be back.
So we're gonna discuss the Chris Watts interview. You haven't got to hear from him yet, so I know I did the read through of the transcript, so you got to hear a little bit of my thoughts, but we're gonna get a little bit.
Which were
more.
awesome, by the way. Good job on that. Good coverage on that. It really was. I loved it. I did have time to watch that at least, but yeah. Okay,
so yeah, we're just gonna go through a little bit of the interview and tell you guys our thoughts on it. So first of all, we want to give our sympathy to the Rusek family.
100%. Yes. Yes.
I can only imagine, like,
I
have
can't
so
even
much empathy
imagine.
for. Yeah, I can't even imagine. You're right. I watched the Dr. Phil interview with him the other day, and
I want to see that.
Yeah, wow. So I mean, I can't even imagine. Like they said, like it would have been a lot easier to know that they were all sleeping. Like they were hoping, like they were all sleeping when he did this, but to know that they were all awake and what Bella had to witness, like, can you? Oh my gosh! I mean, she's 4 years old, so she a 4 year. I mean, I heard she's pretty smart too, so I think she knew more than Yeah, I could just. Oh man, can you imagine what she had to witness? With first of all, like seeing. I mean, she had to know something was going on with her mom. I mean, he said she didn't see him actually kill her, but. Whether or not, who knows? Maybe she did walk in towards the end of it, because would he have really have known, like, when exactly she walked in? Maybe, but maybe she walked in towards the end. I don't know. But even if not, like, walking in, seeing him, like, wrapping her up and then carrying her downstairs. And he said, like, he kind of, like, lost grip and her feet was hitting the stairs. Yeah. I mean, can you imagine? And I don't know. He said she was just, like, following him around. Like,
he said she followed him outside when he took her out in the truck, and she was just like kind of following him around. Whether that's true or not, but I mean,
what type of person?
I
I mean, come on. I mean, even and guys, I'm telling you, he's still lying. He's still lying. I'm reserving some of my judgments about the kids being alive, but or at least one child being alive still in the house before they left. Excuse me. And just no, he's just painting a very, very ugly picture there, and that's one stupid son of a bleep because I don't want to get your channel shut down. Yeah, no, dragging her down, but he painted a pretty damn vivid picture because I seen it in my head.
Yeah.
Sick son of a bitch. Oh, bleep. But yeah, dude, no.
And then saying like, can you imagine? Okay, so he puts her on the floor, and they are just, their feet are right. I mean, they're right below her feet. She's just laying there. And then, which I don't understand, is he says he put the trash bag over her head and her feet. But what are the kids thinking? Like, oh, mommy's sick. She's going to the hospital, but let's cover her head up with the trash bag. Like, that doesn't even make sense to me. There's no way they were buying that. I don't care. I know that, she's only 4 and 3 years old, but that right there, I mean, something's not right. That's my mom. You have a trash bag over her head, supposedly. There's no way they weren't. I mean, I don't understand. I wish she would have like screamed for help, or you would think so, like Bella, because Bella, I guess, was like the mommy's girl. As much as everybody's was saying like Bella was daddy's girl, Bella was actually, if you go through some of the like videos and some of the Facebook of shenanigans, like Bella was actually mommy's girl and Cece was daddy's girl. And you can hear him say that a couple times. And if you go back through their Facebook and kind of their history, you'll see that. So that's why Bella woke up a couple times that night, he said, and was like, is mommy home yet? Is mommy home yet? And he kept telling her, no, she'll be home. Go back to bed. She'll be home, when you wake up in the morning. I don't know if you remember, we read through that interview. So, I mean, Bella was, I just feel like she would have been, I don't know, would she have been like crying and screaming? Or maybe not screaming, but you think she'd been crying? He did say at one point she was crying though. So
yeah,
were you going to say something? Or?
No, I don't know. See, and here I go back in this badass feeling again because we're still talking about it. But yeah, it's got to be said. But long story short, really, just to get this out there and out of the road so I can hurry up and free my mind up to just do, the rest of this. Man, yeah, he's a liar. There's so many shit. But anyways, long story short, it's basically his confession, and it is what it is. And I've always hated that saying because every time it is what it is, it's always, for the majority of the part, it's always a negative or a bad situation. But yeah, unfortunately, this time I have to say it and agree with it. It is what it is. But that doesn't mean that we as individuals, citizens, have to sit back and just believe it and let it go. And, but I get it. Okay. He's confessed. Everybody can breathe a little bit, apparently, and that's fine. But guys, I'm sorry. I still, there is so many things that this guy, in my opinion, strong opinion, has lied and manipulated just to make himself seem okay with his family. I don't know how you can be okay with it, but it works. It works for him. It works for his family. So that's what this whole damn thing's about. It's not about the truth. It's not about how it really happened. It's about just making his family still think, oh, my son's not a monster. Well, it is. It is.
But see, I agree and disagree with you though, because
There we
it
go. I
made
love
it seem like that made him seem like more of a monster though. I know he took away the premeditation, like he didn't premeditate, he didn't plan it, but explaining what his daughters had to go through, I feel like that made him more of a monster than what everybody was thinking. I don't know. How does that make, how did what he said, now, I want to clear this up. I do think there's a lot of lies that he told. I don't think it's 100% true, but I don't think that made him seem like a better person to his family at all. But I do think he was hiding the fact that he didn't think that out. Like I think he planned it. Like I do think he planned it to an extent. He knew what he was going to do that night.
I agree. That was premeditated.
Yeah, it was premeditated. So I think he was trying to cover that up, like try to make it seem like whatever he said that it wasn't premeditated. And he tried to play the victim so much, like, oh my God, it was so traumatic. I didn't know what I was doing. It was like somebody else was doing it, not me. Like he totally tried to take the blame away from himself. I agree. Like it wasn't me. It was something else. It was like somebody had my hands and was making me do it. And when I would never have done that. When I look back, it wasn't me. I couldn't stop it. I had these blinders on, and you know what? This is another.
I love that term, blinders.
I wanted to bring this up. He keeps talking about. He brought up how that when he was with NK that whole time in July, that he forgot that he was even married. When he was with her, he would forget he was a dad. He would forget he had a wife because he just had these blinders on. Kept talking about these blinders, and he would just forget. But yet, in the same conversation, he says, how do you say this? Let me think. Man, I have it in my other notes. He says, everybody thought I was just having a good time because I was out camping and going to drag races and doing this, and I was just having this good time with NK. But no, I wasn't, because the whole time I knew it was wrong what I was doing because I wasn't with my family. So isn't he saying two different things? When he's with her, at first he's saying, when he's with her, he forgets that, he's even married and he has a family. He's got these blinders on. But then he says, everybody thinks I'm having this good time. I'm just out having fun, but I'm not, because it doesn't feel right, because I'm not doing it with my family. It feels wrong. Isn't that saying two different things right there?
It is, but that's the part that some of the part that I'm talking about that he's putting out there to make his family feel like, oh yeah, we know, son. Yeah, we know. Yeah, it's
like
bullshit.
Yeah, there is. That's what I'm saying. I feel like there are some truths and some lies. Like the truths, maybe, because why would you about what he did to his kids? Like that made him seem worse. But yet, as far as some other stuff, I feel like he was trying to be like, no, like I didn't. I just snapped. Like I didn't plan it. I would never do that. It was just. I just snapped. It was rage, and that part I feel like he was trying to make his family, but like maybe make his family not think that he's a monster and he just snapped. But the part about with his kids, that made him look so much worse. And I'm sorry, I don't believe he snapped. I don't believe he snapped at all. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. That wasn't outrage. You saw him walking that morning. He was all calm. He wasn't in no rage. He was just. He was so there was no like frantic movement at all. It was like a normal. He was so laid back, just going, opening the door, putting the gas. Oh, the gas can fit. Walk around this way and just it wasn't like all frantic. I don't know. So no, I definitely that part. Yeah, he's lying. I think it was premeditated. It wasn't snapped. It wasn't rage. And because. Did you notice he kept saying that he was angry at Shanann, and they're like, it kept asking, why were you angry at her? And he couldn't give them an answer. They kept saying like, well, why? And this is the part I wanted to say about when I first listened to it, I was hearing them kind of bashing Shanann in a way, because they kept saying like, they were putting words into his mouth like, oh, did she belittle you? Oh, did she make you feel like powerless and you don't have any control? And at first I was kind of mad, like, why are they doing that? That's not what he's saying, But then I was actually talking to you on the phone and I realized, wait a minute. They're doing that because he keeps saying that he is so angry. He was so angry, that he did that. But the way he was talking about her, he wasn't angry. You know what I'm saying? He's like, oh no, she's fine. No,
Yeah.
it was fine. Like he wasn't angry at her at all. So I feel like they were trying to figure out why he was so angry. They weren't giving him, he wasn't giving them any reason that he was angry.
Yeah.
So they kept trying to like guess. I feel like, well, is it because of this? Is it because of that? Not saying that they were saying that, Shenan was doing that stuff, but that maybe through his eyes, that it seemed like she was doing that stuff. You know what I'm saying? That because they're trying to figure out, well, why would somebody do that? Why would he do that if he didn't feel like this anger towards her, or he wasn't mad, or he didn't feel like she was doing that? Not that she was treating him that way, but like through his eyes, like, was he feeling like that she was, treating him that way? Like, did he feel like she was belittling him and making him feel like he had no control? I don't think they were saying like that she was, but through like that he felt that way. You know what I'm saying? So I know at first I was just like, God, why are they doing that? And then when I was talking to him, I realized that's why, because he keeps saying angry, and they can't figure out why he did it. And they're trying to figure out through his eyes why. Like, okay, put myself in his situation. Okay, well, how is he feeling? Like, why could he have possibly have done it? How could he have possibly been feeling? How could he possibly be feeling so angry if you're not telling me? So they were kind of trying to be like, what she did, like here, did that make you feel that way? Or did this make you feel that way? So I think they're just trying to get to the why on that. And, so I wanted to just clear that up, because at first I was mad. I was mad at Coder and Tammy, and Baumhofer didn't really say much, but I was mad. Like, why are they doing that to Shenan? He's not talking crap about it. I mean, you guys are kind of bashing her, saying like, did she do this? Did she do that? But I don't think it was because they thought that. They wanted to see if he felt that way, if he thought that that's what she was doing. Not that she was, but like in his brain, that's how he was perceiving it. That's the only thing I could think of. That's what I came up with, why they were doing that. And then he made me realize, because I got so many comments to how they were laughing and joking, and I'm like, why were they laughing and joking and being so nice? And he made me realize. You go ahead.
I seen the comments, and there was a lot of them.
And I felt the same way at first too, until I talked to him. Go ahead.
Cops are so messed up. I mean, why are they laughing? Every one of them in there laughing. And, we understand that, they're supposed to put them in a friendly environment, blah, blah, blah. And, and I get that 100%. I'd be pissed too. Irate, actually. But to look at a little bit of the bigger picture is the FBI, along with the CBI and Fredericksburg, I think Frederick County, law enforcement. I'm going to get a lot of people mad at me here, but I think they did a really wonderful, amazing job at establishing this confession interview. Now, before they even walk into this room, interrogation room, whatever you want to call it, they've been practicing or setting up this plan, for quite a while. That definitely well, worked out. So when they all come into the room, their main goal is to have it. I'm sorry. When they walk into that room, every one of them automatically change into the type of personality and behavioral personality that it is. So in essence, it is the only person in this room. Everybody has the same behavior as him. So when he says something and they all laugh at the same time, if you notice, and they're right on the same level, because what they're trying to establish is, or trying to make it feel like, is that it is basically talking to himself out loud, thinking to himself out loud. They want to sort of make him feel like he's the only one in the room and he's just thinking. And when they throw out comments, these are comments that are in his head. He's entertaining. And like I said, that I think they did an amazing job at doing that. He was just the only individual in that room, and it worked to an extent, probably fully. I don't know the whole outline of that.
I was talking about not that, because you didn't even tell me that. I'm just talking about remember the conversation we had on the phone when you were talking about how they want to make it like a friendly environment?
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about. No, that's fine. You explain that because you wanted to talk about that, but explain when you remember you were telling me about
the mirroring.
No, before that though. You didn't tell me that till today. I'm talking about when we talked on the phone about you said they wanted to create like it's buddies talking, like a friendly environment. That's what I was talking about. Remember when we talked on the phone?
Buddy environment. Yeah. But I don't think I ever said that they wanted
you said
to create a relaxed environment.
Yeah, like they were friends just hanging out, so it didn't feel like an interrogation.
Right. Well, that's what he thinks in the mind. But in all honesty, to get to that point, yeah, they have to act like him, and they're all friendly and stuff like that, and they have to behave like he does. They have to think, like I don't know, oh wow, she's hot. They're all like, oh yeah, she is hot, or just they're thinking exactly like him. They know how he thinks, and so they have to think that way. That's why he'd make a statement, and then they'd all laugh at the same time, and because they're really just mirroring him. And that's just I don't think
remember you said what I was thinking when we had that conversation, we were like they wanted to create an environment so that he didn't feel like it was like an interrogation, that it was just some friends hanging out, and he'd be more comfortable and more like willing to open up to them if he felt like, oh, this is just our friends hanging out, and it's not like an interrogation where it's gonna bring on anxiety and bring back like memories of being interrogated the first time, that it was more just like relaxed and just friends hanging out, and it kind of get on his level so they would open up.
Right. So initially, you're right. Yeah. Initially, that's how that starts out, because it sees them walk in and he's tense, but yeah, they all do have to do that. Just all be him and be chilled, relax, and get him comfortable. But that after that, that's when game. That's when they just,
So are you
have to be him.
Calling him it? I feel like they're gonna get crap about that.
Who's gonna get crap about calling him it?
It's not it's a person though. Like I feel like there's some people that might get offended by that. Maybe.
Well,
no, I know he might not deserve it, but
you might be right.
I don't know.
That.
You think?
The only reason why I call it is because I don't know what else to call it.
Because when you're saying it kind of gets confusing in a way. Doesn't you think?
I don't know. I don't know, but really, I don't want to classify it as even, I just, he doesn't have a classification for me besides monster, but monster is still a little bit too good for him. So I don't know what it would be. So I just call him it. And if I offend anybody out there, I'm sorry, because that is how I feel. That is my opinion. That is, I can't see it as anything else except for it, because I don't know what the hell it is that would do something like this. So yeah, especially the way it went down like that. No. Yeah, to me, it's a it. Yeah, it doesn't even need to be. Oh, see, I said AG, daggone it.
And you notice how, this goes along with what you were saying, how Coder kept like relating to him, like, oh, I'm like that too, and I'm a reserved guy too, and I like that too, or he kept like relating to Chris, trying to get on that level with him. I noticed that. What else?
And then the family calling, and texting, even though these calls are recorded, which it doesn't matter. But yeah, no, man, they're just calling and basically still bashing poor Shanann after, she's dead. But yeah, no, they would call actually and the mother, I guess, had called it and said, oh yeah, Shanann was talking to her friends about, you guys being separated, just gossiping, just fueling it, fueling it. And this is after she's dead.
I know.
You
No, I
know?
know. She has no.
They were trying to give him a reason to justify what it did, and it's just, and there's where it takes me to, we deal with behavioral issues, and unfortunately, the type of behavior that is bred and continued over generations and generations, that cycle, that needs to be broken. That type of behavior needs to be broken. It really does. And I don't know how you do it. Besides keep putting them behind bars for life. But if they haven't done anything wrong, you can't do that. But just, I don't know how we do it, but we gotta, try to control that behavior, because it's a nasty. Why? It sucks being raised with people that are negative all the time, or, just a bad way of thinking. The morals and values aren't really all there. They do have some. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure there's a lot of love and passion, in their families, but that cycle is just, it also breeds just evil, just bad, just not good. And that's all I can say. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just, like I said, this is the first time we got this out here, and I'm still just really, when I bring it back up, it just inflames me, like it did the very first day. So yeah, excuse me for being a little overzealous, or just maybe possibly rude. I do apologize, or insensitive. I'm sorry if I come across that way. I'm just still trying to figure out how to process this whole thing and be able to sleep at night, basically, and because I can't justify the behavior, but I have to process it in a way to where I can at least do other things, so I don't know.
Well, remember another thing, I was like, remember to talk about this when you're talking about Chris. Remember on the phone, in that same conversation, you were talking about Chris.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about now. Yes. Thank you. Well, I think it was the first video that we both did together. We had made a comment. I had made a comment about how when he met Shanann, it met Shanann. I'm sorry, I guess I'm going to have to say he or him. It's how he had met Shanann. She had given him everything that he had never had, and just a happiness for him. For him, everything was happiness. That's what that was. And he had never felt it until he was with her. Okay. And so they get married, apparently leaving the unhappy, cycle behind, hoping it would be broken. Here's the thing. When he reached out and married Shanann, that was something he's always desired, but he's didn't realize that he can't just marry somebody and keep that awesome, wonderful feeling without doing the work, without changing. Without changing, you have to change. And you have to realize this. You have to change. Otherwise, you're going to be bringing down a happy person, because, you're going to start butting heads. The happy person going to be like, hey, look, why don't you do this? Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's go to here. Let's go there. Let's do this. But it'll get to the point to where if you're not if he wasn't putting in the work to change, then it's just all her, and it just becomes overwhelming. And you'll never see life the way you actually wanted to obtain that happiness. You'll never get it, unless you want to change. And after a while, he thought he'd get a free ride at the happiness, train. I don't know, but he never, ever, ever, ever wanted to change. He just wanted his cake and eat it too. And this is, you gotta want to change if you want to go after something that's non-obtainable to you. And he just didn't do it.
Yeah.
Is that the conversation you're talking about? Like I said, we talked so much recently, and like I said, in a little bit of time, I've only got maybe 4 hours after I get off work, and I gotta get back up again, and that's the time I'll do my research, I guess you would call it. And yeah, man, it's just that's why it took so long, a week later, to get this video out. And really apologize, but we're gonna try and get it a little bit quicker and sooner.
Yeah. I don't know. I know we want to eventually go through like each part of the interview. We still have to do that and kind of go analyze it step by step. So,
we'll definitely that's what's going to take place. And I think that's where I wanted to touch base to when I said what I meant when I said, it's basically, it is what it is. It's over. It'll never be over in their hearts. I did not mean it's over disrespectfully. Mr. and Mrs. Rusek, please. It is not over. It'll never be over for you. It'll never be over for a lot of us. It'll never be over. And I'm so sorry. But what I meant was, this is over as far as him coming out and telling his truth. But there's so many other things that, people have questions. There's so much crap just on this case alone that needs to be covered. And, we'll be here for you to do that. We'll be here gladly. But I really do. This is just drained every bit of energy out of both of us. It's just an ugly case. And unfortunately, we stumbled onto it. But yeah, we'll cover, we will switch cases now, but we're always there to answer more questions if you guys got them. We'll try and figure out, what it is. But it does take time to try and get you the truth, or at least close to the truth, with facts of what we see or what we were presented. We'll do the best, for you. So yeah, in my eyes right now, I've got a ton of crap that I can, just sit back and research, analyze, and, but and we're taking a lot of suggestions from you guys on different cases too. So that's coming up, and definitely working on our internet situation to where we got a live stream.
Yeah.
We got a live stream.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I know it's like, we'll find out. Just can't you find out if you have a restriction? But in order to do a live and to set it up, it's my understanding that you just have to do the live. Like there's not like a setting up beforehand. Like you're setting it up like when you actually turn on the live and you do it. Because I tried to start to set it up and it was like you had to go live to finish setting it up. So until we're ready, so I don't know yet if I can. We have to wait till we're ready to do it, and then we'll try it. And hopefully, I don't have a restriction. And the restriction, it only lasts 90 days if I do have one. So definitely after 90 days, we'll do it. But we might try like next week.
That'd be awesome. But man, that was bad timing on that damn restriction. I'm telling you, because when that news broke, man, there was so much I wanted just to get out there and tell everybody, or.
Well, we could try it. We might not have it. I don't know yet, but we have to get it ready to do it, and then we'll try to see if we do. I don't know. It doesn't show on my thing that I have a restriction, but if you look up, like when you have one strike, what does that mean? Like and it says that you're restricted from doing lives for 90 days. But like when I go on my channel, it doesn't say I have any restrictions, but I have a feeling like if when we go try to do live, it's going to maybe not let us, but we'll try.
Could be a little glitch.
But I just wanted to point out a couple things. I just like weird things like, first of all, we were just listening to this part, just like a half hour ago, where, I just caught this when, it might be something little, but I feel like it's just showing you that he's lying, like that, and we all know that there's I feel like so much he's lying about. I feel like there are truths in like somewhere in what he's saying. There's some truth, but there's a lot of lies. And it's like he had like what we were talking about is his mom is reading through the discovery, reading through the text, and then she's relaying it back to him. And he even said like she was telling him about the text that Shannon was talking to her friends. So I mean, I wonder how much she is going through. I'd love to hear their conversations. I bet you she's just reading through it and like trying to, you know, tell him everything, anything she could possibly can.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like it makes you wonder how much of that story that he gave us was influenced by what he heard from his mom telling him about like what everybody's saying and like what, you know, I'm sure she's watching maybe some of the YouTube and what the discussions people are having, all the evidence, all the discovery, like how much of that was affected by what he said.
Right.
I think a lot of it was. And like for instance, it was kind of weird when he asked, and I know a couple people commented on this too. He asked, didn't you see them? Like, didn't you see the kids on the video? You know what I'm saying? Because he said, "Oh, they were alive or something." Or remember the part where he's like, "Well, yeah, didn't you see them? Like, was he testing them? Because did he hear about like the whole shadow and he heard people were saying, "Oh, they were alive," or were they alive?" I actually think they were, though. I think that part was true. He differs his opinion on me. I think that part of his story was true. Maybe not the little details, but the part of them being alive when he went out to the site, like they were alive in the car. I feel like that part was actually true. Number one, there's a couple of reasons I do, because the shadow, number one, so there was at least one. And number two, like he took the blankets and the animals, you know, the stuffed animals, the stuffed dog or whatever. Like, why would you take that for, you know, dead kids? He took it because they were alive and they took it with them. So like, you know, they had something on the car ride. You know what I'm saying?
Like
so,
I said, there was one kid.
why else
still
would
alive.
you
One
like
angel.
take that stuff with you? That doesn't make sense. So that's one reason. And I don't know. I just feel like he wouldn't. That part of the story, I feel like it didn't do him any justice. It didn't do him any favors to say it that way. You know what I'm saying? It made him look worse. So I feel like that part was true. Maybe some of the little details about it weren't true, but I feel like the fact that they were alive was true. I don't know. That's my opinion. He doesn't.
That type of, you know, in that type of situation, in that scenario, it will bring out irrational thinking. But I still believe that he's lying. It's not irrational. Well, irrational thinking. My Lord, killing anybody.
I mean, I guess
it's definitely not rational.
Unless if like, I don't know. But then I go back in my head, like if MK was involved in any way, then where does she come to play in it? But I don't know. I'm not that's the thing. I'm not 100% sure that she was involved in the way, like as far as her being there. I don't know. I'm leaning more towards that she wasn't there and that maybe she planted things in his head and she manipulated him. Yes. And maybe she tried to get him somehow to get rid of his family. Like maybe not saying the words directly, like exactly, "Oh, kill your family," but giving them little, you know, statements, little hints to get rid of your family.
Ask him what the lyrics were to a certain song.
Yeah. But before I talk about that, I actually want to see what those lyrics mean.
Okay.
Because I'm not sure if that's what they mean. I wanted to look that up before this video, but before the next, I want to look up what those lyrics actually mean. But I just feel like, she probably planted some things in his head and you know, get rid of your family. Maybe she didn't think that he was actually going to kill him to get rid of him, but maybe like to, you know, leave him, don't talk to him as much. I don't know. I don't know. I still fight with myself because then there's certain things like that. I know I said that in my last the discussion with when I went over the transcripts about how I don't know. I'm still not sure. Like I'll be like, no, she wasn't there, and maybe she just manipulated him and she kind of, you know, put thoughts into his head, but she wasn't there. She didn't take part of it. And then I'll read something or hear a part of her interview again, and I'll be like, well, maybe she was. And I keep going back and forth.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Well,
what do you think? Do
There's
you think she
lot
was there? Actually there that day?
At the scene of the crime as it happened? I can't really give my opinion as on that as of yet. But I definitely feel that she was some type of in my opinion, guys, a secondary accomplice, possibly.
So you think she knew about it then?
Yeah.
Okay.
In
Now
my opinion,
maybe she did
I
know
believe
about
so.
it, but I don't know if she was actually there. I don't know.
And I will not comment on that until I
I know. I guess I shouldn't
I
comment
have things that
on that
I
'cause
need to
don't
research.
know.
And
I don't know if
then
we'll
I will
ever. Are
not
we ever gonna know though? Like,
at least, yeah.
but like,
Yeah,
okay,
we'll know.
so the people, like, for you people that think she was for sure there, why don't you give me a comment and explain? Okay,
What
do
makes
you
think
think?
she's there? Yeah.
Well, no. How do you feel about his story? Like, how does she come into play with his story that he told? Like, do you believe it's all a lie, or was she there with them when they were all riding there, or did she? I mean, how after hearing his story now, like, how do you feel? What part do you feel like she played in? Like, was there any truth to it? Did she take the kids alive? I mean, I don't know, because I feel like. I don't know though. I guess he did have time because he's hearing what his mom is saying to him. So he had time to concoct this whole story. He could have made up the whole thing,
Why,
really.
certainly.
Yeah. But I do that shadow though. So somebody was alive that he put into the truck.
One child was alive.
And I don't know why. I just feel like the only reason he would have lied about looking that, I mean, he made himself look more like a monster. And I feel like the only way he would have made himself look more like that is to protect NK. Otherwise, why would he do that? Why would, you know what I'm saying?
You're
So
right.
maybe that could be the
Yes.
reason
Yeah.
I'm going to look worse, but I have to protect her. Maybe because he heard like, oh shoot, he heard about that shadow and he was, nervous. They were going to, so he had to, I don't know, he had to protect her. Or if she wasn't there, then I don't know. It's tough. I know I shouldn't even comment on it because I keep going back and forth.
You do. This is
but
how
it's just killing me because I just want to. It's like I want to know so bad, and I can't figure it out, and I can't make up my mind one way or the other, and it's just and then I'll feel so horrible if I'm sitting here bashing her and saying she wasn't. What if she wasn't involved? You know what I'm saying? I mean,
it's your opinion. This is how you feel.
I know.
And you're still in doubt. It's your opinion.
Okay.
But
what is that called? Like when you somebody slander somebody's name, or what is that called?
Slander.
Like I don't want
defamation of character.
Because then there's a part of me that sometimes, okay, I know you guys, I might take a lot of heat for this, but there's a part of me that sometimes will put myself in her situation. Only thinking put myself in her situation if she didn't have anything to do with it, how this would feel. Like, okay, put myself in the NK situation and I didn't have anything to do with the murders and having to see all these people accusing her and talking crap about her. And can you imagine what that would feel like? Yes, I know she did. Okay, even if she wasn't involved, I know she still was wrong because she was with, a married man. Okay. But maybe Chris was lying to her and he was saying we're separated. We're separated. I'm sleeping in the basement. And she really thought that. So I know still some people will be like, no, you wait till, he's divorced or he's out of the house. I know, but we're all human. People make mistakes. And if that's the only mistake that she made for everybody to be talking about her like that, and if she really had nothing to do with it, I would feel so horrible.
It would suck. Yeah.
That would suck for her. Seriously, everybody just picture getting blamed for a murder that you didn't have it. Now, I'm not saying that she didn't, but there's always a possibility that she didn't. Okay, either she did or she didn't. Now, let's say she didn't. Try to put yourself in her situation. If she didn't, what that would feel like, knowing that, God, I didn't have anything to do with it. Everybody's blaming me. And oh my gosh, some of the mean things they're saying about me. But then what if she did then? I know, but there's always that chance. It's not 100%. I mean, nobody knows for sure. So there's always that chance. So there's always that slim chance that she's of this human feeling like that for, the worst thing she did was maybe, no, I know I'm going to catch it because she wrecked a good marriage. I know, but maybe to
Oh,
her, she
wonderful.
thought it was already done. Like he could have been lying to her and she thought, oh, he's going to leave her anyway. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know.
No, you have to look at it from both sides, and I agree. I agree 100%. Good job. You have to. That's how. I mean, that's the only way you're gonna be able to, observe and understand the behaviors of people. You have to actually, go where they're at.
Tell him about how, should I tell him how I think I think that I
No.
felt like that was, okay. So I have a story and I don't even know if it was her. It probably wasn't, but I was at the gas station earlier and I swear this girl in front of me looked just like NK. I swear I was watching her. She was actually like flirting with the clerk or the cashier. Yeah. And she was taking forever too. I'm like, oh my gosh. She probably took like 20 minutes because he's flirting back and she's flirting with him. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this looks just like her. I don't know. I was about to be like, Nikki, and see if she turned around, but I kept like looking at her like, and she was probably like, what is this girl doing staring at me? Because then I heard that rumor that she was in Ohio. So I'm like, oh my God, what if this is her? I don't know. It looked a lot like her.
She was probably applying for a job, and she
did look like it
she's
worked.
still in the petroleum business.
It looked like, when you dress for like an interview, a job interview, that's how she was dressed. Like I said, I don't know if it was for sure her. It looked like her. It really did. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that would be weird.
And the fact, like how she was kind of flirting with the guy, and you could tell he was like, he was just taking forever. And I'm like, oh my gosh, but it was all right because I was just I kept staring. I was trying to figure out, is that her? Is that her? I don't know. It did, but I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people that look like other people. Okay, so I want to bring up another thing I noticed earlier when we were listening to it. When Coder was asking, Chris, when he was getting the kids, he was explaining how he was getting, Bella and Cece into the car, and he asked him, what did the kids bring as far as toys or blankets? And Chris said, he said they had something with them. They carried, one of them had a blanket, something with him. He was like, he's trying to think like they had something with him. And then he said, I think like a pink blanket. And then he said, and then Tammy's like, didn't one of them have like a barking dog? Which I'm not sure how she knew about that. That's why, because they never found any of that stuff. Because remember he said that, but that's one of the times they kind of put words into his mouth when he said, he said that he stopped. Oh no, they asked you, is that when you stopped off at that dumpster? Did you get rid of the toys? And he said when he stopped off the dumpster, he got rid of the change of clothes, which I don't know. Why did he feel like he had to change his clothes? Because it's not like it would have blood on him, right? Unless if he had some kind of blood from Bella, because if she ripped through that, maybe there was. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to speculate, but why did he feel like he had to change his clothes, like throw them away? You know what I'm saying? He threw them away in the dumpster.
DNA, just
but he would have the DNA because
I know,
it's
but
his
that's
kids.
his
but anyway, so he threw away. He said he threw away his clothes in the dumpster, but it was almost like he couldn't recall what he did with the blankets, like when he got rid of the blankets and that stuffed animal. And they kind of put words into his mouth. They said, that's when he got rid of their blankets and their stuffed animal. And he kind of just went along, but it was almost like that wasn't his words. I feel like maybe he got rid of his clothes, like he said, but I feel like he got rid of the blankets when he stopped off that night when they had that surveillance on him and he pulled up the Lexus. He pulled it up when he had the car parked down the street like that. Was it Tuesday night when he was going to go over his friend's house and stay? He stopped off and they said he had like the truck doors open, remember? And he had the Lexus doors open. It looked like he was moving things back and forth. And then the next day he went to the airport. I think my opinion is that's when he got rid of the blankets and the stuffed animals on his way to the airport, either at the airport trash can or he stopped somewhere on the way to pick up his dad the next morning. Because when they asked him, what did you stop at the dumpster? He originally just said, I threw, that's where I threw away my change of clothes. He didn't say that. And they kind of said like, that's where you got rid of the stuffed animals and blankets. So, I just want to finish this, but I want to talk about like them putting words in his mouth too. And then, okay.
definitely.
So anyway, yeah. So he said, yeah. Oh, I think they had a blanket. The one had a. He said, yeah, I think they had a. Bella had a pink blanket, and then Tammy said, oh, one of them had a dog. Yeah, one had a barking dog, and then he said it's hard to remember. One had, I think, a big blanket and a small blanket, and then that was it. When he was at that moment when he was talking about it, but then later on he goes to talk about how he smothered, strangled them with that Yankees blue blanket. So when they were asking him, what blankets they had, and that's what he smothered them with, and he remembered it later. Like, why wouldn't he have remembered it when he was explaining like what blankets they had and what they carried out? Like, if that's what he used, I mean, that would be stuck in his memory, that Yankees blue blanket. Like, why didn't he say it then? He was acting like, oh, I think he had a blanket, a pink one, and he wasn't sure. And then when he, like, later on, he said, yeah, he smothered him with that blue Yankees blanket. So that just kind of makes you feel like he's lying somewhere because he can't keep his story straight. And then the other thing I wanted to just point real quick, how I kind of didn't like how they were putting words into his mouth a little bit. Sometimes they wouldn't let him finish. Like, they would ask him something and he would go to answer and they would kind of like almost cut him off. Or if he was taking a minute to answer, they'd be like, oh, because it was this, or oh, it was because of that. And then he kind of would just agree instead of just like wait until he answered or say, wait, what did you mean? And like getting it from his words. I feel like a lot of it was their words. Yeah. And it was like, why? It's one thing I didn't like how they did it. Like, why didn't you just let him? He was talking freely. It wasn't like you had to like really like get things out of him, and it was like really hard. He was talking. Like, why not just wait to see what he said? And they did that a lot. They'd be like, what were some of the examples I said? Remember I was telling you?
There's a lot.
So a couple times where I feel like they were kind of putting words in his mouth. There's so many. I was giving him examples, and now it's late and I'm tired and I can't think of them, and I wish I would have wrote them down. I remember a couple of them, and then when they come to me tomorrow, I'll write them down and we'll discuss more of them. But there's a couple I remembered. But there were so many. Remember as we were going through, I'm like, this is another one where they kind of like, he didn't finish, or he started to say it and then they kind of just said, oh yeah, so you did that. Okay. So that's what happened. And it was like, it was like their words, not his. And one of them, and I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into this. When they were talking about, when he was killing Cece, they said, okay, he said, he put the blanket over her head, and then he put his, and he kind of showed it because it's in the transcripts, because you couldn't hear, you could tell he was like showing him, he put his hand over her mouth and then his hand over her neck, and and then it was like, well, what, when they went back to like elaborate on that, they said, well, what did that look like? They were trying to get a picture of like, how was he inside the car, how what did it look like exactly. And instead of waiting for him to explain exactly how the situation was, they said, did you push her head up against the seat? Putting words in his mouth again, and he just kind of agreed, like, yeah. I would have but I would have liked to see, what he said. Like, when yes, what did that look like? And he would have gave the specific, position and how that looked. Is that what he was going to say, or did he just go along with it because that's what they said?
A lot of people are wondering why they're doing it.
Yeah. So there's a lot of situation, a lot of instances that happens. And like I said, I'm going to try to remember more of them tomorrow.
Do that,
but because it's late, and
But there is a madness behind putting words into his mouth, which like Tip said, it's so late, and we're just everything is coming out weird actually right now. At least to me, I'm not making any sense. But there is a madness behind why they were doing that, I believe.
See, like me and him have been disagreeing all day about it. Like, he thinks there's a reason, and I think maybe there is, but I didn't like that. I didn't like that tactic at all, because I don't care. He he was saying, well, they already knew. Like, it was like almost you were saying that they knew like what he was gonna say, but how How would they know what he was going to say? That's why they were going there to ask him questions, because they didn't know. And he was, remember they said he's so unusual, and his, they're trying to study his mind. Like, why? They're trying to figure it out because it was so unusual. It wasn't a typical case. So how would they know? Like, they didn't know. I mean, there's no way they could have already known. I disagree. Like, they should have let him speak in his own words on some of those descriptions and some of those situations, and then they just kept and they should know, because he even said, I wouldn't even have thought, when they said, well, that first interrogation, did Shanann do something? They asked him about that, and he said, no, I wouldn't even have thought of it if you guys wouldn't have said anything. So they should know, like, you put words into his mouth, he's just going to agree with it on certain things, so he doesn't have to, explain it, especially if he's trying to come up with this lie. They're helping him, at least some of it's lying, I think. I think we all agree that there's some lies in there. Like I said, I think there's some truths and lies in there, but like, it helps them. So he's, it makes it easier for them, like, oh, okay. Yeah. That's what happened. Like, I don't know. I wish
it seems like that.
I want his words, not theirs, so I don't know. I didn't like how they did that at all. And it's not like he was talking. So like, it wasn't like he was like not willing to talk and they had to keep like pushing and pressuring him. He was openly talking. So why not just let him have his own words explaining it, So yeah, I didn't like that at all, how they did that. But like he said, he disagrees. He thinks that he liked it, or what? Like he liked how they did that.
Personally like how that? Well, no. I mean, any person who has a normal reasoning would not like it. It's like, no, what the hell, dude? Quit putting words in his mouth. Let the dude answer, and I do. That's the correct way to reason that, it is, but there is a madness behind it.
But what's the madness?
Well, this is the thing. It's so late that I would try to get it out and get it across, but it wouldn't make sense. It really wouldn't.
I don't know. I can't
so
see
I,
it.
Yeah.
I mean,
when
I'm
I get
sure
a little bit of rest, I'll put
I'm
it
sure
down
they
in
had a
words
reason
first.
because they thought it out before they went in. So obviously
there's
they had a reason, but I just think they went around about the wrong. The reason it just didn't work. It didn't work. They shouldn't have done that because they needed his words.
But it worked.
So I don't know what the reasoning.
You don't
What
realize
worked?
it.
We were trying to get the truth, not.
Worked.
He already confessed. I mean, it wasn't like you had to get him to confess. Like they were trying to get the truth behind what he was thinking, not what they were thinking that he was thinking. They wanted to know like why and what was going through his head. So for you to put words into his mouth, what was going through his head, then that's not his head. That's your head. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Well, remember in the beginning of the video, not in the beginning today, how I said when they came in the room, it actually, the way they behaved, it was a mirror image, and it made him think he was thinking out loud with, just because everybody was. But they're not. I get that.
But they aren't. They don't know, so they can't guess what he was going to say. They don't know.
They're not guessing. They're throwing out statements.
But they know he jumps on. He takes them.
Oh yeah, sure.
So it's like he just agrees because it makes it easier for his lie. Like, oh yeah, that's what happened. Oh yeah.
People talk to themselves out loud. They're trying to figure something out.
No, but
if I'm going to share with this work that maybe.
He's agreeing to something that's not true, though, is what I'm saying.
I get that.
Wouldn't you want to know the truth rather than him agreeing to something they're just saying?
Yes, yes, but and that's gonna come. But they're also at the same time they have to figure out how he would respond to a certain question or statement, and everyone that is different will give them the what they're looking for. Then once they get all this, they compile it and they're like, okay, well, now
how he would respond, not how they would respond.
But that
so
the way he answers these questions, or not questions, statements, the way he replies to them helps them to understand a little bit more of the way that he was thinking. And it all comes together. Believe me, what they did is working because it's not done yet. They're
Yeah, but
They're
they
not telling you.
implanted some of these false memories in his head. I feel like it's their words, and he's not going to go back now and change. Like change too much of that. He's probably going to keep with some of the stuff they
Oh,
said now.
he'll
And now
never,
we won't know his word. I want to know what
he'll
his
never
words.
remember. I mean, he
His
might get lucky and
words. So now-
remember, but no,
Yeah,
it's
huh?
not ingrained in his head
Yeah,
because
huh,
he's a
he's got a
liar.
I
And
know, but
when
it's
you
like
lie, you got so many lies, you don't remember what you said. So, and he's not going to remember it. Maybe one or two, maybe, but
why? I mean,
the
why even
specifics,
do
no.
this then if they just were gonna? I don't know. I don't know. I
It's
just
not
disagree.
over yet. That's why I say
No, I know they even said they were going to come back in we might come back in like a month or a year.
That's
Remember
true.
they
They
said
did. Okay.
Yeah, they said, would you be okay? Maybe we might come back in like a month or a year to talk to you.
Yeah,
But
there is. They
don't
still.
know.
I feel that they are looking at a possible accomplice, and they just have to they got to feel dude out a little bit, no, quite a bit actually, and we ourselves, all of us, have to be careful as to what we put out here on the media, because as we see, the family is relaying everything back to it, or him. So that's it. But it's that circle that still works for him. That still works for that generation of family. So, but that's why I say we got to be careful, and the law enforcement officials are aware of that, and that's why nothing's coming out yet. But it's not over. No, not yet. Not yet.
Well, we're gonna get more in depth on this interview, more discussion.
Yeah.
We want to go through it kind of like chronologically and go through each point and kind of give our opinion.
For sure.
Right now, we just kind of wanted to give like a general feeling.
Yeah,
of
because
how,
we haven't had to get anything out yet.
How we felt, but now we're still in the process of kind of taking notes and going through it, and we want to discuss, it a little bit further detail, and then
did you just say it?
No, discuss it in further detail.
Oh, yeah, discuss
the situation.
Okay.
In further detail, and then after that, we're trying to move on to another case. So I've been writing down like everybody that suggested, different topics, different cases to cover. So I'm trying to write down and everybody's request of who you want us to cover.
Definitely.
So just keep just give us some input on a case you would like us to maybe go over next, and we'll write it down, take a note, and then we'll kind of decide like how many, who has the most requests, what case had the most requests, or
Sure.
try
But
to
yeah,
cover
we're
it.
gonna cover
So
as many requests as we definitely can. It does take time, and that's what sort of bites too, because it's like a lot of people, not so many, a lot of people are, they're like, oh, okay, come on, move on, this is over, which they are right in a way, like we said earlier, it is what it is, it's done, but it's not
but
over.
now we have this new interview to analyze. So it's not, I feel like we still have a couple more videos to do, because I want to get a little bit more in depth on this interview and kind of go through it, what we I'm still want to listen to it again and take a little bit more notes and kind of analyze it a little bit further, and then we'll move on to another case.
I just wanted to recall that there was a few viewers out there that I had actually commented to. They had thrown out some of their opinions as far as how the children died, and there were a couple that hit home with me right along with the evidence and factual stuff, and I really do appreciate that, and that's what this is all about. And I have not gotten to air this yet, but I will be, guys. So I didn't forget about that. I will be, I'll explain everything about why I think there was just, one child that was left alive, and how that other child was murdered. So because we were covering base and on this, and there was a few of them, and if it wasn't for them talking about a little specific thing, I wouldn't have been able to put my my theory, I guess, or together. But thanks, guys. And this is what this is all about. Everybody collaborating and putting out their opinions and suggestions. And if it matches with the facts and everything that's presented to us, I'm pretty much happy with it then. That's all you can ask, I guess.
Yeah.
That's when it's over.
To the Rusek family, our hearts go out to them. Like, seriously,
Amen.
when I watched that Dr. Phil episode,
I still want to see that.
It
I'll watch that tonight.
really got to me. Like,
so
they're such an awesome family. Like, I feel like
you
they're
know
so
they
loving
are.
and awesome. And all right, guys. Well, thank you, and make sure you comment because we look forward to reading your comments.
Yes.
And we will see you next time.
Yes.
Bye.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Okay, y'all. How's everybody doing?
Okay. Tip, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Why is that's weird? Why do you keep going out? I wonder. Well, before the video, it was what? Go ahead.
Well, the thing is I am literally, when you said you were going live today, I was in the process of getting equipment and setting up on downstairs for the coin store, But anyways, I've got like 4 or 5 different devices, earbuds, and I'm using one to comment on because man, I cannot get the emojis on the laptop or computer, the desktop, quick enough. And yeah, I'm just old school. So I have to use the phone to get the type of message that has the emojis. But somehow when I switch phones or headphones or whatever, it blocked me off. So yeah, I finally, and then I'm looking for my Nokia and I'm looking around and wouldn't you know it, I left it outside here in the rain, but it's working.
You're outside in the rain?
Oh,
Is that
well,
what you said?
yeah.
Like right
Yes,
now?
ma'am. Why, yes, ma'am.
Well,
Hold on.
you probably are gonna.
Let me see if I can get the old camera to show it.
Wait, you just
See?
turned on the camera, right? Has that
I
been on
just
since you've been
turned it.
talking and I just missed it?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay. I was like, oh
But
my
see,
God.
But the only problem is though is now I'm using this to talk to you and the viewers, but I cannot see their comments. So I use one phone to look at the comments, another device to respond to the comments, and this one to talk to you guys. So yeah, it's a little confusing at this point in time. I've got to get everything situated. Dude. I've got so much stuff going on, but I figured I had to jump in tonight, man. This just brings back so many memories and a good, very good feeling, but yeah, I mean, it's been a long time. It really has, and man, it just makes me feel good to see these videos, Tiff. It really does. Thanks for doing that.
Oh.
I thought you forgot about me. No, I'm joking.
No, I mean, we used to
I'm
do like a live.
joking.
No, I know. I'm just
Listen to
explaining that
me.
we used to do a live every week, and then we did kind of like cut back because you were working a lot, and then the whole pandemic happened, but I know we did cut back before the pandemic. I know, but I was maybe going like maybe I was trying to make at least once a month. We go down to the pizza shop there for a while. But dude, I have one of the discussions from the pizza shop, and I was gonna play it because it's a recorded one. But the mic, it's so bad from that oven. It's just the sound is so bad that there's no way. People would be struggling.
I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
So when are we gonna have a fire camp out? But we need to figure out something where we can get better reception though, because it was not working. I even have my laptop. Remember, it did not work.
I went and bought a mesh Wi-Fi extenders. I'm going to I got a new computer system coming. I've got
it's your
couple monitors.
It's not okay, but I think it's almost
and then I've got a couple
internet out there.
It is.
Where it reaches.
It is. It is because we were only running. We were about 150 feet away from the house. About 100.
So how can we?
So I went and bought Wi-Fi extenders. I placed those strategically, and then also I've got a new computer. I've got that ordered. So I just ordered that today, and then I've got a couple monitors. So I want to see. I'm setting everything up for the coin store or my coin site. And it's I'm pushing for that grand opening, dude, on the 4th of July. And I got to, because I've been working so much and doing too many things that my body's telling me after we come back from the vacation, it's time to stop the physical labor and go on to do something that I enjoy doing, and hopefully make some money on it. But yeah.
We could get a long Ethernet cable and connect it, do a hard line. We
Oh,
could
I've already
they
got a
have
three.
long
I've already,
ones.
yeah, I've already got a 300-foot Cat
Ethernet.
5 Ethernet and
Oh, then
HDMI.
why would you would be better off doing that than Wi-Fi? I would recommend just hooking your computer right up
Well, it
to it.
depends on where.
Because no
It
Wi-Fi
depends on where
ran.
I'm
We've
at.
tried it over and over. Remember you would get like a good Wi-Fi.
Well,
And you're like, I'm getting good service. It just does not. It's not cutting it for streaming. I'm telling you.
I was not
We've tried
educated
it.
enough.
Yeah, but why not just
we tried while I
hardline
was in.
it? If you have a
Well,
long
yeah, but if
cord.
I'm out in the woods somewhere, I'm an outdoor person.
Oh,
If I'm
for
out in the
you,
woods
I was.
somewhere,
Oh,
I'm not. I'm not running
Yeah.
6,000 feet of cable.
I'm talking about if I come over in your backyard and we do it. That's what I thought we were talking about.
But yeah, see, Little Miss, I
Silly.
just seen. Oh yeah, we'll hardline that. But yeah, Little Miss just
Yeah.
said get a mobile hotspot. I do have a mobile hotspot, and that's going to come in real handy for out there. But yeah, who's that? Cherry Metha? Yeah, I want pizza too. I'm a little on the hungry side.
Yeah, I know. I am too. I actually want to go down and get a thing of coffee. Maybe I could have you talk to him before I play the next video. I want to get another cup of
As
coffee. You want
long as
to?
you don't mute, sure, go ahead. I'll try.
Try
Hopefully, I'm
hope it
not
doesn't
lagging.
mute. It was
I know,
you.
and
I didn't mute.
I know. But yeah, I'll answer some questions, and hopefully I'm
Okay.
not lagging too far behind on the questions. Okay.
All right. I'll be back.
All right. Let's see. Hey, Randy and Zach, can I talk to you both about something? Yeah, Tammy Wells, what would you like to speak to us about? Thank you, Sally. I try. I mean, I only try. See, that's what I am. Who I am. I'm happy with who I am. So why not be nice? You gotta be nice. Otherwise, you're not gonna be happy with yourself. You're gonna walk around and become like one of these narcissistic little son of a. I'm gonna have to watch my language, son of a guns out here, and you just be miserable. So yeah, man, be nice to yourself, your friends, neighbors, anybody. It'll get you through. Yeah, I know, right, Linda? Don't stand under a tree. Wait a minute. See that film? What is that? What film? No, I did not, Linda. Hold on. I'm gonna have to get underneath a little shelter. My phone's getting wet. So yeah, Tammy, whenever you ask, let me go see. Let me scroll down here. I'm sorry, guys. I was scrolling back a little bit to see what I was missing here. Oh hell. Let's see. I'm gonna have to go from the back. That's a Little Miss. She knows that's right, but I would like to assume I'm right. Scout Choir, I'm fine. I'm as good as can be expected. Thank you, and thank you for saying that. Yeah, I just love the hell out of all of you guys. And let's Field Mice, is that A-Team? Is that code for trolls? Who knows, A-Team? Trolls come in many shapes, sizes, and different names. Darksea, I love that. Hey, what's up, Shelly? That would be great, Randy. Tip and Amber, let's all get pizza. Yeah, let's do it. While the cat's away, right, A-Team? Yes, Stacy, man, it's been so long. I'm so glad to see all of you guys here. Let's see. Oops. Yeah, I didn't know the other day I was at work and I seen this video that Tip had posted, and it was like the old videos. I'm like, oh my God, no. But I was a little bit afraid to see that, watch that. But I came home and it relaxed me. It felt good. It really did. The Gooch is in the house. What's up, Gooch? Hello, my friend. How are you? Yeah, man. Well, so much. Well, Fletch, I could say. Yeah. How's everything going with you, man? Oh, thank you, Tammy. Like I said, I can be nice, I can be mean, I'm very, I am just me. I'm just real. I treat people the way I would like to be treated. And if they don't want to be treated that way, they'll let me know, and then I'll politely move on and let them go about their business. I can't. I just can't. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Carol. It's a little raspy for some reason. I don't know. Somebody keeps putting a daggone cigarette in my mouth. That's just not good. Let's see, Linda. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it is about the second time, isn't it? Thank you so much, Linda. Delaney, thank you. Yeah, but like I said, right? Yeah, I crack myself up, Amanda. I swear I do. See, I need a troll emoji. You know what? I just put my own face up there. Oh, I would love to come to New York too. I would love to have New York. It would be a nice visit. It really would. So I hope everybody is. Who is it? Una Vakanda Art. I can't stop. I can't stop. But yeah, I hope everybody's doing well. It's been a crazy, crazy past year and a half for everybody. And I pray to God that nobody has been extremely adversely affected. But I know that's just unfathomable. And I apologize. And I feel so bad for those who have. And I'm at a loss for words for that because you have to look at things objectively in your lives, and unfortunately there's lots of people who have not been given the opportunity to see things objectively. They've just been pushed and handed one side. You're gonna look at this and you're gonna base a decision. How can you make an honest decision by just looking at one thing? You need you need to look at both sides to be able to base a decision. At least give me the opportunity to be wrong, or right. But regardless, it'll be wrong in certain people's eyes. But that doesn't matter. It's my decision. Now, where was I going with that anyway? Oh, una of a kind of art. That's it. Let's see. Okay, Tip, don't keep me hanging too long now. Goodness gracious. Let's see here. Oh, red like wine, you going to sleep? Good night. God bless you, girl, and sleep well when you get there, okay? Stay safe. Yeah, Karen, you got to see both sides, buddy. I mean, it had everybody's head just spinning, it still is. But we're all going to be fine. We're all going to be fine. I am in Ohio, 18. What about yourself? Well, I mean, New York is always a nice road trip. So yeah, I do live near it. I live near anything. I love, if I can do a road trip, I'm doing a road trip. Distance can't stop me. But no, yeah, I love road trips. Oh, I gotta wipe this phone off again. See, this is why people should not smoke. You get wet in the rain. It's terrible. Let's see. So people are actually trying to charge and they're saying that they have stuff on NK. Ooh, it's okay. Don't pay for nothing, man. Seriously, because who are they that are saying that? Do you know them? I don't. But if you do, and if you trust them and you know them personally, then yeah, whatever. But no, you gotta watch you gotta know who you're dealing with. It's a crazy world. Oh yeah, Una, man, yeah, the weather's about ready to break. I think I'd love to take a nice road trip up to some caves, caverns, lakes, and just anywhere. Boston, yes. I've got relatives in Boston. Central Texas, hurrah! Yeah, definitely. I was based in Fort Hood, Killeen, Texas, for I think it was about a year. Nice, I like it there. From Northwest Ohio, whoa, yes. Hounsloutish. Really now. That's unique. I like the name. I gotta check that out. Thank you. That's gonna give me something to research. I know Tennessee Vols girl, but I can't. But apparently I really can't now because I was just stupid and got the cigarette all wet. So, oh well. Let's see it, Randy. Like legalize extortion for some more of the bad circuits. Yeah, you're right, Delaney. It's just nuts. I caught some of. I haven't had time to go through all of zavgirl's tips live streams because this girl is pushing it to the max. She's doing 23-hour live streams, you know. So I get home, I'm like, oh shit. But yeah, it's she's a trooper. She is a trooper. Tip, you're there. Get on here and talk now so I can go inside and get a dry cigarette and come back out real quick under some structure. Got to change the air in the tires. Man, I'll tell you what, where's Michelle Clifford? She anywhere in the house? Man, and Tip, did you see Alicia? Alicia, are you still here? Alicia actually popped in. That was really amazing. Alicia was one of our very first mods. And yeah, she was a very good mod, actually. She has some very good insights on some things. Oh, you're welcome, Sally. Thank you. At the real Amanda S. Vida in the house, stand up. Oh, coffee, yes. Oh, Cato. Speaking of Susie Law one uh, is asking about Cato writing to Chris. Speaking of writing writings from Chris, have you ever gotten hold of Engrafted yet? You know, I've tried a couple times and I'm not getting a response. I pray to God she's okay. Okay. Hey, guys, I got to go in real quick and I'll be back. I got to go get it. You're right, Amanda. I did not. Well, thank you. It's nice to know I got a friend that I don't even know. See, you guys are making my night. And this is what I always loved about Tiff's channel. You know, number one, delving into the psyche and psychology aspects of things. And not only that, just bringing just a good feeling to people. And she still does gotten a little crazy here and there. I I am really not sure about, you know, like those 28-hour live streams. I just couldn't get through them. But from what I see, for the biggest part, yeah, it's still pretty good. Still pretty good. So yeah, I love it. You guys are awesome. You guys are what makes her that. You know, she bounces off you guys. You guys make her feel awesome because, you know, she is. You're right, Gooch. Oh, I love it though. Like I said, Tiff, this challenge girl, and so you. Oh wait a minute, Tiffany, you still there, or am I not even speaking to you right now? Yeah, Gooch, 28 hours. Yes, I always keep saying, man, there ain't enough hours in the day for me, but somehow, some way, old Nooch, she finds 28 hours. It's amazing. Yeah, Heavenly Cloud. Heavenly Clouds, I thought you was going to bed. Holy Heavenly Clouds. Yeah, right, maybe summer. Mama Mia, hey, good seeing you again. Hold on, that just flipped up real quick. Mama Mia. Randy, what's something you believe differently about the Watts case now to what you believed 2 or 3 years ago? Well, this is my opinion now. I feel that NK, um, uh, I don't think she had anything to do with it. But man, I was all dead bent in hell to get her there. There you are.
Show 'em my delicious coffee. Oh, so
You cut me off right in time because I was about ready just to start slandering some people's names. No, but
what?
I don't think that she was actually involved in the murder directly of these four kids and Shanann, of course. God rest her soul. But man, indirectly, yeah, she had so much to do with it. She's a very manipulative person. So that part has not changed. Actually, I'm seeing a lot more things that even confirm that, yeah, she was a home wrecker. She was a little I got to say, yeah, no, I don't have to say that. She was just a home wrecker. A little piece of ass. Oh, yeah. Well, but besides that, she knew what she was doing. She knew how she was playing him. He was playing her. So they both got their just rewards in the end, but it was at a price that was too costly, too costly. But that's really, in all honesty. Oh, and Nate, the next door neighbor, what in the hell is he trying to say? He tries to recant his story right on, on another video saying, well, the first time I seen it, he was like, oh, yeah, they fight and I hear fighting. And, I'm going to go with that one there. I'm going to believe that. I really do. And so that's what I'm sticking with. So he knows more than what he's saying. And he's got more footage than what has been let out. For some reason, though, I don't know. Got to be a gag order or something on him. Otherwise, I just see him as the type of person who would initially start trying to get that video out, But like I said, that's my opinion. I could be wrong. And then that they still never let us know who that woman was that walked in. And I'm telling you, somebody scrubbed that little. I don't know how long that video was, but I did see about 5 seconds of it. And I believe that was from his camera. And it got scrubbed real quick. So who knows? But yeah, that's about the only things that have changed for me. Oh, wait a minute. My phone's acting up. We'll wonder why.
So what I miss?
Well, you weren't listening.
Oh, good night, heavenly clouds.
Oh, no, you don't. No, she ain't going to bed. She gonna be back in 3 minutes. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Delana, nope, I didn't get your cup of coffee. Oh, Randy, wait, are you out front or back? What are you doing here?
I'm actually out back. I was about ready to smoke a cigarette, and then it started raining a little harder and got everything wet. So, I'm going to go in and get a dry one and go stand under the shelter.
So I'm just reading some of the things. How are you? Okay, so.
Oh, well, rightly so, Amanda Vita. I'm sure that social media was going to run with that. But, for him to come out and say, yeah, I heard them arguing, and then just, whoa, let me recant that. So it doesn't matter whether they argued or not. Any normal family will, but this brought up it. He should have just came out with everything, because now people are wondering, okay, were they arguing all the time? Well, what that, dynamic was. And unfortunately, he just clammed up and, that was it. But yeah, nobody knows what the dynamic was except for the family.
See, I think Nate just made that up out of nowhere. I honestly don't think that much, because I think he thought because she went away to North Carolina. Oh, where did Randy go? I think he was just thinking they were having problems. I don't know why. I just feel like he said that so blindly. Like he said that without anything backing him up. I just don't think that they argued loud. I really don't for some reason. I don't know why. I just think he totally just threw that out there with nothing to back it up. He just said it because it was the cool thing to say. And that's what he was thinking, that there had to be issues. He was thinking she went to North Carolina to get away. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I just don't think they were loud arguers for some reason. Now, I'm not saying that it's because they had a perfect marriage. Some people just don't argue and their marriage is horrible. I'm not saying whether that means they had a good marriage or not, but I don't know why. I just don't think they were the arguing type because of, I could be wrong. I know I'm going to have a lot of people disagree, but I don't think Nate said that because he remembers hearing all these arguments. I think he just said it because that's what he thought should be said, because he was already thinking that it was Chris. So he just wanted to say that to the cops to have something important to say, in my opinion. It's just his personality type. You could tell. I mean, he was on, you could tell it is. And I'm not saying I don't like Nate or he's a bad person. He's just that type to, I mean, think about it. He was on that TV special with all of Shanann's friends. They don't know. He wasn't their friend. He barely knew him. I don't even think Shanann probably barely talked to him. Maybe said hi a couple times. But he was on there acting like he knew her, like he was her friend. He should not have been on that show with all of her friends because he wasn't their friend. He was their neighbor. And if you listen to all the other neighbors, they didn't talk to their neighbors. They weren't like a real friendly, like as far as like some neighbors, are all... Just think about what all the other neighbors said. They didn't know him. They didn't talk to anybody. They were quiet. They kept to themselves. So I think Nate's just that type of person. He wanted to be in the middle of the situation. He wanted to feel important. He wanted to feel like relevant to, like that he has some important information that people would want to hear. And yeah, I mean, he squeezed his way into that TV show, which he had no business being on because he doesn't know Shanann from anybody else any more than we know her. Those were her friends, not a neighbor that's probably said hi to her a few times. But I like Nate. He's funny. But as far as him knowing too much, I don't think he knew that much, to be honest. He makes me laugh sometimes, though. You know how, like, when the cops would come, he'd always, like, run over there and want to be first one to talk to him. Well, and then he had to make sure, like, well, yeah, I'm in contact with her mom. So, like, to feel important. Yep. Well, yeah, her mom said this, which he probably made that. He probably made that happen because he probably was the same way with her parents where he was like, hey, if you need anything, just call me, which is a nice neighbor. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I don't think the parents picked him. I think he picked the parents to be like, hey, I'll watch over the house. Hey, here's my number. Let me know. And they kind of had that communication because he made it that way, in my opinion. He's just that type of person. Nothing bad about it. He makes me laugh, actually. But as far as him knowing anything personal about them, no, I don't think he knew anything. Karen, thank you so much for the super chat. I wish I could play that interview, but I think since it was on TV, I'm talking about the one where he took it back. No, but I think he was on a couple interviews where he took it back. But that one that I'm thinking of in particular, but I'm afraid because it's on like a big TV station that it would be copyright. But I feel like I've seen that interview on channels before because we could play it, but I don't know. I don't want to take the chance, guys. But I'm going to rewatch it and see exactly because, yeah, Dr. Oz, those type of channels like Dr. Phil. I got a freaking, I already explained the copyright that wasn't even Dr. Phil's. Those channels like that. It's not like Dr. Oz is specifically going around doing strikes. It's like this, the automatic system picks it up and then they probably have their system certain, like Dr. Phil probably has his set up where anybody that has the copyright issue, he just has it set up a certain way where he claims it a certain way and doesn't bother looking through to see if there's actually real claims that should be claims. That it's probably just all automatic, I'm guessing. Oh, bye, Millie. Mel, why are you leaving? You said good vibes and then bye? Aw. Oh, maybe you're saying bye to somebody else. Oh, Scott Scooter. You remember when the first day when the cops were over the house and he said, "Oh, they argue all the time, man. They argue really bad." I thought that's probably why she went something about why she went to North Carolina. That they're arguing so much, and then he took it back and he just says, "I don't know why I even said that." He was just exaggerated, basically that wasn't true necessarily. And even the cops, even the coder and Graham said that he took it back too. And the Dodge confession, I think, was it the Dodge confession they said that to Chris? I don't know why they were telling Chris. I forget what the context was of that. But thanks, Soul, for music. Oh, thank you. I would play it. No, I'm not. I can't take a chance. But go watch. You could probably just put Dr. Oz, Nate Trin. I don't even know how to say his last name. Just put Nate, Chris's neighbor, Dr. Oz interview, and you'll be able to see where he takes it back. But wait, thanks, Soul, for music. But I feel like it's on somewhere else where I heard him say it too. I don't know where it is. I feel like it was a couple times he said that. But definitely Dr. Oz, Amanda said. Was he on the Dr. Phil one? Do you remember, Amanda? Do you know, was Nate on the Dr. Phil? Was he ever on Dr. Phil too? I don't know. I know he was on that special with the friends. It was the one that was on the Lifetime special, right? Or wait. I think because they had the Lifetime movie, but didn't they have a special? I don't know. Maybe it wasn't Lifetime. But when all of Shanann's friends, like, they were sitting at a table and they were kind of talking about Shanann, and it was so odd that they had him on. Like, it wasn't odd that they had him on because he's the neighbor, so he could have, they used their video. But in the context of which they had him on, he was on with all of the friends. If they would have just had him separate, like Tammy was on there, but they had her, that's Tammy. Like with Nate, they portrayed him as like a friend more so. But you could tell he didn't know him. He probably only knew Chris as far as Chris coming over, maybe saying hi, and then Chris came over about the whole theft thing, about the cameras. Like, I don't know. The other neighbors said they're just quiet. I mean, they weren't the type to go around talking to people. They would just say hi, they wouldn't have relationships necessarily unless if they already knew you. But anyway, like I said, don't take this out of context that I think Nate's like a bad person, because I like Nate. He's funny, but there's people have different personalities. He just has a certain personality and certain traits, and that was kind of how he was. Yeah, he was a good neighbor. He was like one of those more. I have one of them. I don't want to say nosy because that looks like a negative thing, but I don't know how else to describe it. So let's just say nosy, but I don't mean that in a bad way. It could be he's looking out, for the neighborhood. But we actually have one in our neighborhood. The neighbor that's like at the end of the street, on the same side of the street, she'll actually take binoculars and like look at all the houses. Like she could kind of see the backyard of where I live with her binoculars. And the one time, what did she say? She said something when we were on a walk where pertaining to what she saw at the house when she was looking through the binoculars, and she's like not even ashamed of it. Like, it's just weird. It's kind of weird. I mean, there's no harm or anything, but she's just nosy and just knows everything that's going on. Yeah. Anyway, oh yeah, he was so nervous. If you watch that video, just watch Nate, because Nate's like looking at him the whole time. He's watching him because it's so obvious. I mean, that's probably why Nate wanted to say, "Oh yeah, they fight all the time," because he could look at him and tell, man, this guy is freaking out, like he's guilty. So in his head, he already had it in his head. Well, God, I think this guy might have done it. So he adds to the drama by saying, "Yeah, they fight all the time." My neighbor, one of my neighbors that lives, it'll be 1, 2, 3 houses down on the same side of the street. So her backyard is it like at a certain angle where she could see our backyard? But she does it to all the neighbors, not just like she's looking at our house, but she's aware of everything. And even like there's a neighbor, Kathy, that lives beside us. Like she'll even say, like she'll tell her things that goes on in the yards and stuff in the houses that she knows from with her binoculars looking. And like I said, the one day, this was a couple years ago, going for a walk, she had said something, I think to my grandma, about something she had seen in our backyard that she had seen with the binoculars while looking. I forget what remark was she was trying to inform us of something that was going on. It's like, okay. No, not Nate. I'm not saying Nate had binoculars. I'm just talking about my neighbor. I think that whole I think that whole thing where he said his car was getting broken into was just to see where the camera was. Because I think he was planning it that far back whenever that had happened, because it sounded like it was kind of recently. Whenever that happened, he was already thinking of it. And in my opinion, he was already thinking of doing this, and maybe also to know where the camera was in case if NK wanted to come over, so he knew what they could see. But I think it's a premeditation to what happened, where he wanted to know where Nate's camera was. So in a way to do it, act like somebody broke into his car so he could go in there, park his car, and be like, okay, where do I need to park where your camera will catch me? So he's aware of where the camera is, so he knows. In my opinion, I don't know. I think it was all planned. So he got a good look at where the camera was, what angle it was. Yeah, I have nothing against my neighbor. Don't take that the wrong way either. That neighbor's fine, but it's just cute. It's like, I would never do something like that, but everybody's different. I guess it's good to know that they got our back, Bye, Darcy. My new hair? Oh, I got it cut. Is that what you mean, Bella? I got like 3 inches cut a couple weeks ago, or was that last? I don't even know. My concept of time is a little off. Is Randy? Randy, where did you go? Oh my God. How long were you backstage? I thought you just disappeared and I'm over here rambling. Have you been backstage for a while?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've been back here for about.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been here. No worry. Yeah, I had to come inside your place.
Do you think maybe
Yeah, man, I didn't know. I was showing people my trash can, the trash can in the back, and the bar.
Man, wait, you sounded better before. Can you turn on whatever mic you had before? Why do you sound real far away now?
Down, is that better?
What were you using before?
This device right here.
Okay, go ahead then. Sorry.
Yeah, I just had it a little bit closer. But yeah, I was showing people. Looks like from what I see, the old barbecue grill that I put I have an old pan there. I just throw my cigarette butts in there. I just throw them all my shit in that back patio.
Oh, it's okay. I wish you'd show your face, but no, I understand.
No showing this.
So you're saying you do have a really long Ethernet cable that if I bring my laptop and we do a live outside, we could hardline it, like plug it in? Are you sure?
Also,
I could buy one if not, but you have one.
I have one, and I'm gonna get different port numbers for each device that I use, so this way it's not gonna be interfered with. It'll just be, each port number will be for each means of communication.
Is it long enough?
Oh yeah.
Why do you sound like so different than you were earlier, though? I'm confused.
I don't know. Hold on, let me come back. I'll be back in a minute.
All right. Yeah, I know, Mr. Kurt.
I mean, go ahead and do what you gotta do. I'll be back. Don't be silent. Okay, I'll be back.
Oh, I know. I don't know what I was just sitting there, huh? Don't pay attention to any neighbors. You couldn't tell what happened. I know, me too. I'm so horrible. Me either. I don't either. I only know that because of other neighbors talk about that person and then. But like, as far as I know Kathy beside me, and I don't know their names, but I know beside here, because we'll say hi and kind of talk to them. But like, Yeah, I mean, I guess when I go for a walk, we're always saying hi to everybody and stuff. But as far as like really knowing people, yeah. Um. All right. Well. Oh wow, Cherry, really? Oh my God, Randy, I hope come back for this one. Me and Randy in Colorado, because for those of you who don't know, Randy actually lived with me in Colorado. He's my roomie. um, and the last place that we lived in, our last apartment there, we had this guy that lived above us that I thought he was a serial killer. Rand, are you there?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's the
And the thing
headphones.
is like when I was staying up nights hallucinating stuff, I would hear things, I would see things, and that's when I really thought, oh my God, yeah, I was imagining so many crazy things. But there was reasons. I wasn't just all of my craziness. Because Randy, what were some of the reasons? He was a taxi cab driver, he was a taxi driver, and he would never show his
Oh
face.
my
Like
God.
he would always come
Oh,
in, like, so nobody ever was able to see him. We could hear him walking around up there. He
that's
freaking
why I say
say what else? There's weird things
for
about him.
for
Oh,
somebody.
the weird
Yes,
chains. Oh
thank
my
you.
God.
And
It's go ahead.
for
What?
somebody to be a cab driver, this guy was very, very antisocial, or he had some type of I don't know what it was, but yeah, no, he would literally pull up in front of the house and either wait for everybody to go into the building and not just be behind doors, and then he would come in and go up to his apartment.
I
It
didn't
was
even know
just
what he
so
looked like. But that's
I
not why. I mean, I
know.
understand introverts and quietness, but the reason I started thinking he was a serial killer is because we would hear the weirdest noises coming from up there, like chains. Every night it would sound like chains, like big heavy chains were dragging across the floor. So I'm over here imagining somebody chained up there, moving around like his victim. And then
Yeah.
in the bathtub, remember, it sounded like he would get into the bathtub and the chain would rub up against the bathtub and it would
And
like you could tell the chain was in the bathtub then. So that's what made me start thinking. And then I
that
put everything else together and I'm like, oh my God, what
oh
if he gets
yeah.
his victims from people taking his taxi cab? Because we had watched this movie. What's that movie? He's
Oh my
this
God.
movie we watched about a serial killer. He was a taxi cab driver, and then that's how he got his victims. He would take him to his house. He had him in his car, and then he would have his doors where they locked, and then they couldn't get out, and that's how he did it. So I was picturing this guy doing that. Pick up his victims in the cab. They're in his car, so he's kind of can control them like that. Then he brings them up, chains them up, keeps them alive for a while. You hear the chains. I mean, not just they sounded like heavy chains.
Oh
I
yeah, they
was
did. They
freaked
did. No,
out.
I agree. I agree.
So, Lorraine, you thought it was funny in a way, though, but
Oh,
I
I
know.
did. I did because it was just so cute how your mind would race and it, some of the things you were throwing out there, girl. Let me tell you.
Well, because I would be up for like freaking 12 days, my limit, but like I'd be up for like, it
Oh,
would be
that
easy to
was
be up for
scary.
6 to 9 days straight, like, because meth,
Yeah,
heroin, I just like
yeah,
my
that was scary.
addiction. So I would be up. So I would be hallucinating from not sleeping a lot.
Yeah, I
But
hated to
so I
see
would
it.
hear things, I would see things that weren't there. I'd hear things that weren't there. And so poor Randy,
Oh,
he heard some.
I come home from work and it's you're still there
Tell
going.
them how many times I'd have strangers in the house. Oh, they're staying. I'd
Oh
pick
my
up
Lord.
strangers and I'll let them stay at the
Oh,
house.
Santa Maria. Yeah. Yeah,
Randy'd come home from work and be like, "Who are these people, Tiffany? Why are they staying at your house?" I'm like, oh, they don't have anywhere to stay. They're
uh,
when did you meet them? I just met them today.
you know, yeah. Being friendly and helping somebody out is one thing, but yeah, oh
I
no,
was,
she took that to a different level. Oh, but then no, I will never. It was good times. It really was. It was a very very good learning experience. Uh, but yeah, no, that was a lot of lessons learned in that part of our lives. I enjoyed it though.
oh
I
yeah,
really did.
I've learned a
Well,
lot. I'm a lot different now. But
for the
now
biggest part.
like I feel like I'm too much to the other side now, where I used to,
Yeah. You gotta
like from
get your
one extreme
balance
to
there, kiddo.
another, because now I'm like so closed off to everybody and don't trust
Yeah.
anybody now because of how many times I've been screwed by doing that, because that the one time, the one couple, the two people that were homeless, I let stay, and they ended up robbing the other guy we were
Oh
Joey. So Joey, he
no.
was staying on the couch and Randy, he stayed with us for a while, but then I ended up
Now,
letting these
now,
other two
mind
people
you,
stay.
guys.
And then Randy, this is when Randy's at work. He doesn't even know. So now we have 3 people in there. He comes home. He's like, who are these people?
And
Anyway,
guys, you gotta realize, you gotta understand how big this apartment is here in Denver. Okay. Well, no, this was in Lakewood.
this is the one in Lakewood. Yeah.
Lakewood, yeah.
1
This
bedroom.
place, 1 bedroom place. I mean, it was like what, maybe a
It was
900 square foot.
750.
Was this so? Oh,
750.
not. I was
Yeah.
giving it too much credit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I had quite the experience every day when I would come home. I would commute back and forth from Boulder to Lakewood, and I usually got home about 2 in the morning, 3, 4 o'clock. It depends on what time I shut shop down, and because it was a college town, so they're up all hours. I get home and yeah, that okay. How are you? How are you? How are you? How are you? I'm looking around and introducing myself to all 75 people. And excuse me, can I just pole vault over top of you so I can use the bathroom, please? Yeah, it was
Oh
quite
my
the unique
God.
experience. But like I
Yeah.
said, this is what makes memories. But thank God they have good outcomes.
So anyway, that the specific ones I'm talking about now, yeah, they ended up robbing. They took Joey's wallet when he was sleeping, and then remember they took some of those clothes that I had because
Oh
my friend
yeah.
Katie that was staying there, our 2 friends we let stay there. That's a whole
Mhm.
nother story. But they had left. Wasn't that her clothes? I don't know. They took some stuff, and plus they took his wallet, and then
Yeah,
they went to a
looking beyond.
store. They went to a store and got him busted because they set up this plan where they robbed the store, and then they got caught. So
Thank
Joey
God.
got arrested. Well, I don't know. I think he talked his way out of it, but he comes home and he's like, "Oh my God." But
But this is a lesson to take out of this. It's who you're hanging around with. You just you don't want to hang around. You want to keep that type of stuff out of your circle of life. I get it. I get it. There's quite a few things that are in common. But, yeah, it was different. It was different.
I
It
know
was
when we
fun.
had Katie and Jeff there, we would all alternate where we slept. As far as that, because they were actually Katie was my good college friend, and that's a whole nother story what she did to me. So those were our friends that we let basically stay there for free in a 1 bedroom apartment. So we kind of alternated where we each got turns with the bed. But when I would have like the homeless stray people, they would sleep out on the couch or on the floor and stuff. I never gave them the bed unless if it was it was like somebody I knew I would, but not the
You
homeless
are the
people.
humanitarian, Tiff. You really are. She is quite the humanitarian. I have got to give it to her. But yeah, as what was that? Looking beyond or overlooking? I can't see where to go. Looking beyond.
Like for
TMI. TMI.
wait, what do you
Uh,
mean? What?
oh no. He had made that comment a while ago. We were talking about something, and he was like, "Too
Oh,
much information."
yeah, I'm probably
But no, it's all good. It's all good. I just wanted to let him know let that person know I seen the comment. But yes, go for it, Tiff. Which one you playing now?
Oh, well, I only have like one more of me and you and Chris Watts, so I was gonna play that ancestor one first.
Oh, that's
Because
the.
it's really interesting, guys.
Oh, God,
This
I
is,
love that.
like I said again, this is from Chris Watts's Ronnie's ancestor. So Chris's ancestors. I mean, it's like Ronnie's dad and dad's dad and then dad's it follows that line. And it's
This.
interesting some of the well, I'll
Oh,
play it.
it's so interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Man, that made me want to do a lot of research, and I'm still doing that too. It's wonderful. It's amazing about this stuff. You guys are going to be interested, I hope. Okay,
No,
I'm
I
shutting
know,
up.
but I just feel like it might. I hope it's not boring
Are
because I don't use a lot of visuals. I feel like I'm just
are
sitting
you
there
talking about the
talking.
embedded DNA?
Yeah, but I feel like
Oh,
when I did
yeah.
my videos back then, I just sat and talked. Well, I guess that's never mind. Yeah.
Well, duh.
Okay, hold on.
What you doing now, girl?
I know. I just thought about that. Like, wait a minute. But yeah. Okay, shut up. All right, let me.
You can't hit me in the rib while I'm over here. We're virtual.
Oh shoot.
But okay, I'm out. I'm going to shut up and I'm going to listen to this. I love this part. Embedded DNA.
All right, 1 second. Let me get it ready. Share. There we go. All right, guys, I'm getting her. Okay, so let me add that and let's do it. Hey guys, welcome to my channel. Okay, so I got a kind of interesting video for you today. Foxy Mama sent me a lot of information, a lot of hard work. She did a lot of hard work on this here, so I want to give her a shout out, Foxy Mama. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to start out by talking about suicides, okay? And it all makes sense, when you see. It'll all make sense, I should say, how it's going to relate to Chris, when it all comes together. Hopefully it'll make sense to you. Hopefully I won't bore you and you guys will kind of follow and get the point of what I'm trying to say. I'm a little nervous for some reason, I'm nervous about screwing this one up and not approaching it right and not, getting the right information for you guys to understand what I'm trying to say. So hopefully I did an all right job on some research and you guys could kind of connect the dots here. I don't know if any of you guys are like psychology majors, but I don't know if you guys, are you familiar with Carl Jung? Well, he's kind of the founder in some of this stuff that I'm going to talk about when it comes to like genetic memory and collective unconscious. We're going to back up here and I want to go and give you some statistics on suicides. Okay. So this information actually comes from the National Center for Biotechnology Information. Okay. So this is a reliable resource here. So most suicides are related to psychiatric disease. Okay. So psychological autopsies from the middle of the previous century. So from 1950 and onwards have revealed that most people who have died by suicide have suffered from mental disorders. A recent figure suggests this number could be at least 90%. On the other hand, though, most people with mental disorders do not die by their own hand. So I'm not saying that, most people have mental disorders commit suicide. No, but what these findings mean is from the studies that they've done and the autopsies they performed, that 90% of the people that committed the suicides that they were studying had some kind of mental disorder. Okay. So like I said, I'm not saying that a lot of people with mental disorders are going to go out and commit suicide. That's not what I'm saying. And I'm also not saying that everyone that commits suicide has a mental disorder. Okay. But I'm saying there is a strong correlation between the two. Okay. So a strong correlation between mental disorders and suicides. Okay. So one doesn't cause the other. It's just a correlation. There's no cause here. Okay. But, correlations do usually kind of tell a story and kind of mean something in a way, like why is there that correlation? Why is, the autopsies they performed that 90% of those suicides were by people that had mental disorders? Because there is some correlation here. Okay. When you see, for instance, they seen the autopsies that they performed, that 90% of all the studies they did, all the autopsies they performed from 1950 and onward, 90% of those were committed by people that suffer from a mental disorder. But there is also other factors that are associated with suicides, like relationship problems, other life stressors like criminal or legal matters, financial troubles. So there's other things reasons why people, feel the need to take their life sometimes, which is really sad. It really is. So Okay, so the reason I'm bringing this up is because someone sent me some interesting information, like I said earlier, on Chris Watts' ancestors. Okay, not even that far back. I mean, this is from the middle of the 20th century. So his second cousins and his great uncles are the ones that I'm going to be bringing up in this video. So it's not like it's like ancestors way down, like so far away. It was ones that were born in the 1900s, I should say, the mid 1900s, most of them. And like I said, they were either his second cousins or his great uncles. But I'm going to get you a screenshot so you guys could see that too. Like I said, somebody sent me some very interesting information. Well, Foxy Mama, like I said, Foxy Mama sent me this. And it's about Chris Watts' ancestors on his dad's side. Okay. So I want to first start this off by reading you a message sent to this person by one of Chris's relatives. Okay. So this was a biological relative of one of the Watts men who was murdered by his wife in self-defense. Okay. So this guy, this is a relative of one of the Watts men, right? I think this was his, wait, which one? No, this was the one that would be Chris's second cousin. Okay. That was murdered because he was attacking his wife. So it was self-defense. She shot him. I guess he suffered, he was an alcoholic. He was a violent man, angry man. But let me read you this, what this person wrote. It said, my father's family was plagued with schizoid and paranoid tendencies, depression, and other mental illnesses. There were several suicides. Leonard Watts, Chris's second cousin, was said to have a terrible problem with alcohol. He became very angry with his wife on a particular night. She shot him when he attacked her. He was a very angry man. He was also a very intelligent man with incredible visual memory skills. Okay. So does that sound familiar? Think about Chris. Chris, he had the IQ of 140, supposed, he's a genius. Remember how they called him a Rain Man? His coworkers called him Rain Man because he had that memory. They said he would just see a sight one time and he knew it by heart. He only needed to see it once and he knew exactly where everything was. And I feel like even did his mom or somebody else even talk about how he had like a photographic memory. Okay. So, and also, his violent tendencies. Think about what Chris did. I mean, rage, angry, maybe we don't know about addiction. This, Leonard was an alcoholic. There's some speculation if Chris was into drugs. We don't know that for sure. Was he into drugs? I don't know. Can you look at Thrive as being a drug that he was addicted to? It's all up to how you view that. So, but you can't deny the violence that's similar, violence against women. I mean, look, well, gosh, they were all females. I mean, besides Nico, but if you think about it, his two daughters and his wife. So that Leonard, they say, was very intelligent man with incredible visual memory skills. Not a lot of people have those like photographic memory with those kind of skills. So I feel like there has to be something here where it was passed down. So if you look at this overview of all his ancestors here, well, not even all of them, but this is just in a time span of 15 years. Okay. It's his great uncles and second cousins, right? There are 4 suicides, 1 homicide, and either a suicide, homicide, or accident. The other one's not for sure what it is. But all these are deaths due to gunshot, okay? The 4 suicides and 1 homicide were all done within the same 15 years of each other. So that wasn't that like long of a time span to have basically 6 deaths by gunshots, 4 suicides, possibly 5 suicides, and then homicide. And the homicide was the Leonard because he was attacking his wife. So it was self-defense. Okay. And, it was known that he was a violent man and, he had these rage problems and he was an alcoholic. And so I think it's safe to say that mental disorders were in his genes. I mean, that's just on the Watt side. Now, what about the other side? I mean, everybody's been talking about how they think Cindy is a narcissist.
there's nobody can know for sure. At least I'm sure if she has a psychiatrist, they could tell us, or like people that maybe know her better, but then they would have to, have a degree to be able to diagnose her. So I'm not sure. I mean, it seems like she has a lot of the symptoms and people are throwing that out there, but I mean, I don't think we know enough about her to like for sure label her as a narcissist, but she has some of the traits and she just seems not like a very, loving, affectionate person, which there's nothing wrong with that, but she almost seems like a cold, angry, maybe vengeful person. I guess that's a story for another day, because I don't know. This is mostly what I'm going to talk about is on the Watt side, which is kind of weird because like I said, we've all been talking about how he inherited it from his mom, but here he could have inherited it from both sides because now we see that the Watts definitely have a history of mental disorders in their family, a history of violence, a history of just the characteristics that we see in Chris, or that we not only see in Chris, but just that the actions that he did that night or that morning. Those, I mean, for somebody to be able to do that, he has to have some of these traits. And you go on his mom's side, Cindy, like I said, I don't know, but a lot of people seem to think she is a narcissist too. And I think there's, we see a lot of traits that she could be, but I can't say for sure because I don't know enough about her, but she might be too. So he might not have been able to stand a chance. He's got it on his dad's side and his mom's side, possibly. But I also want to talk about something else that could have played a part in this traumatic past, which this traumatic past, I feel like, seems to be inherited in more ways than one. Okay. So not only through genes, like genetics. Have you guys ever heard of genetic memory? I know I brought it up at the beginning, but so how many of you guys have heard of that? Okay. It's a fascinating idea. It's so interesting and so intriguing. I remember learning about it in college, and I was so interested in it. One of the definitions of genetic memory is the idea that you could inherit memories from your ancestors without having to experience them firsthand. Okay, so some psychologists, most famously Carl Jung, have theorized that we're born with memories and experiences of our ancestors imprinted on our DNA. So basically, where do these inheritance and genes, where does it start from? Like, how it has to start from somewhere. Like, how does it get imprinted onto your DNA if it always came from the time before? You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like, it had to have came from somewhere, right? And now all these new studies are saying that they're researching this, that you could actually imprint on your DNA. For instance, you can encode DNA with experience. So let's say you have a child, right? Or let's say before you have a child, something happens and it gets encoded into your DNA, and then you pass it on to your child. I hope I don't lose you guys here. Just follow. It's pretty interesting stuff. Hopefully you guys will find it interesting. Okay. So I'm just going to tell you the 3 different kinds of memory. Okay. So there's episodic memory. Okay. That's one type of memory. It's a memory of specific events, such as your memory of your last birthday party or your last vacation. Like some kind of memory that's personal to your experience, like something you experience and it's like personal to you. Like, for example, goes along with what we're, trying to prove here or try to get you to think about. But like, let's say you have some kind of trauma that you experienced. That would be on episodic memory, like that actual experience. Okay. So that's one type of memory. The second type is semantic memory. And this is memory of information that is presented as a fact. For example, the fact President Trump is the current president, right? That's a fact. Chris Watts is a monster. That's a fact. No, I don't know. That was kind of a joke. Haha. But no, I mean, that's not a good example of a fact. But 2 + 2 is 4, a fact, factual stuff. Ted Bundy is a serial killer. He's a serial killer. That's a fact. Okay. So that's semantic memory. So semantic memories are facts. You know, President Trump is president, 2 + 2 is 4. That's semantic. Episodic memory is like kind of personal experiences, your personal memory, your birthday party, vacation, trauma, specific trauma that you experienced. Okay. The third type of memory is procedural memory. Okay. So procedural memory is memory of how to do things. For example, your memory of how to swim, how to change a light bulb, how to ride a bike. So those are procedural memories, okay? So procedural memory can be inherited. For example, babies know how to suck without being taught. They know how to suck without being taught how to do it. I mean, how did they learn? They just know how. So it's like a procedural memory that's kind of inherited. Well, not kind of, it is inherited. So that's kind of we all kind of can see, and it's been studied that procedural memory is genetic, you know, so that is inherited. Okay. But the question here that I want you all to think about is episodic memory and semantic memory genetic, or can it be genetic, right? Can it be inherited, I should say? All right. So semantic memory might be a little easier for you guys to imagine being inherited, at least partially, because these are facts. So it's not necessarily personal memories to you, but just facts that are out there in the universe that are facts. So it's a little bit easier to think that it could be inherited, even though it's still, if you think about it, is how does that get inherited if you aren't encoding it on your DNA as you're living? You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Or at least, or your grandma or whatever, when this fact is put out there in the universe, who is encoding it into your DNA to actually to make it inherited at all? Okay. And especially the episodic memory. I mean, that's personal to each person. So it's pretty crazy, but it makes sense here. So it's pretty crazy to think about, but I mean, I think there's something to it here. I really do. Okay. So Carl Jung, for those of you who aren't familiar with him, he's a Swiss psychotherapist and a psychiatrist and the founder of analytical psychology, and is well known for his theory of the collective unconscious. Okay. The collective unconscious, unlike the personal unconscious, is a type of genetic memory that can be shared by individuals with a common ancestor or history. According to Jung, the collective unconscious consists of implicit beliefs and thoughts had by our ancestors. While we are not aware of the collective unconscious, it can influence how we act. For example, if our ancestors had a belief that fire was dangerous, this belief can be a part of our collective unconscious and influence how we behave when we are near fire. Okay, so Jung came up with this theory while psychoanalyzing his patients' dreams. He believed that the symbolism he found that was prominent in their dreams showed similarities to specific ancestral history that was difficult to explain by anything in the dreamer's own life. So those of you who have taken psychology classes, you learn like your dreams, you can't dream about something that you haven't experienced. Not necessarily that you experience like what's going on in the dream, but parts of the dream, there's some kind of memory for each part of the dream that you're having. I don't know. I'm not explaining that good because it's not like, you know, if you have a dream you're flying, you're ever flying. But what I'm saying is that let's say you're flying on a rug. Well, that rug that you're on, you would have had to have seen it somewhere in your life. You know what I'm saying? Or like whatever when you're flying over something and you see the buildings, those buildings are coming from some kind of memory, some kind of personal memory that you have. I don't know if that makes more sense of what I'm trying to say. So what he's saying that when he was psychoanalyzing people's dreams, he found symbolism that was prominent in their dreams that showed similarities to specific ancestral history that was difficult to explain by anything in the dreamer's own life. So the things that were in their dreams, they couldn't be explained by anything that the person would have any knowledge of, unless if there was some kind of collective unconscious that's going on here. So some kind of knowledge, or what should I say? Some kind of knowledge, yeah, that's been passed down by an ancestor of these people that, you know, that he was psychoanalyzing. Just there was things in the dreams that just, this is how he came up with, you know, this theory, because there was things in the dream they were dreaming about that they would have no other way of knowing or having that in their dream, because they never experienced any of that. Like there would be no way to have that in their memory to be able to dream about it, if that makes sense. So that's where he started thinking, whoa, wait, maybe there's some kind of, you know, unconscious that's from your ancestors that's actually passed down. So that's what made him start thinking about this. Okay. Another example of this, think about musical virtuosos, right? Or even like an artistic virtuoso. See, that sounds weird right now, virtuoso. Now, remember I was talking about the words that just sound weird when you say them sometimes, but other times it doesn't. But anyway, I think you guys know what I'm talking about. A musical virtuoso. So just like for those of you guys who don't know what a virtuoso is, it's a person highly skilled in music or another artistic pursuit or some kind of art, because music is kind of classified as an art, you know. So, you know, it could be like actual art, like a painting, or just somebody just highly skilled that has this natural talent. Sometimes they call them like musical geniuses, you know, where they're just born and they just have this talent. So this kind of goes into play with genetic memory. So if you think of a musical genius, I'll just use that word. So people that are just born with this natural talent and you don't even know where it comes from, right? Okay. So even though they have never had a music lesson in their life, most of their musical genius begins so early and spontaneously as an infant that it cannot possibly been learned. Like they it begins as early as infancy. Sometimes there's no way that they learn this. And you'll even hear that these people say that they never went and learned this anywhere. It was just something that was within. They didn't go out and like take classes on it, or it was just something that was just inside, like in them when they were born, and just something they knew how to do, right? They say it's like it came factory installed, you know, even in the absence of formal training. Okay. They have innate access to what can be called the rules or vast syntax of music. There are many examples of these people, and also artistic virtuosos, like I was saying earlier, that for people like sculptors, painters. Here's an example: a sculptor who can mold a perfect specimen of any animal with clay in an hour or less, only after a single glance at the animal itself. Every muscle and tendon perfectly positioned. And he has had no formal training. And there are so many examples of this, so many. I mean, I'm just picking out a few, but there's so many. This happens all the time, okay? To explain this innate access to the vast syntax and rules of art, music, mathematics, and language, in the absence of any formal training, genetic memory to me seems like it must exist. I mean, think about it. Just from hearing that, like where is this memory coming from? Okay, so here's another definition of genetic memory. Genetic memory, simply put, is the complex abilities and actual sophisticated knowledge inherited along with other more typical and commonly accepted physical and behavioral characteristics. So, like I said, Carl Jung, along with other psychologists, theorized that we are born with memories and experiences of our ancestors imprinted on our DNA. It's possible that our most basic survival instincts might stem from some long ago trauma experienced by a dead relative. So, is it possible that our memories of our ancestors are embedded into our DNA, perhaps influencing us in ways we are barely aware of? For instance, Chris, with all these suicides and who knows what other trauma, but you know, you had a couple homicides. And then there was a few that were, she said, that fell in the range of that it could possibly be either a homicide, suicide, accident. It could be natural causes, but there's a few others that fall in the range, but she said she couldn't find a death certificate of them, of how they actually died. The other ones, or the few other ones that are at the end of this chart that she made up. So you see that they're at the age range where it could possibly be a suicide or a homicide rather than natural causes because they're so young. But that's not for sure. But what is for sure is you got 4 suicides and 2 homicides. Well, 1 homicide for sure, and the other one could be a suicide, homicide, or accident. But all gunshots, all gunshot deaths. So, I mean, could he possibly have some kind of genetic memory that's embedded into his DNA, that was passed down, that predisposed him for this his violent tendencies and this violent act that he committed, mixed with, so not only the genetic memory of these traumas, but him inheriting these mental disorders that maybe a lot of them suffered from. For them to have committed suicide, like I said at the beginning of this, there's a strong correlation between suicides and mental disorders. So there's a good chance that they might have suffered from a mental disorder. So not only did the genes directly would have passed down, a mental disorder could be directly inherited through the DNA, but also through this genetic memory of, these traumatic experiences, or even, trauma, or, the way they were feeling, whatever went into their experiences of why they were so depressed, or so whatever drove them to want to kill themselves. I'm sure they experienced something in their life that maybe some kind of trauma or whatever those experiences were, those passed down to Chris. It's just something to think about, because it's kind of weird that could be a coincidence, all the suicides and then the murders, and then who knows if could be even more. And, on his mom's side too. Okay. So sorry, a few more things. I tried to pick out the most interesting things in some of these articles. I remember, but I love psychology and I love this stuff, but I find this stuff so interesting. I remember when I learned about this, and the first time I learned about it in one of my psychology classes, and it made me go to Borders that week, and I bought a Carl Jung book because I was so fascinated by it that I wanted to learn more. So I bought this book about Carl Jung and his theory on collective unconscious, and I think I gave it to a friend in Colorado, actually. So, but anyway, so I hope you guys are interested. I don't know. A lot of you guys might not be interested. It might be a little bit too much for you, but I thought I'd throw it out there, see what you guys thought, and hopefully a few of you guys are still, you've made it this far and are still watching. And thank you for those of you still here watching. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. What evidence have we seen of this happening? Okay. There's evidence in rodents that you can breed learning how to run a maze into the next generation. So if rodents find themselves in a certain maze and their parents had learned some things about the maze, then the little rodents don't have to start from scratch when they learn to navigate it. It's like there's this memory of how to navigate the maze that their parents passed down to them. Is that not crazy? So this at least shows that it's possible that you can have some memory in your genetic material, and this material is carried on. So that means that memory had to have came from the parents, because it wasn't like it was inherited in the genes before that. It had to come from the direct parents. That experience somehow had to encode the memories into their genes and be able to pass it to their kids or to the babies, So it was from the direct experience. Like, is that not crazy? Am I just the only one that finds this stuff fascinating? So you never know if you can pass down a certain kind of fear or trauma, right? Right? I mean, if your trauma is severe, it could impact your genetic material, right? I mean, if you're following this theory and you believe that it's possible, then you know Chris's ancestors, or if you want to just look, kind of use it for yourself, for your personal experiences, if you're trying to study yourself, or however you want to look at it, if you want to look at it to study Chris, but that maybe a certain kind of fear that from your ancestors or trauma that they experienced themselves, okay, that somehow it encodes into their DNA and then is passed on. So I don't know. It makes you wonder, maybe the more severe the event, the more chance of it encoding into your DNA, or maybe it has nothing to do with the severity. I don't know, but it does make you wonder. It's interesting because you see all the violence, the suicides, and you wonder, could it have gotten passed down to Chris? Could it, from this genetic memory, obviously from genes, from mental disorders, obviously I don't want to say obviously, but probably they suffer from some kind of mental disorders, and that is definitely could be genetic depending on what it is. So that could be passed down. And also I feel like that this genetic memory could come into play and somehow could have, encoded on their DNA and been passed down, and somehow been passed down to Chris, and somehow kind of could have had an effect on Chris's his personality, I should say, or his memories, his genes, his how he is, his, I don't even know how you want to word it, but I'll just leave it at like his personality. Okay. So I think it'd be very interesting to find out if you could encode DNA with experience. Okay. So before you have a child, something happens that is encoded in the DNA, and and then you pass it on to your child. That's kind of the whole basics of how it works. If this is what's going on. But now I know we're not talking about like, there's two different things. Okay. So, because disorders are inherited. I mean, there's a lot of genetic components to a mental disorder, but I know we're talking about memory being passed down, genetic memory. Okay. So I know that's different than, mental disorders. There I go. I'm pointing at this book because it's this freaking Chris Roth's books right here. I keep putting my hand on him like I'm talking to him or something. I don't even want to look at him anymore. I'm going to turn it over. But anyway, I don't know. So let's just get back on track here. So, like I said, it would be interesting to find out if you could encode the DNA with experience. I think it definitely, you definitely can, because where does the encoding start? It has to start somewhere, right? What we need to find out is whether something that occurs during your lifetime can impact or imprint the DNA that's being passed on. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. So there's something that's going on in each of our lives, in our lifetime, that is making an imprint on our DNA of something that could be passed on to our kids. Okay. There are certainly some changes to the DNA within our lifetimes. Okay. So we see how the human body changed in different environments. Another article titled "Memories Can Be Inherited," and scientists may have just figured out how. Okay. Now, this is some information from this article. So it talks about epigenetics, which is the study of inherited changes in gene expression, changes that are inherited, but that are not inherent to our DNA. For instance, life experiences, which are directly coded in human DNA, can actually be passed on to children. Studies have shown that survivors of traumatic events may have effects in subsequent generations. Okay. So how interesting. Like, that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. So I want to bring up Chris's grandmother. So you remember Chris's grandmother who is mentioned in the book, Cindy's mother, her name is Gertrude. She was born in Radisov, Czechoslovakia in 1926, okay? She grew up as Hitler rose to power. She lived an hour from the concentration camps. People were torn from their homes, never to be seen again. So she would have lived in terror. Like, think about living in that environment, in that time period. She would have been so scared, like, every day. She would have been living in terror, okay? I mean, can you imagine? So, do you think that could have encoded into her DNA? Do you think she could have somehow passed that down to Chris at all? Think about it, because, oh, let me finish this. Let me finish a little bit of information about her. So, I guess she was classified as stateless. So, then she married an American serviceman and moved to the US. Her husband had fought in World War II. So he could have some traumatic experiences that he passes down too, and some genetic memory, if you think about it, because he's Chris's grandfather. Okay. So if you think about this genetic memory and trauma that can be passed down in their experiences and behaviors and attitudes, and of course, whatever was genetically passed down. So think about that, like all the genetic memory that they would be passing down, all the trauma that they would be passing, all the fear and terror that they went through that they could have passed down to Chris through genetic memory, right? Any of the behaviors or attitudes that they had that could be passed down. And then of course with, the genetics that's passed down, because the genetics is their genes, right? But the memory is the memory of, because I hope you guys aren't getting confused between genetic memory and just genetics and genes and stuff. But genetic memory is like their experiences that could potentially be passed down, and the way that could happen is potentially that it encodes onto their genes, like in their lifetime. Okay. When I'm talking about genetic memory encoding on your DNA, it's, like I said, your episodic memory, which is your experiences, your personal experiences, maybe your fears and trauma you went through, and your beliefs and your behaviors, your attitudes. That's what I'm referring to as far as with Chris's, what I'm talking about with what I'm trying to correlate with Chris's characteristics. But also the genetic memory could come from semantic memory. And that, remember I was telling you, the semantic memory is facts, like just facts. President Trump is the president, is the current president. 2 + 2 is 4. So that also could have, you could pass that on, through genetic memory, right? And then the procedural memory, which I gave you the example, remember, of musical geniuses. They just know like the rules of music, and like painters or sculptors that could just do it without any formal training. So all of that could be passed down. Well, in this theory, there's, that when you look into it, they're trying to show that possibly that all this falls into genetic memory. But the important part, that I would say the important memory that I'm talking about for what I'm trying to correlate with, Chris's ancestors and how he turned out and his actions, is the episodic memory, which is, different experiences that his ancestors went through, or with the suicides and stuff, and mental disorders, and just different things that could have made them, from their experiences. If they had some trauma growing up, I don't know if they did, but just different experiences that could have been passed down from even their tendency to be violent, just different things like that. So I mean, that would mainly fall into the episodic memory. So that's what I'm trying to, say. Maybe some of that was passed down from his ancestors, from his great uncles and his second cousins that, were all died. And 4 suicides, were they Did they have some kind of trauma growing up? Did they have some kind of upbringing? Did they have whatever it may be? But was that passed down to Chris? Inherently somehow passed down through this genetic memory? And like I said, I'm talking about his grandmother now, which lived into a terror, probably. Look what she lived through. And then, his grandfather fought in World War II. So who knows, the trauma that he experienced. So, you have that post-traumatic stress. I mean, I bet you back then they didn't, that was unheard of. I mean, it wasn't unheard of because it didn't exist, but there was no label for it. There was no term for it. It was just, whatever they were feeling, but there wasn't a label to explain, well, what it is. Now they would definitely have probably experienced post-traumatic stress. If they would have went to a psychiatrist, they would have probably got diagnosed with some kind of post-traumatic stress disorder, unless if they were just able to deal with it on their own. But I'm just saying, did that have something to do with it? And then remember that the hallucination or whatever that he had in the cell, that he said it actually was what made him realize that he had a demon inside of him. I mean, that's what he said. But they came in the form of his grandparents, he said. And remember, he said their eyes were all red. So it's just interesting. It really is, to think, maybe there is something to this genetic memory. So he says, so if you take all this into consideration, it does make for some interesting thoughts, you have to admit. I mean, I guess what's interesting to me maybe might not be interesting to all of you, but hopefully some of you guys are still with me and find it interesting. So, I mean, as you see, it looks like mental disorders definitely run on the Watt side. And a lot of mental disorders can be inherited directly by genes, right? And then you take this genetic memory into play, this possibility of any of this going on, and it just adds to the puzzle. I think it just adds to where I guess I should say, it just makes it another piece of the puzzle. So as you can see, it looks like mental disorders definitely run on the Watt side. And then you have his mom, and you look at the possibility of how she may have raised him. So, the whole nature versus nurture thing, or nature and nurture with it. You have the nature, the genes of the Watt side, the mental disorders, it looks like that he could have inherited. And then the nurture, his mom, the way his mom raised him, could have had an impact on him too. So I feel like it's just a recipe for disaster here. You have the genes, then you have possibly the way she raised him. I know we don't know for sure how he was raised, but we can only imagine by, just different things we see, like things we hear that she says or that she writes, and just her actions, and how, I know we only have a couple interviews to go by, but then we have, those books that leaked out, and we could just kind of, and then not only that, but like hearing the Rusaks talk about some of their experiences, and then just seeing from Shanann talking about, from text, we could kind of see how they were. So I know there's two sides to every story, but what I'm saying is that's what I'm saying. It's not for sure, but the way she, like I said, may have raised him, mixed with the genes he inherited through the Watt side, possibly the way she raised had went into him crazy. Side, the mental disorder impacted on everybody who's possibly difficult. All right. Oh wait. I have to stop it, because see, this is where my editing should have edited out a lot of the repeats, because when if you have a channel, you'll see sometimes you say things and your intention is to edit it out, and that's why sometimes I hate watching these old videos, because I did such a bad job of editing where I just say the same thing a different way, where the purpose was to try to pick the best one and edit. You learn to edit things out, and it's like when I hear that I missed all this, it's just, I feel so
I don't know. I feel bad. Like you guys are thinking, oh my God. But it was supposed there's things that's supposed to be edited out. That's all. So I think the rest of it's just basically, oh wait, hold on. Let me see something. Oh, I just play, I think I show the rest of them. Oh, well. I explained it, I guess. Or maybe I just play the same one again. I don't know. But anyway, so isn't that kind of interesting? Oh, generational curse. Yes. Somebody commented that, and that was the one thing I was going to talk about after I ended this. You guys could hear me, right? Because after, hold on, where am I? Randy. After I did this video, I got so many comments about generational curses. And I looked into that, and that could be that too. Look up generational curse. So that he could have had that too. The family could have had that kind of a curse, which kind of could fall in explaining some of the stuff too. Let me see if I look it up. I'm not good at explaining things sometimes, but maybe let me look it up. Especially if I'm not prepared to. Rian, what did you think?
Like I said, I loved it, and I was looking at a lot of the comments. Man, yeah, there were so many people in here too, so smart, so intelligent, so many questions and things that have happened into their, that are happened in their lives that it just begs the question, and it's these questions that everybody's got to. You gotta look. You gotta, research it, man. Research it. That's the only way you're gonna get to your truth. But God, yeah, I just love it. I can't stop thinking about, it's just all the psychology aspect of this. I just love it. But I was just about ready to pop in and say, you guys are all wonderful. Tiffany, including yourself, you're wonderful.
Why are you leaving?
I have to. It's 1 o'clock, and I still have
I
probably about
played one of your videos. Then I thought you were. That's why I asked you how long you were going to stick around.
Oh, well, I might listen in the ear, but I've got to, I have to take off. I got to start working on some of this stuff. I got about 2-3 more hours of work to do, and then I'll get a little bit of rest and go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess
okay.
5 hours. Okay.
Hey, but thank you so much for bringing me on and meeting so many new people, seeing the old people again. You guys are all awesome. You really are. The questions, and there's so many people in here, Tiff, that brought up some good questions, and I think you really should, not debate, but bounce back and forth.
I missed a lot of chat actually.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, man, I just loved it. I really did.
I was trying to.
Yeah, you rock, girl. You keep doing you, and all of you guys keep doing yourselves, and just keep searching for your truths too. It's there. You just have to see everything around you, be given the right things, the right tools to make a sound decision. But God bless each and every one of you guys. Stay safe and sleep well when you get there, okay?
All right. Good night.
All right. Man. This was too much fun. All right. We're going to have to do it soon, okay? But side to side next time. So this way you can hit me in this rib or something like that if I say something wrong.
I know, yeah.
No, but this was really fun. All right. I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks again, Tiff.
All right. Bye. Thanks.
All right. Bye. Bye, guys.
So if you just look up generational curse real quick, the basic definition, that just comes up on Google, it says, what is generational curse? According to the gospel, because it's a biblical thing. It's a biblical thing. It describes a cumulative effect on a person of things that their ancestors did, believed, or practiced in the past, and a consequence of an ancestor's actions, beliefs, and sins being passed down. All those suicides, that kind of does sound like a generational curse being passed down, that these people are so not happy with life that much that they take their lives, maybe because something in their life is bad, it's cursed, and they'd rather just leave their life than just stay with it. You know what I'm saying? So why did all of them kill themselves? Was it their families? Was it abusive, some kind of trauma? Who knows? But for them to take their lives, this had to be kind of that bad, right? So yeah, when I looked into generational curse, a lot of people commented when I did this video, and I was like, wow, yeah, that makes sense. So thanks for bringing that up, Renee. I was that's what I was looking when it was playing. Anyway, so thanks guys. So maybe I will just end it. We could just do another one of these or something. I don't know. We still have one more Randy's with the Watts discussion, I think, and then we have some other cases of discussions. So what was I going to say? Let me see. I did see somebody said something, but I don't understand what the argument was. Because you said you didn't agree, but what you said, I'm not seeing what you mean. I don't get what you were trying to say, to be honest. Now I can't find it. Shoo. I didn't even know how that, I mean, I'm thinking maybe you were misunderstanding what I was trying to say because it didn't really go along with what you said. That's why I was like, I don't even know what you're, which is easy to do because, I mean, maybe I didn't explain it good, but now I can't find your comment. Shoot. Oh, well, I don't know. I can only scroll up so far. Let me see. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 minute. I'm not saying that, yeah, of course I could be wrong. But the argument that this one person brought up, I didn't understand how that, what was it? Oh my God, let me think what you said. You said something that you were disagreeing, which that's fine. But then what you said, how you disagreed, I feel like it didn't really go along with what I was even saying. That's why I was confused. It was about suicide and mental disorders, I think. You're saying something like 90%, but when it didn't fall in the family or something, I don't understand what you were even saying. You just maybe explain it a little better if you know who I'm talking about. I don't remember what the name was, but you said something about you disagreed because suicide, something about 90% of the suicides, but what if they were a family? So like maybe a family member, but what does that have to do with anything? I mean, what is being a family member committing suicide? How does that exclude you from possibly having a mental disorder? I don't know. I just didn't understand the comment at all. So maybe you could explain it if you're still in here. It's probably just needs to be re-explained so I can understand what you're talking about. Because I made sure at the beginning to say, I'm not saying, so maybe you missed what I was saying. I'm not saying that everybody that commits suicide has a mental disorder. I'm just saying there's a strong correlation. And I was very clear to make sure that that's not what I was saying, that one doesn't cause the other. That's not what I'm saying. There is just this correlation where, I mean, a correlation. So, you just got to be careful how you say it. Like there's a reason for correlations a lot of the times, but I was very careful to say, I'm not saying one causes the other. I'm just saying that the studies that study was taken from, which is so, a random study, a random group of people, the autopsies that they did of suicides, that was the 90%. So really, I was just throwing out a study that was interesting. No, I never said anything caused another. That's why that part really, I was just saying maybe that there's a good chance that there's a lot of mental disorders running in Chris's genes. So with all those suicides, there's a good chance. So, I know. And that's why I was very careful the way I said it. I said it doesn't mean one causes the other. Just saying there is a correlation and there's reasons for it. It's not a cause and necessarily a causal, like, I don't know. Take it what you will. Like those are the statistics, the correlation. I was very clear to say one doesn't cause the other. But there is a strong correlation, at least with the sample they took. So I'm saying there's a good chance that some of Chris's family that committed suicide, probably some of them had mental disorders. And there's a good chance, there's a good chance at least some of them did, with a correlation between suicides. And I know that's, I made sure because I knew it was like, man, I got to be careful how I say that because all people attack me in the comments. No, that's not true. And it isn't true. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there is a correlation between the two, suicides and mental disorders. Not saying one causes the other. And I know I said it a million times, but I want to be clear because I don't think one causes the other. But I'm just saying sometimes, I don't know. I explained it at the beginning what I meant, so. But no, you're right. You have a bad day, or it could be like drug related where well, no, that would be well, I don't know. But yeah, I'm just going to be careful what I say because I don't want things to be taken the wrong way. But I feel like I was really clear at the beginning in what I said, so. And I said it right at the beginning. Nope, not one causes the other. Anyway, she said suicide does have mental disorder issues, but it doesn't correlate with a family member. I don't know what that means though. I mean, I'm confused. I don't know what are you saying? It doesn't correlate with a family member. I know. What does that mean with what? How does that make the theory disagree? Like I don't get that. I don't get it. I'm not sure what they're trying to say. Do you know, Amanda? To me, I don't know what you're trying to say. I know it's not you. You're repeating it. That's about what I got from it. And I'm just confused what the argument is. Suicide does have mental disorder issues. Okay. But it doesn't correlate with a family member. What? I wasn't saying, I was making the correlation between suicide and mental disorders. And then I was making a comment about a lot of mental disorders are genetic. So, I mean, there's two different things, I feel like. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying this to you, Amanda. I'm saying it to the person that said it. But maybe I'm not understanding something. Because, I'm talking about a few different things here. So, the correlation was just between a random study that they did of suicide patients in mental disorder, okay? And it was a 90% of them had a mental disorder that committed suicide in that sample of people, okay? Has nothing to do with family. That part has nothing to do with family. It's just I'm making a link between possibly suicide and mental disorders. And then I was making a link between genetics and mental disorders. So I never made the cross between what that's saying. That's why I was confused. I never said anything like that. Am I not seeing something right about that? I don't know. I feel like I never even said anything about correlating family with, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being silly. I'm just too late. Maybe I'm not understanding it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. But don't you think that possibly maybe they inherited some kind of a mental issue from having a family member if it was like their mom or dad? I mean, I just think that there is a strong link between the two. I'm not saying it's a for sure thing that everybody that commits suicide has it, but I'm saying the probability. I mean, there's a lot. Never mind. I'm just going to leave it at what I said in the video because I'm going to get myself into trouble. But no, yeah, there's obviously situations where people don't have anything wrong. And it's just for instance, a breakup. That's another thing that, that would be a situation where a love, they feel like they can't go on without the other person and they could be totally no mental disorder, nothing, mentally healthy besides maybe being dependent on somebody else for happiness. But, so maybe a little bit of dependent personality disorder. No, I'm just joking. But, you break up from somebody, people have committed suicide because of that. And when I laugh, you guys, sometimes don't take what I'm laughing after as I think it's funny, because I think it's just a nervous laugh I do sometimes. For instance, I just laughed a little bit. It's either a part of what I say or it's just a nervous laugh. It's not, I would never laugh at suicide. I would never laugh at mental disorder. It's just, I feel like sometimes I laugh at myself, for saying something silly or stupid or even, I don't know. It's just, it is like also a nervous thing. So just please don't think that, because I know I'll probably have people saying, well, there I go right now laughing. I don't know. It's just, I laugh a lot, and it doesn't mean I think things are necessarily funny. I don't know. I'll just shut up. I think it's getting late. I think I'm gonna have to call it a night, guys, because oh, I'm getting all silly. If you have a channel, no, yeah, it is. But I would like to debate that person, but I just don't understand what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never said, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not understanding it, and I'm still waiting to see that person come up and explain what they were. I don't remember what the name was. Man, did you remember who it was? Well, no, we don't want to call anybody out, but I wish they would explain, because I would like to know what they were saying. And of course, yeah, this isn't a fact. I mean, this is just a theory. It's just interesting. Of course, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's just kind of interesting. Don't you think all those suicides and a couple homicides, all within like a 15-year period, all of that? Don't you think that that's kind of interesting? When that person sent me this, I was just like, whoa, wow, that's crazy. Very interesting. If nothing more, it's very interesting. Can you mention Ronnie getting baptized yesterday? Oh, okay. Well, I guess Ronnie got baptized yesterday. Huh. I know, but sometimes like that could get me into trouble. No, yeah, I'm worried too much. Those of you that know me, I guess those are the people I should really care about. The people that would know me good enough to know that I wouldn't laugh at a certain situation or laugh at murders. And like when we were laughing, like we were reading the transcripts, the Darley transcripts, had somebody come in like, oh, I can't believe you're laughing at, murder. The kids have been murdered. So if you don't know me that well that you would think I was laughing at the fact that kids got murdered, then maybe it's just not the right. I'm not the right person, because obviously you're misreading me. If you think I'm that type of person, then yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know why I worry. I should just worry about the people that know that I wouldn't do that, But I know I worry. I can't help it. Sometimes I have those days though where I'm like strong and I'm like, you know what? Not gonna let it bother me. I have how many people that are, I should feel lucky. I shouldn't worry about the negative people. And I'm not saying anybody was negative. I'm not trying to say even that person that disagreed was negative, because they were being fine. I just didn't understand what they were saying, and I was hoping that they would still be here when nobody's even being negative. I don't even know why I'm talking about it. I'm only talking about it because I'm nervous that people are going to say that, and nobody's even saying it. Why am I even bringing it up? I'm silly. It's because I've been on for 5 hours and I'm being silly. But I don't want you to think, no, everybody's been so awesome in chat. So it has nothing to do with what you're saying. I don't know. I'm just like, man, I'm laughing as in the middle as I'm talking about suicide. And I was thinking in my head, oh my God, I'm going to get comments later that are saying, I can't believe you're talking about suicide and you're laughing. How freaking disrespectful. And I'm just, why self-fulfilling prophecy here? Why am I saying that? I'm going to make it happen because I'm saying it, right? I don't know. But anyway, yeah, you guys have been all awesome. Thank you. What was I? Oh yeah, so that's what I was going on to say. Like a breakup, yeah, could cause you a lot of people. I feel like a lot of suicides happen after a breakup. What other things that are common suicides? You could get into like a deep depression where it's so sad, because it's like, what's really sad is when like really young people, like high schoolers, that will do it because they think, it's the end of the world if something happens in high school. If they would only know that it's so insignificant when you get older, like high school is so unimportant. Like who cares? I mean, I don't want to say it's unimportant, but if they would only know, like, give yourself a couple years out of high school, like you'll be like, who cares that the people being mean to me, or who cares that they were in high school? You know what I'm saying? It's like, gosh, they're so young. If they just give it a little more time, they'll realize it was something so silly and so not important, like in the bigger picture, and that's what makes me so sad. Like high schoolers seeing, not that all suicides don't make me sad, but when I see it, like for somebody like in high school, I just think, gosh, they'll see how it's not the end of the world. A high school issue, when you think high school issues are like so important, like little things that happen in high school, and it's just like, it's just not at all. And they think it is. And how many high schoolers commit suicide? And those are the ones that are like, yeah, that I believe definitely not mental disorders, definitely something where they, high schooling, you're thinking it's so important, and oh my God, I can never live now because they could have been a healthy, successful person if, it's crazy. Yeah, but I know. Yes, I spy. If they'd only know that all those bullies, they do. I was going to say that, but I'm like, man, I don't want to sound mean to say that, but it's true. Like a lot of them end up, yeah, it's like the ones that are picked on are the ones that end up, I don't want to say all the time, but for the most part, successful, popular, even, get the girls or just have a good life. It's those bullies. I don't want to say all bullies, like I said, but for the most part, it's just going to be so unimportant. They're the ones that are miserable with their lives. But like, think about that. Think about how many high school people probably, I'd have to look at the statistics, but I know there's a lot of suicides in high school. I know it. And it's just so sad. A couple more years, it would have been like a thing, no big deal. That problem would have just been like, oh, really? You were laughed at it, a couple of years, like, oh my God. Or like if you are bullied, I wouldn't say you'd laugh at like being bullied, but like that instance, you would realize, oh, you know what? They're losers, or they were just hated themselves. Or like I said, a lot of them do end up turning out to be losers themselves. So I don't know. It's just, oh, thanks, Trisha. Thank you. And like, what about, thank you. Seriously, that's very generous. Oh, Zav, absolutely love your channel. Keep up. Oh. And so high schools would go, another one, and like breakups, like somebody breaking up with somebody, and you think, I can't live. Oh my God, I'm not going to be able to live without them but you don't realize, like, especially when you're young, high school, like your first love or something where you've experienced like the only time you love somebody. So you don't realize that you could feel that way towards somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. The first time you're ever in love, and you think that feeling is so special and unique that once that's over, oh, I'm never going to love anybody like that. I'll never feel that way. But you don't realize that you could experience love like multiple times in your lifetime, but you wouldn't know that when you're young and you're suffering your first heartbreak, and you think, there's no way I'll ever feel this way. There's no way I'll ever feel this way about anybody in my life again. And just, if they would give it a little bit of time, they'll see, yes, you can fall in love multiple times, and each one is just as special. You know what I'm saying? And they never get to find out. So anyway, yeah, no life experience. And that's why it's just, so sad. Yeah, Dark Sea. Oh yeah, I felt that way when I was younger too. We all have, because we're inexperienced. We don't know. And then you come to find out, no, yeah, it's something it is special, but you could have it with multiple people. You know what I'm saying? So it's not just like, oh my God, only one person I can only love in my life. No, there's many people you could love in your life, so you get that with experience. But these high schoolers or young kids, they don't realize that. They don't even give it a chance. I'm saying the ones that end up possibly committing suicide because of a breakup or something is like, gosh, if you only knew. And then, you know, even adult could tell them, like your mom or like an adult figure could say, you know what, you're gonna find somebody else. But you never believe that. You know, you're young and you think you know it all, and you're like, you don't understand, you know. But really, now being older, it's like you do understand once you go through it. You know, if you could only tell the younger generations, no, listen to us. Like, we know, we've been through it. We have some wisdom, guys. But I've been that young kid. We're thinking, no, you can't possibly understand the pain or the anything I'm going through, all the problems. And I'm not laughing because you know, just how I'm laughing at myself, how silly I thought, like, oh, nobody could ever understand, or like older people couldn't understand. And indeed, they could have warned us, or they could have. Yeah, they do warn us. I'm saying they did understand if we would have just listened. What is this? That song, or am I too young here? Wait, which song? The Gooch. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Are you single, my friend? Like you. Yeah, I'm single. God, I go from having no potential dates to you said that, and then I have another person that's their son. Maybe I you know, she wants to hook me up with her son, but no, yeah, I am. Who are you talking about? Where is he from? Oh shoot, bring it on. I'm definitely single, and yeah, let me know, email me. Where are you from? Like, where is he at? Yeah, 2 in this live. Possibly maybe 2 dates in 1 live. Whoa. I don't know. Maybe nothing will ever come of him, because I don't remember Heavenly Clouds. I don't know. Did she ever answer where they were? Like what state? I kept asking to see if it was somewhere close, but I don't know if she ever answered where she was at. She said Ohio, I Spy? Wait, Heavenly Cloud said Ohio? Misbehaved, what's up? I saw you earlier, and then it was during when I was playing the video and I didn't get to say hi. What is up? Wait, I Spy, filming in here. Are you serious? Are you saying Heavenly Cloud was from Ohio? Because how perfect would that be? I know, Karen, I know. I know. That's the only thing. I'm so nervous because you hear but then you hear good things about people, meet people on the internet, but then you hear bad things. So I guess like anything else, you're gonna have the good, you're gonna have the bad. You just got to be careful. And like me and Randy were saying earlier, where I used to be like so trusting and so just so trusting of everybody, let them into my home, just so trusting. And now, because being screwed so many times, now I'm like so closed off and so nervous and so like closed because of it. So it's like I went from one extreme to the other. So I need to find like a balance, because that does freak me out. It is scary thinking about. I might be too scared to actually go through with meeting somebody that online. I don't know how to make sure that it's safe, but you just gotta, I guess there's always going to be a risk. And wait, what's that hookah song? Hold on. I'm thinking the hookah song. It says, it goes another, no, wait. It's a really good song about taking the risk. It's like another risk, maybe fail, but that's the beauty of, another miss. I forget, but it's saying it's the beauty of the risk is if there's no risk, then I don't know. I can't word this right now. You have to risk to actually, the more you risk, the more, help me out, guys. Why can't I think of assignment? Okay, it's late. It's almost going on 5 and 20 minutes. So that's my excuse why I can't talk right now. That way you have backup. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Dorothy. Yep. If you don't take the risk, you may miss something beautiful. Yeah. Oh, what? One of a kind. Something, Dr. Seuss said something cool too. I forgot it. Oh, you forgot it? Okay. Oh, Karen, oh my God. No, I'm not even wow. See, that's what I'm afraid though. I'm going to be so afraid because hearing stuff like this and look at what my channel is about, murder and so and then the biggest reasons why I'm so close is because just being screwed from being too trusting of everybody, getting screwed time after time. And it was weird. It was like it took being screwed so many times to actually finally just shut the door, where it was like just time after time. And it just like for years, for the probably first, 35 years of my life, I just didn't care. It was like, man, over and over and didn't care. And then finally it was just like, it built up. So it was like so many where it built up till it was just like, I don't know. And now it's just like, I'm on the other extreme where I am so closed as far as like going out and actually meeting somebody. Like physically, I mean, even like women, men, like I'm scared, or I'm so closed. I don't know. I'm just gonna shut up. Background check. Yeah, but how do we even know that the name they're giving us? Yeah, I'm just gonna have to risk it, guys. Did they ever answer, Richard? Well, but yeah, but where is he from, Julie? Where is he at? Is it far? So, okay, but is it somewhere where it's like he lives close to me? Is that what you're saying? Oh, whoa. Yeah, that's pretty close. It's only like an hour away. Are you serious? Wow. Huh, Richard. Yeah, Cleveland is definitely a doable. Well, I mean, I would like to maybe talk with him a little bit, yeah, before I actually go meet him. I would, I don't know. Yeah, email me and let me know some details about him. And I got a taser, or not, it's not a taser, it's a stun gun. I have. No, not that I'm saying, Julie, I'm going to use it on your friend. But somebody said learn how to protect yourselves. And I don't know why what came to me. Like, I have that, but like, I never took like classes or like on, like, they offer some kind of defensive type protection. But yeah, wow, I'll be nervous. I'll tell you that much because I feel like I need to find a good balance though, because so maybe anytime is good as never, right? Or got to do it sometime, right, guys? So, Julie, I feel like this is the first time I've seen you in here, though. Is he like with you right now, or is he ever come in and chat, or how has he seen me? Like right now, is he watching, or has he watched before? What's his screen name? Does he chat ever? I'm just curious of how it came about that he would want to talk to me. Yeah, Libra. Oh, I carry it with me everywhere. It's always charged. Yeah, Amanda, I'll let Amanda interview for me. I should have somebody help me, like, make sure, what do you call that? Vet them, I think that's a proper word for it. ABTCW. That's his screen name? Wait, ABT. Does he ever come in and talk, though? He just watches? Okay. Well, I mean, I'm nervous, kind of. Well, I mean, I guess I got to do it sometime, right? I've been closed off for like, I don't know. What am I? Which email? I'm gonna do this one. It's actually on my under the description of my videos and on my about page, but I'll put it down here. But if you don't, if you happen you lose it in the chat, just so you know, Jolie, just tell them in my description of every video I have my email, and in my about page my email's there. But I'll put it here. But like I said, it might get lost in chat. I'm kind of nervous though, because he never talks when he's here. Wonder if he's ever chatted. Yeah, I spy. That's a good reading. How does he feel about our first date being on a live so everybody could watch? Oh, okay, so he watches about Chris Watts. Okay. Huh. Well, yeah, email me and we'll start from there. And he got the proton mail. Amanda. Which means I can now move away from my creepy. Oh, creepy landlord. That's not good. That could be kind of. That actually could be a kind of a cool video, a live, like first date live. I don't know. Isn't that weird though? Like two people in just this live have guys that I don't know. That's kind of maybe just some karma coming my way. Maybe I don't know, guys. I'm not against it now. I mean, if they don't end up being like a psycho, they end up being a nice guy. I'm not against it at all. But and being in Cleveland, I mean, that's close. Definitely close to me. So, Richard. I'm trying to think if I even know any Richards because I used to go out a lot of concerts, and my sister lived in Cleveland for a while. So I mean, I do, I have ran into random people in Cleveland. So I'm trying to think back. Do I know any Richards from Cleveland? Yeah, that's cool. We have that in common. Is he like into true crime? Obviously, it looks like, right? Take Zeke. Yeah, Zeke. I don't know. I could, but I don't know how much protection he would really be. No, he would. He's a tough guy. Zeke's my tough guy. Oh, hi, Emma. Cool. What time is it there? Wait, let me guess. I think you're 6 hours difference, right? So is it like, wait, is it 7:46? Make him come to you. Yeah, but Cleveland's a much cooler city than Canton to go out in. But no, yeah, I mean, I guess really, what kind of options? A lot of places. I mean, I guess there's some places open, like restaurants, and yeah, you just got to wear your mask and stuff. Yeah, how old is he, Julie? Oh, Nancy, I don't know him. Where is it? Somebody just said that somebody wanted to maybe go on a date, I guess. I never met him. It was just Julie's friend. So we're just talking about it. And then actually there was another Heavenly Clouds was in here. And she said her son, maybe she wanted to hook me up with her son too. But where is he from? They must be in Ohio too, because she knows I'm in Ohio, I think. So it would be kind of hard to, no, I guess you could do long distance relationships, but I mean, so much easier where you get to see the person. But I guess these days, people just, sometimes you have a relationship, you just see each other maybe like once a month or once every couple months. And with all the ways that you could do video chats and stuff, I mean, I guess people make it work long distance a lot. People in different countries sometimes, but It's pretty cool that this Richard's from Cleveland though. In chat, but I should start. Oh, well, so he's a little bit younger. Okay. 19th of April. My sister's birthday was 16th of April. Tammy, you're sad. I love it. Oh, I might have to have some of you guys help me maybe make sure. Got to be safe though, and if he has nothing to hide, then it should be all right, right? And I'm not talking about I'm so picky where you can't have. I mean, I got into some trouble, which, but I have to say, I know a lot of people say that they didn't do what that they were charged with, but I honestly didn't do what I was charged with. It's true. Ask Randy. It's bullcrap that one of my friends blamed me for something I didn't do, and that they actually believed her when she had like pages of a criminal record and I had no criminal record, and they actually believed her. But that's another story for another time. I know I've told it on my channel before, but I know there's new people, so maybe someday I'll explain it again. But I got it. I went through a diversion program where it got expunged or whatever, because it was like 3 felonies, but you go through the diversion program and then it gets off your record. So, I mean, I went through all that, so it should be off my record, but still. As long as it's not anything violent, any violence on the record, nope. He's shy. He knows I told you he likes you. Oh, really? Oh, I'm kind of nervous. Ah, Libra. Okay, we'll talk later. Karen, you guys. Hi. Oh, is this you, Richard? No, you said it was ABT. There's a Richard in here. Is that you? Are you Italian? I don't even know if this is the same Richard. Cavalucci, or it looks like an Italian last name. 20-year-old boy. My sister and I are adopted. Why did you kick him out on Tuesday? Wait, what, Dawn Break? I have a 20-year-old boy, a 10-year-old boy. My sister and I are adopted. Why did you kick him out? Are you talking about like kick it out of a house or out of the chat? I'm confused. Wait, what do you mean, Amanda? It's a trap. What's a trap? I feel like, what's going on? Wait, there's 2 Richards? All right, I'm getting confused now. What? She kicked her man out of the house. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. See, sometimes I misunderstand. That's why I like to ask first before I go assume what it means. Richard. Wait, where's it? Are you Italian? Oh, you did say yes. You're Italian too? Is that what the yes was to, Richard? Now I can't find your... Where did you go? Okay, that's weird. Oh, there you are. Okay. Well, let's start off with the email and see what's what. Cool. Italian. Never called him. Anyway, guys, now if I leave, I'm not leaving because I was getting ready to end it. I've already been on for 5.5 hours, and I think I need to call it a night because I'm talking silly, but she kicked her man out of the house. Oh, I keep going to read the chat and I'm reading the same message over and over for some reason. Okay, guys. Well, yeah, Richard, email me and we'll start there. And Italian Stallion, Brianna. I'm trying to think of it if I ever actually even dated an Italian, even though I'm 100% Italian actually, but I don't know. All right, guys. Well, yeah, Richard, I look forward to hearing from you and everybody else. Yeah, Cleveland is close. Yeah, cool. Okay. I am familiar with Cleveland. My sister used to live there. Oh my God, Diana. Zavcab. Oh, I'll have to check. All right, guys. Okay, I'm going to go before I say something stupid because I'm on my like silly mode here. So that was fun. Wow, I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 videos. Wow, I was over what is the word? Where I thought I was actually going to get like at least most of those videos watched that I have up on my screen. I have, wait, did I say 12 or 14 more that we didn't even get to watch? Oh, I really thought that, I guess I didn't take into consideration how long it would have taken. Well, I just want to see how long some of these are to see if it was even realistically. No, because a lot of these are only like 15 minutes long. So yeah, that's we probably could have if I would have taken the last couple hours just to play them. But yeah, so maybe we'll do one more day of the throwback because I still have like 2 of me and Randy's discussions that I wanted to watch maybe when Randy's here, and then there's a few other ones, and then we'll just make it a 3-parter when it comes to the playing the old videos. But yeah, this week I want to really try to do a Menendez. I have so much more of the trial to watch, but I had already watched like, you know, clips where the boys took the stand, and like I've already seen like a lot of different clips of the parts of the trial. But now that I'm just watching it straight through, like I have a lot more to go when I'm watching it in order straight through. So I wanted to kind of do it that way. But like I said, I did watch all of their testimony basically. So I have watched a lot of different clips anyway. So I do want to do like a discussion on that. Maybe have like a panel and just kind of talk about that. And then sometime this week. And yeah, I guess that's all, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, Baron, yeah. Definitely. Good idea, Amanda. Facebook, yeah. All right, guys. Thank you everybody for hanging out. This was fun on 4th of, wait, hold on. Zev, your best video was when you talked about the visit to Crystal's house on July 14th. Very good. Oh, thanks, Dorothy. Are you talking about one I already played or not? Because there was one I wanted to play that I talk about that. Well, we'll see. That I played on one of these playbacks or just one that you had watched. Because I'm wondering if it's the one that I have up here that I haven't played yet that I was going to play. Okay, so if we don't be happy with him. Oh, Cherry. Oh, I'm a little nervous, man. I haven't been on a date in a while, I feel like. All right. Well, we will talk this week sometime. So I feel like, was there something else that was supposed to be coming up? Hold on, let me think here. No, I don't. Oh no, we just do our Darley ones, the trial transcripts, and then yeah, I have to still. Okay, yeah, I think that's all. All right, everybody, goodbye. Have a good night. Hi, Tammy. Where's the other Tammy? I've been meaning to say hi to the other Tammy, and I feel bad. She already left, huh? All right, bye, everybody. Oh, I want to say hi to some of these people that I didn't get to say hi to. Gregory, She Builder, A-Team, Brianna. Thank you, guys. I had fun tonight, Kelly Fitzgerald. That was fun. These throwback videos are fun to go back in time a little bit. Kelly, thank you. Or something. Oh my gosh. All right, everybody, sleep good. Try to get some sleep. All my little night owls. I feel, oh my gosh, I still have a couple sips of coffee. I wonder, should I drink this and actually stay up or just call it a night? I don't know. One of a kind. Okay, everybody, bye. Brianna, Baron. My last minute goodbyes here. Teresa. This was a lot of fun. Amanda. Okay. All right. Criminal Imagination. Oh, really? I missed it. All right. Bye, guys.